Oh my God, party people, welcome back. It's been no time at all for you. It's been a couple of days for us. Allie, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Holy fucking shit, here we are to talk about what we have been waiting for. It's time. Here we are. We've been looking forward to this for 2 books, Allie. We're here at Tar Valon, and it's time for the siege.
Oh my gosh, finally.
How's it going?
It isn't.
No, it is not. What have they been doing?
Well, they've been talking about blockading things. They're like, the point of a siege, if I, know anything about sieges, which I don't.
And real quick, this section contains spoilers, by the way, through the end of chapter 22, which is the Egwene chapters and also the White Tower chapters.
I will admit I'm rather a siege dilettante, if you will.
Sure.
I, know very little. But I think that the point is to block access to things like food.
Yes.
Right? To put the pressure on the people who are in the city to capitulate to whatever the people outside of the city want.
Yes.
However, there's an issue in that they have not done that yet.
Yes, and they have a harbor.
And they're talking about
they can just
bring
food into the harbor. And they have this well, there's there's a chain or something that's along the harbor that they talk about this chain, and there's a chain that the Aes Sedai in the tower have put up that they drop when their ships come in.
Something
right?
like that.
This confused the shit out of me the first time I read it.
Yeah, if I am right, because I've read another book where they have something similar. It's to stop ships that they don't want coming in.
Yes, I believe.
Right?
It's essentially like a reverse drawbridge.
Right. Like if you're sailing into a chain, I think it damages the ship.
Oh, yeah, it would fuck the ship.
Yeah, it would fuck the ship up.
Yeah.
So
they can drop the chain.
Drop it into, lower into the water.
Yeah.
And then raise it back up when they need to, which is something that happens also in Throne of Glass.
Oh, very cool.
A chain of some kind that they can raise and lower and all that stuff.
Yeah. So we're kind of unable to affect any kind of siege because they can just bring in whatever they want in the harbors.
Yeah. And so they're trying to figure out a way around that.
Yes.
They're like, do we disguise our ships as their ships? Which seems like that's a logical idea.
Yeah.
Right. There were a couple ideas kicked around as to what to do, but we're struggling with the concept of the siege at the moment because of circumstances. So they're working out that stuff. But Egwene's like, Gareth Bryn will figure it out.
Yes.
Gareth Bryn's smart.
And
he's done this before.
What else have they been up to in the intervening time?
There was Swan is suspicious about the number of young sitters, both on their council.
Yes. Both sides.
And
yes.
The White Towers council, because Elida redid the sitters, right?
Many of them.
She got rid of some of the sitters that made her mad.
Yes.
And the replacements are suspiciously young.
Both sides have suspiciously young sitters. A total of 12 or 13, I believe. Suspiciously young sitters.
And Egwene's like, well, you're a suspiciously young Amyrlin, and I'm a suspiciously young Amyrlin. So, maybe that's part of it.
Yeah. You had a theory about
she also goes,
this.
well, but then also there's this other sitter who's 200 years old. So that doesn't, so she's not quite sure if Swan's theories carry any water.
You had a theory about this last time it came up, because it came up in book 8.
What did I say?
You said something along the lines of maybe they're trying to stack both councils with people who will want to make peace.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a possibility. And that seems to be coming to fruition because they talked about, that's the other thing is a few of the members of the council are like, I think we should negotiate with Elida.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Delana is in there like, I think we should launch fireballs into the city remotely and just cause chaos. And I'm totally not being paid off by Big Titty Maid Girl to say this.
And Gareth Bryn is like, why don't we make a gateway into Tar Valon and just take it?
Yeah. We can we don't have, fuck the walls. The walls mean nothing to us.
Yeah. That will be that there might be a lot of bloodshed, but, such is life. Such is life when you're at war. And Egwene says, totally shoots down that idea because she's like, I don't want to take it that way. I don't want the war that I'm fighting to be an actual war, which, I mean, I get it.
Yeah. Politically, it makes sense.
And, you know, just as a person, like you don't want unnecessary amounts of people to die. But that's kind of what war is, like, until the point where we all just decide, you know what, we'll just build battle robots in the desert and let them fight it out, which is always I like the battle robot plan. It's a good plan. We should do instead is just build battle robots, and then people go, okay, well, what, that would just favor the rich countries. I'm like, no, you would just have, you know, the rich countries as allies.
Coalitions.
Yes, coalitions, just like we have now, right? Like, I mean, come on.
But then one side builds a battle robot that has nukes, and then you get all the USA versus the USSR again.
Well, we could put rules in place as to what you can and can't do with the battle robots, right? Like nothing that could cause actual human life death. So, and then, you know, people just run out of money, and we'll solve it that way.
As I recall, Egwene's thing here is essentially...
And, wait, hold on.
Please continue talking about
my battle robots thought. We could televise it, right? And then, you know, we could use, and that would be fun.
Yes.
We would all love to see battle robots.
Well, there is a show called Battle Bots. Right.
It would be super interesting. It'd be like the Olympics, but a little bit hostile.
Yeah. So fencing.
Yeah.
As I recall, Egwene's plan, or her argument here, is if we have sisters fighting sisters, the White Tower's reputation will be permanently demolished.
I mean, I think it's pretty tanked at this point.
It's pretty bad.
Because everyone knows that there's a huge rift. But I mean, I get her point, and I get the point of also just being like, I don't want people to die, and that is very valid and fair.
Yeah.
I just think that we're at a point where, I don't know, it's either we go directly to the source and fight the source of the problem, or we let civilians starve, which that's kind of...
Yeah, it's a little...
Like, I don't think there's like a good... You know, because, I mean, that's the point of the siege, is you starve people out.
Yes, you wait until they're eating their horses and dogs and everything, and then
that's horrible.
And then they surrender. Yes.
Yeah, you wait until they're desperate.
They lead a sortie, and then you defeat the sortie, and then they...
And that does have the potential to have innocent people die who are not involved in this at all.
Much suffering.
Yeah, so that's not my favorite either. So I don't know. I think there's no really good point to this. I mean, obviously, Elida needs to be defeated. Obviously, we need to root out the Black Aja. All of that needs to happen. I don't know. I think Elida at this point is kind of sad. Like, she's kind of a sad person.
Well, she's essentially powerless, right?
I mean, she's on to Alviarin, I think.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yes.
So she's on to Alviarin. She's got the Black Aja hunters onto Alviarin and looking for more of them. What they can do in the wake of knowing who the Black Aja are is pretty rough. I'm sure that I'm sure Swan is right. I think Swan's instincts are probably correct that it is suspicious that so many young people are on both sides.
Yes.
It could be to broker peace. It could be that they're also Black Aja.
Could be. That's possible.
You know, I mean,
you'd think there'd be an uptick in recruitment ahead of the last battle.
Yeah, perhaps being a Black Aja is a young person's game.
What else have they been doing as they sit the siege?
The brokering of peace. They're like trying to negotiate. Is that what you mean?
No, I'm going for the funny answer.
What are they making?
Pottery class.
Oh, yes. They're making
pottery class. Allie, they're doing pottery.
They are doing pottery.
They're doing we love pottery.
I mean, okay, here's my thing. What is the Quendiar for? They did not, I think,
they have not made that clear yet.
Like what the point of the Quendiar
They are
is?
trying to figure out how to turn stuff into Quendiar.
Okay, but I go, what do we get from that?
That's a great question.
Guess we could get really good shields and armor, maybe.
Perhaps,
that would be pretty good because it's really hard to break, right?
Yes.
So that would be pretty good.
It's
to
also
have Quendiar
probably
armor,
yeah,
and Quendiar shields and Quendiar swords, right? Maybe.
But that would be making a weapon with the power, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean,
maybe
that's not a problem for Egwene.
But her whole thing. Remember now, she went from being like fuck the oaths. The oaths are for dumb fucks to being like, I am all about the oaths. I have the three oaths tattooed right above my ass.
Maybe, okay, but can you justify it? Can you justify it by saying it's used in the defense of our lives?
The last extreme defense of your life.
Well,
right?
I mean, would the last battle be a last extreme defense?
Yeah, but she's not making them for the last battle, is she? She'd be making this for the siege. I like saying siege.
Well, I mean, but can you justify? Can you say Elaida being in power while Tarmangaiden is happening is such a profound threat to the future of humanity that making Quendiar, well, at least Quendiar, shields and armor, which shields and armor is just defense.
Yeah, shields and armor might work.
So maybe we're just making shields and armor.
That's possible.
Which to me makes sense as a thing. But like, it's not, I don't think, made super clear what they're using the Quendiar for. But I mean, if I'm Egwene, I would think, well, if we can make stuff that's not Quendiar into Quendiar, we could theoretically, or I mean, it is very valuable. It could fund the war that they're
It could. That was my initial
doing.
thought. I won't tell you whether or not I was right, but my initial thought when I read about pottery class outside the White Tower was, is this their alum?
Yeah, is this their attempt to fundraise for what they need? I think that's likely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Is there... Yeah, but I was kind of like, what are the broader implications of that? But yeah, so we have the Quendiar pottery class, and some women can do it and some can't.
Yeah, notably, who is quite good at it?
There was this girl, Nicola.
Nicola, and
there was another one. Did it start with a D?
No. If you were trying to figure out how do I make
Nicola's
this joke?
lover, because Nicola's lover doesn't.
Arena can't channel.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out how to work this joke in. Allie, who are the girls?
Who are the girls?
Yeah.
Who are the girls?
I'm making a reference.
Well, I know you're making a reference to Matt going, where are the girls?
Yes. Speaking about whom?
In something.
Speaking about whom?
Whom? Bode. Bodwin is good at Quendiar.
Bode can make Quendiar, yeah.
Yeah. And that, you know what? That tracks.
I like that.
It's a family that wants money. That's... Makes sense.
Realistically, I think we've actually covered everything important in this section, but we're going to do some stepping through and also...
Can I talk about...
Please.
One thing. Can I talk about the peace brokering?
I insist that you talk about the peace brokering.
Okay, so both sides are going, okay, fine, broker, peace, whatever. So both sides are at this point going, okay, fine, broker, peace, right? We've got this gal that I don't like on Egwene's side who's all smirky about... oh, we're going to broker peace. Yay. That's all I want. And I'm like, okay, the time to do that was before you elected Egwene Amyrlin, because now it's like, you understand that Elaida's whole thing is going to be, and I get fucked, right? As Egwene.
Yeah. It's one of the only,
one of the few things she wants.
Stillable offenses is impersonating the Amyrlin.
Right. So Egwene's like
or is it stillable or is it a death sentence? I forget.
Both, I think. But the time to have had that conversation about whether or not we can would negotiate with Elaida was before you elected me Amyrlin.
Yes.
Why are we reneging on that now? That's stupid as fuck. So I don't like that. And I'm concerned that Gawain is going to be used by the White Tower to do bad things potentially to Egwene, and that he's going to have to make a choice as to whether or not to kill her. And just because Gawain is Gawain, I'm worried he will make the wrong decision. I hope he won't kill her, because there's that whole Min thing where she's like, he's either going to bow to her or snap her neck.
Yes.
And Egwene is so confident that Gawain is going to be her warder that now I'm starting to get a little worried for Egwene. That he might kill her.
Yes. Understandably concerning because, all of the things we've mentioned. Yeah,
I'm a little concerned that he kills her. Now I'm starting to get a little worried.
Well, we're going to have
She's so confident. She's so confident to a point. Yeah, where she's constantly talking about how he's going to be her warder, how they've fucked in his dreams. And there's he's either going to pick you or not. And if not, then he snaps your neck. That's concerning. And there was another thing where it was if Gawain goes down this path, they both live long and happy lives. But if Gawain goes down this path, they both die tragically.
Yes.
I'm worried that he's not going to realize that he's killing Egwene. He's I'm killing the Amyrlin. And then he realizes that he killed her. And then they Romeo and Juliet's himself.
That would also be a bit of a bummer.
I mean, would that not be a bummer?
That would be a huge bummer. Although Gawain would be dead. So, it could be worse.
I'm worried it's going to, because we keep getting in people's heads and they're like, Gawain's not that bad. He's just like a tragic person. And I'm like, I just worry that he's going to make the wrong decision again. And that like his whole thing is like misunderstandings and bad.
That is kind of his whole bag.
Yeah.
Is doubling down on the wrong choice.
Yeah. And I'm like, what if he doubles down on the wrong choice and then it really fucks everything? I'm worried. So, yeah. So anyway, but I do think they'll beat Elaida first, potentially. I don't know. But the time to negotiate peace was before you propped up this girl.
Probably, yes.
Kind of against her will.
Very much against her will. She had no choice in the matter.
I'm like, this is bullshit.
They abducted her, essentially, or summoned her because she was Rand's friend.
But she does say, okay, obviously the negotiations are not going to pan out, right? Like, I'm going to instruct them that the only peace negotiation that I will accept is Elaida stepping down and basically fucking off into the woods, right? I don't think she's even asking for her to be stilled. I think she's just like, I want Elaida to fuck off and resign.
This is Egwene's plan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's banishment, right?
Banishment.
Yeah.
So Elaida's never going to go for that.
Probably not.
The sitters might.
They might oust her, yes.
But I think that there might be enough Black Aja. Well, and would Alviarin go for it? Because I feel like what's going to matter is whether or not Alviarin goes for it.
Yes.
And Alviarin definitely wants Elaida gone. Definitely. But I'm also worried about, haven't we been seeing visions too of potentially like the Shan-Chan fucking the tower?
Egwene has a dream. Egwene has 3 dreams in this section. One of them is, oh God, what's the first one? Is it a Gawain one? No, I don't think so.
Should we kind of start, while we're talking, like go through the books and what happens?
Well, we kind of been doing that.
Well,
right,
yeah, but like,
Do we want to zip back and start ripping through, do your notes? I'm sure you have notes, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we didn't even ask where we left off. Where did we leave off?
Oh, Elaine?
Yes, and your not friend and mine, David. But now we're with Egwene.
I don't know her.
Go ahead, Allie. Give us your notes.
What chapter is this?
16.
Okay.
16 through 22. Big one. Mm-hmm. Big one.
Gareth Bryn is like, can we get this plot done already? And Egwene is like, no, I want 10 to 15 more books of this.
Yeah.
Because you know what? It turns out sieges are boring.
Sieges are kind of dull. It's the thing is, the first
you can't really do anything.
The first Malazan book, and I know I talk about Malazan all the time, but I just finished them a little while ago, and now I'm reading the sister series, and I like them. The first Malazan book opens with a siege, but it's the end of the siege, and it's like after like 5 years of sieging this city, and it's this one gigantic climactic battle to resolve this siege, and you just start the book, and it just drops you in the middle of this, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? So I agree that sieges are boring, except sometimes the way they end is pretty cool.
Well, yeah. I mean, the way they end is cool, but like being trapped in a siege, I imagine is kind of boring. You don't have the internet and you can't get new things.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like it would be kind of boring.
Yeah. I think A Song of Ice and Fire also does a really good job of sieges being boring because people like visit sieges. It's like, yeah, we've been here 6 months.
Yeah. I mean, you know what else is boring? Strikes. Strikes are boring.
They're boring. They're important.
A lot of the time. They're boring. It's a lot of walking in a line and talking to people. It's fun. Like, you can make it fun. Luckily, it's been made to be fun. But, you know, all of Los Angeles is at a standstill at the moment.
As we record this, by the way, the AMPTP and the Writers Guild are on day 5 of renegotiating.
So everyone's just kind of sitting here like furiously refreshing Twitter,
refreshing the Writers Guild of America's
their emails
Twitter
to see if there are any updates,
and laughing when the trades report last and final and best deal or whatever
best nonsense. And final
anyway, we've done whatever. Carlinia, last chance to say you're Black Aja.
It's your girl. I just feel like she might be. There's got to be a couple, and I mean, Shiriam can't be the only one. I think it's Carlinia and Morvrin. Those are the two. Because we've gotten a lot of attention on them.
Morvrin does have the appropriate prefix in her name.
Yes, because that Mor means death. And Shiriam was having that suspicious talk with them about how Elaine's insufferable at one point.
Oh, yeah, that part.
And that kind of made me suspicious of both of them. And Carlinia was there, I think, too.
That sounds
Morvrin
right.
was definitely there.
Carlinia also doesn't have a warder.
And she's a white Aja.
Yeah.
Which is weird. right? For White Aja. I mean, White Aja usually have, don't they all usually have
Most
one?
of them are likely to. The only ones who never have any are Reds.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, I said Gareth Bryn as Egwene's warder and picking an experienced man as her first. My God, Shiriam, who are you, Alana? And I said, LOL.
Yeah.
So, yeah, at one point, people start pressuring Egwene into getting a warder. And they go, oh, what about Gareth Bryn? You talk to him all the time, which of course she does.
He's the general.
The general. And they go, oh, a lot of people pick an experienced man for their first. And I was like, why does this feel vaguely sexual? And also, wow, there's a lot to unpack there theoretically about a woman who's 20 and a man who's 50?
Ish.
And them going,
I don't think they mean pick an experienced man to bang.
No, I know. Yeah. But I feel like the implication is also, I don't know. It just felt, I don't know if Robert was going there. But I was just kind of like, why does this also feel like it's like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge?
I don't know.
Maybe I'm reading into it.
I don't know. I get it. I'm not sure.
I might be reading into it.
Maybe I don't remember how this is.
Why the fuck would they negotiate with Elida? Oh, I got pissed about this. I put the book down for a second and had to breathe. Honestly, CROSSROADS is definitely going in the freezer for about 45 reasons after we are done with this. Well, it will absolutely be in the freezer indefinitely.
We're half-ish, a little over halfway, right?
I don't think we ever put Crown of Swords in the freezer.
We didn't.
Either.
It should
so
honestly
they're going to both go in there together.
We're roughly halfway through the book, a little over halfway through the book. How you feeling?
With all of the respect in my bones, I am bored.
Yes.
Here's why. It's not that there aren't some interesting moments. Because, obviously, we've been talking for a hot minute about what's happening in this
6 hours
stuff.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, it's / everybody's stuff.
20-ish minutes in this section.
There's things to talk about. I think what I'm missing is, what the pulse of this book is.
Yeah.
And I think I've been missing it for the past couple. There's just not a clear plot question to me.
Yeah.
And so I'm lost a little bit in why am I reading?
Yeah. What are we going towards?
And that's not a knock on the series as a whole, because I know obviously we're reading toward Tarm and Gaiden.
Yeah.
But for this book specifically, I'm what is my goal? What are the characters' goals right now? I know Perrin's is obviously to get his wife back.
And Elaine's is to
withstand the siege. But it turns out that sieges are not the most riveting thing, right? Because it's a lot of waiting for something to happen. There's I'm not personally a fan of slice of life things. Some people are.
Yeah.
I personally am someone who needs goals and clear plot points. I really appreciate those. I really like those. I get excited for those. So for me, I'm a little bit lost as to what is the thing that we are going toward in this book in particular.
I think another kind of take on this is, we've said this before, we know why we're here this year. We don't know why we're here this week.
Yeah.
And they have goals. A lot of the goals are not achievable within the bounds of the book. And the individual steps they are taking towards the goals are also not demarcated to us. Maybe they are to you, and that's okay. In a way that it seems as though, what are we working towards now and today and here? What are we trying to accomplish by the end of the book?
Yeah.
I think...
And that's just to say... Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. The more I think about the slog and the concept of the slog, when you consider the Wheel of Time as one overarching story, everything is constantly working towards a given goal, etc. So yeah, if you look at it that way, sure. I understand people saying, I didn't feel the slowdown, if you are able to read it through as one story. However, you consider the books in the middle, particularly as individual books, which I think you kind of have to consider. They've released as individual books, so to a certain extent, you do need to consider them as individual books as well. It's very difficult for me to say kind of what is the premise, point, objective, goal of this individual book, right?
Right.
That's kind of what we're saying. Not it's bad or anything like that. It's just, yeah, we're kind of slouching towards the grand conclusion. But what is this volume?
Yeah.
If I think of most other fantasies that are big and long, and oftentimes what they will go for and sometimes miss is okay, yes, here's the overall goal, and this installment, this character is working on this thing, and they will succeed or fail.
Right. I mean, if you think about Harry Potter, hashtag trans lives matter. If you think about Harry Potter as a series, I mean, a lot of the books can kind of be broken, and obviously that's meant for young people, but when you think about other fantasy series, this works too. Yeah, you kind of could do like, okay, you've got the Chamber of Secrets. We know that kind of the outlying goal of that is to figure out who the heir of Slytherin is and stop him from killing people.
Yeah.
And that eventually, that also contributes to the overall arc once we figure out what Horcruxes are. But what?
Nothing.
No spoilers.
Yeah.
But, that contributes to the overall arc of the series, but it also has its own, and this is kind of important in TV as well, it has its own mini arc within the book itself.
Yeah.
And like when you think about, I mean, The Wheel of Time is a show, right? The arc of the first season is, who is the dragon reborn? Mm-hmm. Can we find him or her? And the climactic point of that season is answering the question definitively of who it is.
Yes.
And then this season, theoretically, it's one of the two. I'm kind of circling around two different plot questions, but I think they're both pretty equally important. Figuring out a way to get us all back together, because alone we are vulnerable.
Yeah.
Right. And figuring out who is a part of our group. And who I think there's also, of course, a larger thematic question of like good versus evil, who we can trust, what is good and evil, where we kind of fall along that line. All of that is like a bigger thematic thing. But in terms of like just the plot, like why are we turning the page? It's like, how are we going to get back together / can we keep Rand being the Dragon Reborn a secret?
Sure.
I think that might be kind of an even bigger thing.
Yeah.
But
and are we going to resist temptation is a thematic question and all this.
Yeah, those are like bigger thematic questions. But just the like, can we keep Rand a secret and can we get back together is something that keeps kind of popping up as a plot point every episode.
Yeah. And I also think it's certainly not uncommon for a series to abandon more of its short-term arcs in favor of long-term arcs as it goes on. And I think that's part of why whether or not there's a slog is a little dependent on how you view it. But for me, I think Wheel of Time in particular, tone switches so hard from having book-to-book plots within the meta plot to being like mostly meta plot that it jars really hard for me that way.
My thing too is that for me, series tend to kind of suffer a little bit once they start to do that.
Yeah.
And I think it does for a lot of people, because when you talk to them, they talk about like, oh, and then these books kind of blend together for me.
Yeah.
I don't really.
And that's a very common thing when we talk to people at Wheel of Time. They say, I couldn't tell you between 7 and when Brandon Sanderson picks up again. I don't know what happens when.
Yeah. And I think that's, for me, a series does kind of tend to suffer a little bit when we lose kind of like those mini arcs within a book.
Yeah.
Because I think they're kind of touchstones to like, why are we reading this particular book? Yeah. What can we kind of take from this? And walk away going, that was the book that happened in. And I was really excited to get to that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, cause now I'm like, okay, last book was the cleansing book.
Yes.
And that was really exciting. But I felt like we didn't necessarily build to it, which is why I felt like Winter's Heart suffered a little bit for me.
Yeah, it's mentioned 2 or 3 times. Admittedly, it is one of the few quote unquote slog books where the goal is stated pretty early on, but unfortunately it comes on the heels of Rand stating and other characters stating goals and then not accomplishing them within the bounds of that book. And I'm not saying you have to accomplish all your goals within the bounds of a book. You certainly don't. It's better if you don't.
Because if you're writing a series, you need to have hooks that keep people reading. But yeah, I think for me, what was hard about it was that it felt like we stated the goal and then suddenly we're like, well, now we do have to do it. Whereas, like you didn't see kind of the yak shaving scenarios of like, okay, we set out to accomplish this goal, but I also refer to it as like give a mouse a cookie. But then this happens that gets in the way of that goal. And then we have to accomplish that. And then this happens in the way of that goal and we have to accomplish that. Like those little mini obstacles that come, but like we're still kind of consistently looking toward that goal.
It's really interesting because, and again, I when I compare fantasy series, I am not doing it to say this is better, this is worse, but simply this is a different approach to this. Having just finished Malazan a few months ago, and without any spoilers for the Malazan Book of the Fallen, the Malazan Book of the Fallen is a book where I actually believe that my reading experience suffered because I was focusing too much on the overall meta plot. That is a series where each book, while the characters carry through, many of them carry through, each book essentially sets up, tells, and resolves individual stories while somewhat advancing the overall plot. And the overall plot is not something that really becomes clear until the very end. So I spent several books reading Malazan going, what are we getting at? What are we going for? And really ignoring kind of the rich storytelling that was happening within the individual book because I was looking at it from a more Robert Jordan or Sandersonian thing where I wanted to pick up on Easter eggs and puzzle it out, you know?
Sure. And I personally really enjoy, I think for me as a reader, and this is just my experience, and this, two things. One, I'm not saying that every page has to be explosive bangers. Like obviously I love character moments. They are necessary. We need those moments of breathing. Just for me, when we're breathing a little too much, when my heart rate's not getting elevated, the reading for me suffers. And that's not necessarily everybody's truth, but it is mine. And for me, the overarching point of the series, right? The defeat Voldemort, the, avoid Tarmangaiden or like
win Tarmangaiden
or whatever. That is equally as important to me as the mini arc of like, why are we reading this particular book? I think both of those things for me are like best when they are both very clear.
Yeah.
And then I'm super down for surprises, super down for twists, super down for all of it. But I as a reader kind of need both. And I need the puzzles to solve. I like a puzzle. I like, getting to speculate on things and kind of going, okay, where do I think this is going to go based on what my understanding of structure and being someone who's read a lot of books, where do I think it's going to go? And then I do get delighted when there's a surprise that is earned.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which Jordan's very good at.
Jordan is
really
very good at.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm a little worried about Gawain.
Yeah.
Because Jordan has set him up to be, I'm actually not surprised when people tell me that they like Gawain.
No, I think he's
because
enormously
he is an enormously sympathetic character, theoretically. And like what a lot of my joking about Gawain is that just that it's joking because I know it gets I know that some people really, really feel passionately about him, and I'm here to mock all of your favorites. But and I in a loving way. It's not to what was I talking about?
Being surprised by characters and being surprised
That's
by
why I'm
things.
a little worried about that.
Sure, I think that's
worried
real.
That he could surprise me again in a negative way because I think I'm being set up to go, oh, Gawain's going to end up a Egwene's warder. Of course because he loves her, of course he's going to side with her and do the thing that I would do, which is become her warder. But I'm like, there are a lot of ways that this could go wrong, actually.
Yeah.
Thinking about it. And is it that thing of like, I am being set up to go, I'm going to be annoyed with Gawain for the rest of time, but maybe not. Maybe there is a misunderstanding again because he's the misunderstanding king.
He is. I think going back a little bit.
What?
I think another thing that I want to discuss briefly, not to take away from Gawain, I just want to make sure we hit on this talking about.
No, please take away from Gawain. I'm just kidding.
Part of the reason why we are doing Crossroads this way was sort of an experiment, because we have often discussed how perhaps our perception of the slowdown is exacerbated by the pace at which we read these books. And we chose in part to do Crossroads really, really fast to see if that would affect that perception.
And the other side of it was we thought it would be really
it'd be really funny. It was a big part of it, but
yeah.
We thought it would affect the perception, and I, knowing what does and doesn't happen in Crossroads, didn't really want to spend 2 months talking about it. So we thought we'd do it this way instead. And
I'm really eager to get to the meat and potatoes.
Yeah, but my question for you, I guess, Allie, is has this change in pace really affected your perception of these middle books?
No. Yeah. I think that they are slow. I think that I struggle with some of the plot points. I think it feels a little meandery.
Sure.
I think in part because I don't feel that pulse of like urgency.
Yeah.
But
there's ghosts.
Where we're going.
Sorry, I just love
because he went to the dartboard and he hit ghosts.
Ghosts?
Yeah. So I struggle.
Sure.
I'm struggling with it. But I mean, part of that might also be that I hit a really exciting point in the other book that I'm reading. And so I'm like really eager to get to that one. But, yeah, no, I think there is such thing as the slog. I do. I do. I'm sorry to those of you who say it's not real. It is real to me. And you know what? Here's the beautiful thing about art, about books, about that, AI cannot hope to capture. It's that, we think, oh, well, if we use AI, then we can like use all these calculations to figure out what is going to be like the most universally loved thing. There is no universally loved thing. There are billions of people in this freaking world. And like Crossroads could be someone's absolute favorite book. Who am I to say they're wrong? And Absolutely. This is what also bothers me about internet discourse sometimes is they're like, this show is objectively bad. And I go, I bet you there are a lot of people out there while you hate this show that think this is the best show they've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that's just a thing that happens that we can't predict what is going to land with people. And I, here's my thing. Robert Jordan obviously did something experimental here.
Yes.
He was making an experiment of his own as we are making an experiment here, right? And some people may go, the Crossroads of Twilight, one episode was brilliant. And other people might be heartbroken that we do this. I'm sure there will be people who are heartbroken that we do this. And that's the thing is you make these big swings because you're like, this is something that's speaking to me as a creator right now.
Yeah.
Right. And this is something that spoke to Robert Jordan as something cool to try and do. And I kind of go, all right, is it for me? The choice that I personally would look for? No, it's not. And I know that I am someone who really needs like a quick pulse in the books that she's reading. And that is, I think, fair. Do I think that it is impressive to me that at this point in his career, he thought, let me take this swing and try something.
Oh, absolutely.
Unprecedented in these books and see what happens.
Yeah.
I think that's very cool because it's a risk.
Yeah.
He took a risk.
No,
did it work for me? No, it didn't. And that's also valid. Do I respect that he took a swing as an artist? Yeah.
My acting teacher, also directs plays and the like, and he says generally speaking, he says when people come to a play that I have directed, I want them to leave either saying that's the best thing I've ever seen or I fucking hated that's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He says as long as you have an opinion, don't walk out and go, it was fine, take it or leave it. He's like, that means I have failed because I have evoked nothing.
Yeah, it's true. I think that's the hardest thing about making things is you think to yourself, God, I'm going to make this thing and everyone's going to love it and everyone's going to think I'm a genius for making it, right? Because you have to be a little delulu. You have to
convince yourself of that.
You must. It's part of it.
Even though it's not true.
The first draft to me is like falling in love. You're like, no one has ever felt love like this before. It is the most amazing love that's ever existed. This is perfect. This is amazing.
My vision is golden.
My vision is golden. Everyone's going to see that. And then they don't.
Because how could they?
Because you know what?
That's not how the world works. That's not how art works.
The thing that you make, you have to understand, like part of the part of what is making things is going, I'm going to create something that I think is good and that I like. And I have to surround myself with the people who are probably going to like it, but who are also going to give me their honest opinions about how to make it stronger.
Yeah.
But like your dad might not like it.
Yeah.
And that's or ever read it. That is the other thing.
Very possible.
Getting your family and friends to engage in your art is also
real fucking hard.
Really fucking hard because it's a lot of time on their part. And you know what? People don't have a lot of time.
One last... Oh, you're still talking. Please continue.
Yeah, I'm still talking. So the thing that you have to learn is like you're creating for you ultimately.
Yeah.
And doing the things that you find interesting and hoping that speaks to other people, but that kind of can't be the point. You know, you kind of have to know that you're writing ultimately for you.
Yeah. Well, you're writing for the act of creation.
You know, maybe an idea
and also
of who else
you
might
get commissioned to do it.
Yeah, and maybe an idea of who else might be interested in that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, especially in your early career, like you're just kind of throwing spaghetti at your own wall and seeing what sticks. And that's awesome. And I can't imagine having a series that became as popular as it did and how vulnerable that ends up feeling, because that becomes this huge responsibility of like there are all these people who have different ideas of what this series should become and how this should go. And I do respect that at this point, his thought process was, you know what? I am going to release a book in which I'm going to really delve into this world in a way that doesn't advance the plot. I do respect that he was like, I'm going to write what's interesting to me. And that's not the book Allie would have written, maybe, right? If our roles had been switched. But it's the book Robert wanted to write.
Yeah.
And that's great.
I believe the idea here is it's a deep breath before the plunge, you know?
Yeah. And I'm a person that is someone who kind of has to remind myself to breathe. So I tend to be attracted to things that are a little more plotty. And I get that note a lot as a writer is like, okay, but we also need to take breaths.
Yeah.
And so that's my own thing that I am working on as a writer is remembering to breathe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I you know what? And I have a hard time, I think in general. I know I jab at Robert sometimes for some of his viewpoints that he accidentally puts into the books. But I have a hard time, I think, critiquing writers for doing something that interests them.
Oh, absolutely. That was not my intention in bringing this up.
No. I think that's kind of my thing as a whole is I'm just like making art is hard.
Real hard.
Making art that's popular is hard because you really do have to ultimately kind of be like, this is how I see the world and this is what I want to say. And hopefully other people will look at it and go, wow, that's cool. But a lot of them might not.
Yeah.
And you just kind of have to be okay with that. Like there's no book on Goodreads that has all 5 stars.
No.
There just isn't. And I am a chronic, like I'm either a 1-star or a 5-star gal. It's either for me or it's not.
Sure.
And
well, and you might give something 5 stars even if you didn't like it, if you think it was well written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a 3-star for me.
Sure.
Yeah, I do a 1, a 5, or a 3. Yeah. A 3 is like, it was well written, but not for me.
Yeah.
1 is like, well, and who am I to even say what well written is? You know, that's kind of the thing. Is I'm like, what's well written to one person is not to another person.
True.
It's
that's
impossible.
Yeah. Didn't mean to be reductive.
Yeah, and it's impossible. And then also all of these other factors come into the equation too, right? Like where we're at in the dialogue of our world, right? What society's doing, what's going to speak to people is going to change depending on a lot of factors, right? And if your name is popular, some people might hate it just because it's popular.
That happens. That
happens a lot.
Yeah.
Right? The contrarians always come out and go, well, actually, I didn't like it because X. And I just go, how could you not like it? It made me weep uncontrollably. But that's it. It's just, we all come at it from a different experience. Your experience of it is just as valid as mine. So yeah, it's hard. I'm not here to say like, this was bad. I'm here to say, for me, the slog exists. For you, it might not.
One thing though, I do want to say, as you poor thing, we're still a little sick. Mm-hmm. For this book in particular, is that while perhaps it is the slowest in our experience, it is far, far, far from the most upsetting.
Yeah. I think Crown of Swords is still my least favorite of all of them. And again, in that book, and we'll talk about this eventually, I think, when we do some kind of deep dive on this, if we we will get around to it. But
here, take a clear throat.
I know it's clear. This is as clear as it's getting, you know, and it just does this thing.
Sure.
So I think Robert was trying something then too.
Yeah.
It didn't work for me.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah. So back to...
I still like the series. I still love the series.
Of course.
I mean, if I didn't love it, we wouldn't be doing this, right? But back to my notes.
Yes, as we were saying.
Why the fuck would they negotiate with Elida? This is my thing. Elida is going to be like, my terms are Egwene gets stilled and
this
maybe
is my
executed.
best and final offer.
And, yeah, exactly. She's going to be like, best and final offer. And they're going to be like, no. And they're going to say, Elida steps down, and Elida's going to go, no. I mean, I could see a world in which maybe she gets betrayed by the sitters and Alviarin.
Sure.
I could see a world in which that happens. But then the Black Aja Brigade is kind of still Team Elida.
Yes, they are.
So this is all going to be kind of a mess. And I don't think the negotiation is going to work, but maybe I'm wrong. But I said, I'm going to say this as eloquently as possible. This is dumb silly pants. Bannon seems like a straight up dumbass. Oh, that's the one. She's the one who wants to negotiate. Bannon.
Oh, Bannon, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, she seems like a straight up dumbass. And then something happened and I said, ha ha ha, get fucked.
Are you still in chapter 16?
Yeah. But I don't know what it was. Someone said something mean.
Bannon nearly faints when they say they have to exile Elida.
Oh, yeah. I was like, good move, Egwene. Because, yeah, she should say, these are the terms.
Yeah.
Because she goes, okay, fine. I'm going to look like a benevolent person and say, you can negotiate.
But
here are my terms.
She's walking.
Yeah, but I am not going to let you fuck me over for your little deal because you should have thought of this, honestly, months ago.
Yes.
This is not the time.
Go ahead and read the rest of your Egwene notes.
Chapter 17. The Weevils. They're wobbling.
They sure are. A lot of Weevils this book.
A lot of Weevils this book. Egwene playing undercover boss. Oh, yeah, because she's not... She goes out not in her, like, stole and everything. Kind of, like, inspecting how things are going.
Yes.
Did these women literally elect an Amerlin and then almost immediately backslide because it started to seem hard to overthrow the tower?
Yes.
Exhausting. This kid's name is really Lettuce.
Yes. Well, Lettice, but yes, it's Lettuce.
Right. Lettuce. Lyanna, you couldn't ask a different novice. Let the kid see her sister. Oh, the kid's like, I'm going to go see my sister. We've been separated since we got here. And Lyanna's like, no, you're not. You're going to hold Egwene's horse. And I'm like, there are other novices walking by. Can you just let this kid go see her sister? Come on. What's the sister's name anyway? Tomato? Because her name's Lettuce.
Bacon. They're a triplet.
They're triplets.
Bacon, lettuce, and tomato.
Oh, Bacon got fucked and didn't get magical powers. Could you imagine? That would suck. Rarely was a woman given a chair before wearing the shawl for 100 years or more. What is this, Congress?
Egwene
is selling Quendiar on Etsy.
I love it.
All right. And that is chapter 17. Chapter 18. Halima. Gus, ready the sexy baby voice.
Hello.
A luxury to be treasured quite apart from what her fingers could do. No comment. Oop.
Okay.
Swan fish metaphor. Bingo square
Bingo
achieved.
square. I love hitting that button.
Swan thinks Cadsuane is a dark friend. Take it easy there, rainbow fish.
She really, really leans in on that one.
Call her rainbow fish because she makes fish metaphors and she was the Amerlin.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah.
Love it. Chapter 19. So Shatter Logoth is Shatter Logon. Am I right?
Yes, it is.
Rand needs to do a quick email chain to let everyone know that he did the cleansing.
Yes.
Ugh, I'm sure the reply alls would be horrid.
Yes.
Gus, who do you think would be the person most likely to reply all?
Perrin.
You're so right about that, though.
And he would reply all with a question mark.
You're so right.
Yeah, no,
Perrin
it's
would absolutely reply all. Who else? Remember there was that company that had that problem where someone emailed the entire company and then like everyone just kept replying all? No,
the issue was that their IT department didn't set it up so that out of office replies would only send the once. So they did two things actually. They fucked it up and they didn't set up their distribution list for the entire firm to be a limited number of people who could send to it. And two, out of office replies would echo. So somebody sent a firm-wide to everybody in the company, which was like 500 people. 400 of them were out of office. So then 400 out of office emails started playing Eternal Ping Pong and crashed everything.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what would happen because of Perrin. The girls are fighting. It's straight out of Real Housewives.
Yeah.
I've been saying balance is the answer forever. Finally, they're realizing this. They do need to work with the Black Tower. They do.
They do.
Just
yes.
Point blank, period. Like, they need to work with the Black Tower. I've been saying it forever. I don't love that they're like, we'll force bond them. That's trash. But I don't think that's going to go over well. I kind of am hoping for a world in which they kind of like bond each other.
That would be good.
Right? So that no one's got like the ultimate power over the other.
That would be good. Can you bond someone who has bonded you?
I feel like yes.
What would be the ramifications?
Well, would there be ramifications? Didn't they do that with Rand Avienda?
Rand didn't bond any of them. They all bonded him. Rand has never bonded anybody.
Oh.
Rand, as far as I know, doesn't know the weave.
Oh.
You remember because the Black Tower came up with the orgasm bonding weave.
Well, that may change. Well, they're not going insane anymore, so because they were like, well, what happens? They could go insane. That could be bad. And I go, well, they're not going insane anymore.
Yes.
So, oh wow, it's happening. It's actually happening. I don't know what. I forget.
Was that chapter 19?
Yeah.
They vote to connect with the Black Tower.
Oh yeah. Balance is happening. Oh, and people faint and shit. And
Sheriam specifically is having an absolute meltdown over this. Well,
yeah, because it's what needs to happen. I think she's like, oh, fuck, I'm going to get my ass beat so hard for this.
Probably, right? Especially if you're right about the whole thing of the Gars are there to prevent, in some way, the two towers from collaborating.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario for the Dark Friends.
Not good.
Yeah, this is which, frankly, we should go back and look at who is really having a conniption. I understand that some of them are going to have a conniption just because cooties, no, them going insane, all that. But they need to and here's the thing. There is going to be a Black Tower split because Mazzy Pizzazz is a bad dude. And
he's not good.
Has his little coterie of assholes.
I feel like we've already kind of got like, there's a few Ashaman who are not at the tower who are chill and working with Rand. And then there's Taim running the show. And then Logain is kind of like
a side option.
Hey, everybody, maybe we shouldn't do that.
And I think he's going to have his own group break off. Like, there's going to be a break off once we've come to terms with the fact that Master Taim is a bad dude. Okay, chapter 20. I'm a little worried. Oh, wow. How relevant. I'm a little worried what might happen if they send an embassy to the tower with Maz in charge and the Aes Sedai force bonded. That's not going to go over super well.
That would not be good.
That's not going to go over super well.
Well, as we know from chapter 22, the other tower does learn about this because Tovene sends a letter.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not going to go over super well. I do think it's necessary. I think that there's going to be a group of bad guys, and I just worry about them, going to the group of bad guys, not realizing that they're bad guys, and Logain's group is the good guys, ostensibly. There was no such thing as privacy from your maid. I would hate that so much.
Yes.
That would be the worst thing in the world. I need privacy a lot. I need my space. I need to, no. I'm kind of with Avienda at the bath where she's like, I can put on my own fucking robe.
Yeah.
Like, why do we need people to put on our robes for us? Like that just feels
a little much.
Icky. Egwene, darling, this is hypocritical of me to say, I know, but you need to eat when you're stressed. I often forget.
Yes.
When I'm hyperfixating. There's a lot of bad things about Halima, but I cannot stand for a woman to be slut-shamed at this time.
No.
And then I just wrote, Greta Gerwig.
I agree.
Because I was outraged. Here's how it should be read, probably. Here's the line reading. There's a lot of bad things about Halima, but I cannot stand for a woman to be slut-shamed at this time. Greta Gerwig.
I like it.
That's how that...
If you don't know who Greta Gerwig is, she's a film director. She directed
the Barbie
movie that came out recently. That,
whatever.
Yeah.
Meeting in the dream world. Bingo!
Yay!
I so love Egwene having a moment of appreciating how much Avienda has changed. Or is it Egwene who appreciates this?
Well, it's Egwene's POV.
Oh, yeah. She's thinking about it. She's meeting with Aviendha.
Yes.
So I said, I so love Egwene having a moment of appreciating how much Aviendha has changed. It truly is such an underrated part of growing older. Just like seeing the changes in your friends and being like, wow, look how far you've come.
Because Elaine,
I'm proud of you.
Elaine can't get there because she has buttered noodle weaves.
Oh, yeah. Pregnancy weave. Egwene dreams about doing Sisyphean tasks. Is she also reading Crossroads of Twilight? Listen, what's a good little ribbing amongst friends? Like, I truly do feel like Robert Jordan and I would have been pals in some ways. So I'm like, I'm ribbing him. But yay, dream shit. This is my favorite.
Yeah, I love dream shit.
Yay. Okay, I did not expect to have fun dream shit.
Yeah, it just pops up.
How sad would this Gawain stuff be if I'm wrong and he kills Egwene?
Very sad.
Because she's just like paragraph after paragraph about, oh, he's going to be my warder. We're going to do the naked dance for real, not just in the dreams.
Do you want to talk about this? The dreams she has?
I'm getting them.
Oh, okay.
I wrote all of them down. Matt playing at bowls. Oh, it's bowling, but he's bowling man. Spooky. I'm assuming that's him being a commander.
He knocks. Well, can I read what it says on Ewok?
Yeah.
He knocks over pins again and again. Only the pins are men, and they are dead.
Yeah.
Each pin represents thousands of men, and an illuminator was part of it.
So, a couple things that I'm taking from this. The men are the people that Matt is commanding. He's sending them into battle, right? They're going to die.
The men are the pins. He's bowling.
Or he's killing them.
The men are the pins.
Yeah, so he's through his commanding, he's killing people. But, I mean, a bowling ball looks a lot like a bomb.
It does.
Or a cannonball.
Yes.
So I'm thinking Matt and Aludra invent bombs.
That would make sense.
Wait, he already kind of have. Matt's already kind of bombed
Matt
something.
made a bomb once by accident. You remember Aludra's whole thing now is that she wants to find a bell founder.
Right, to make cannons.
Probably.
So my thing is that they're going to, and so he, in doing so, a lot of people are going to die because of the bomb.
They'd be inventing high yield explosives.
Right. We're introducing, nuclear warfare into Tudor England.
Yes.
So a lot of people are going to die.
And bombs that can be controlled by not just channelers.
Right.
So,
so that's going to be, I mean, here's the thing. We kind of need to do this because otherwise the regular people amongst them become just cannon fodder, right?
A little bit. We kind of need them to be able to fight back in their own unique and special way. That would make sense.
Matt's playing bowling, but obviously that's going to be bombs. And Illuminator is part of it. Okay, that means bombs. And the bowling ball is probably a cannonball or something. Also, the Illuminator being part of it made me a little bit concerned that means the Illuminator will die.
Maybe.
Egwene climbing a treacherous mountain seems obvious, right?
Sure.
Because of what she's doing right now.
Sure.
Also, I don't know, is it Dragon Mount? I mean, you think mountains, you think Dragon Mount.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Could be
more, Egwene, ominous. Could she die? La-da-da. A Shan-Chan woman is tied to Egwene's fate, saves her life. Hopefully,
that's kind of interesting.
Together, they're going to stop slavery.
That would be good.
But I think this is Aegyanen.
Why?
Because she's friends with
some
Egwene's friends.
Sure, yeah,
and
okay.
Typically that means that you'll probably hang out.
How's she gonna help
But
Egwene?
maybe Tuon. Because she's the only other Shan-Chan that I could think of that would have
any level of sympathy
special
at all?
interest in keeping Egwene alive. Because they're hanging out with Egwene's friends. But I think it's going to be Aegyanen. Maybe it has something to do with her being Amyrlin's seat, or maybe a plot point I don't know about yet, or maybe they save them from Gawain. Maybe Gawain does try to kill Egwene.
Gawain tries to kill Egwene.
That gets stopped.
Aegyanen saves Egwene.
Could be.
I like it.
Well, Gawain doesn't realize it's Egwene, goes to kill her because he thinks, oh, that's the other Amyrlin that's against Elaida. Maybe, additional substitute mommy will appreciate me more if I kill the Amyrlin.
Second substitute mom.
Yeah. She's standing on something that sounds like Quendiar with a white plinth and white flame. Two ravens almost knock it over. Okay, so now this is going to expound on my theory. Two ravens almost knock it over, but it just wobbles.
Yes.
Egwene decides this means a Seanchan will help her get the White Tower.
Is that what she determines?
I think so.
I don't think that's what she determines.
Yeah, it is what she determines.
I think she determines that this one means that the Seanchan are going to attack the White Tower.
No, she thinks this means a Seanchan will help her get the White Tower, but then the Seanchan will attack the White Tower.
Well, Seanchan will help her, not necessarily help her get the tower.
Okay, well, maybe read what she says.
Well, that's why.
And we'll see.
Okay.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Why would she dream of a Seanchan woman saving her, and then of the Seanchan attacking the White Tower? An attack that would shake the Aes Sedai to their core and threaten the tower itself. Of course, it was only a possibility, but the events seen in true dreams were more likely than other possibilities.
Okay, so you're right, but I was sick. And
it's okay, I support you.
When I wrote this down. Oh shit, Anaya's dead.
She just fucking dies. Yeah, she's just fucking dead.
Halima
What's up
kills
with that?
Her, right?
Probably, yeah.
I mean, it felt kind of random.
Pour one out, by the way, for a day 2 original here. Anaya from book fucking 2. I
know.
Just chilling out in the
the
background.
The one who taught Egwene about the dream world.
Yep.
I mean, about dreamers is dead. That's a bummer. And I never thought that she was Black Aja. I had never thought that, I think. I don't think I
Anaya, I think you were always on her team.
Yeah, I was always on Team Anaya. So that's a bummer. It's kind of random.
Why would Halima kill Anaya?
I forgot. They had an explanation, I thought.
Who had an explanation?
I thought they were like, oh, it must be because... Oh, no. They didn't have an explanation. What am I saying? Because, I mean, obviously Talima.
Probably.
Or Shiriam acting on behalf of, somebody. But why would they kill Anaya? Because of Toliran Riyadh shit? Because she knows too much about Toliran Riyadh?
Maybe. I can posit a possible reason.
Because they're trying to get rid of the votes to make the Black Tower thing happen?
I can posit they were murdered with Saidin, by the way. So yeah, that's definitely Halima.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's definitely Halima.
I can posit a reason that is based on a throwaway line from very early.
Please.
She's really good buddies, or was really good buddies, with Cabriana McCondies.
The person that Semirog tortured to death?
Yes.
Why would that matter?
Why did Semirog torture Cabriana McCondies to death?
To learn more about the White Tower?
For what purpose?
Infiltrator?
She was torturing Cabriana McCondies to get a bunch of verifiable information that Halima could use as a backstory.
Oh, right. So I guess, but why now?
I have no idea.
Why not kill her books ago?
Because
she's been hanging around for 2 books now.
She killed somebody else who was Cabriana's friend a while ago. I'm assuming that maybe she got curious.
I mean, could it be that it's kind of a combination of okay, I will do this to maybe sow distrust for men who can channel.
That could also be.
And also get rid of someone who might be able to identify me.
That could also
as
be.
An imposter.
That could also be.
Okay. I guess I buy that. But it just feels like late in the game for that.
It is. It is also possible that Robert Jordan was like, I need something exciting to happen. Yeah, I will kill Anaya.
I think that's probably pretty likely. Which, no problem. It just felt sudden.
Yeah, it's a little sudden.
Ooh. Okay, so should we go into chapter 21?
Now let's rip the Egwene chapters real quick. Even though we've been talking for an hour, I truly don't think we've covered almost everything there is to talk about. Chapter 16, the subject negotiations. What's this?
A bowl.
Bryn Bowl. We already talked about this. They're outside of the town. He talks to Gareth. Gareth says, let's attack. And she says no. And we talked about that. Negotiations. Delana wants them to... What is she trying to get them to do? Declare that Elida is Black Aja, right? That's Delana's thing?
Oh, yeah. She wants that to happen.
Yeah.
Which, that's dumb.
Why does she want that, though?
Because she thinks that will make the tower... that will make everybody turn against Elida.
Yeah. And also why?
Because
she's Black Aja. Yeah. And because Halima's telling her to do stupid fucking things.
Yeah. The Gars are kind of comically ineffective.
God, I love them, but they're so utterly worthless. I love them.
We
they're
brought
so
them
goofy.
back for what, though?
They're problematic in a lot of ways. But yeah, I know. It's just She gives Egwene headaches, kills some people, interrupts a couple dreams. That's it.
That's it.
Maybe she does more later. We'll see. And that's the end of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Allie, is called Secrets. That's the logo. What is it?
It's the Ravens.
Ravens.
Oh, speaking of Ravens, when we're talking about the dreams, Matt is also associated with the Ravens.
Is he?
Yes.
How?
He's got the Ravens on his
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
So that could also be Matt fucking with whatever's going on with Egwene.
She's pretty sure it's the Seanchan.
I mean, I'm sure it is. I'm just saying, I mean, if the Seanchan are involved, that's kind of weird and rough for Matt.
Yes.
Because Tuon is Seanchan,
yes.
and Egwene is a woman who can channel, who's his childhood friend.
Yes. That might cause conflict down the line, don't you think?
Will cause conflict down the line.
Wouldn't that be an interesting thing to explore?
I think it would be an interesting thing to explore. I think that is inevitably a conflict that we will explore.
Wouldn't that be something that would be a lot of interesting setup?
Fucking slavery. Can we end it? End it. End it. End it. Wouldn't it be great that Matt, who sees the women who could channel as people, hopefully, because of his best childhood friends.
Also his sister.
And his fucking sister. Oh my God, yeah. Bode. Could he convince Tuon that they are people and that they should not be fucking leashed?
Maybe. We'll have to read and find out.
God, I fucking hope so.
Otherwise,
the books are all going in the freezer.
Okay, so chapter 17, Delana being annoying, and Aya says no one's going to return to Elida. If we have negotiations, it's not like we're going to just give up.
God, I hope not. But I'm not sure. These women are just fucking around.
Egwene thinks about how she could sink the ships that are coming to the harbor and circumventing the chain, but instead she's like, no, I will not, because I'm pretending I've sworn the oaths, because
That's so goddamn dumb.
Snort the oaths for breakfast, because Swan talked me out of undoing the oaths, and now I'm fucking all about oaths. I want the oaths to marry me.
The oaths are so goddamn dumb.
Now, we've talked about this before. There's some justification.
Not at this point. There's justification, but like it's dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. The Black Tower doesn't have oaths. Okay, fine. The White Tower can have oaths when the Black Tower has oaths. How about that? Fair. Also, the oaths are curtailing they're truncating
they're chopping
their lives.
Lifespans in half. Yeah,
that's a no for me.
They agreed to stretch out the talks for a long time, so they're negotiating, or they're gonna, which is cool. She tries to get them to tell her who the Adjaheads are. They refuse. Hilariously, if you check the glossary, one of the people who refuses to say this is Myrell. Myrell is currently the head of the Rebel Green Adja. Here we go, Allie.
Oh, Myrell.
What had spilled out of the fellow's basket onto the street caught Egwene's eye and made her shiver. A tall heap of meal crawling with weevils, till it seemed there were as many moving black specks as meal.
Another bubble of weevil.
The men must all have been carrying ruined meal to the midden heaps.
The weevils as the weevils.
Too many baskets of meal and grain had to be disposed of every day. For that matter, half the barrels of salt pork and salt beef opened for use stank so that there was nothing to be done except bury them. Weevils could appear any time, and merchants trying to stretch their profits always sold some rotting meat along with the good.
Ew.
Among the Aes Sedai, though, it was cause for deep worry. Every barrel of meat, every sack of grain or flour or meal had been surrounded by a keeping as soon as bought, and whatever was woven into a keeping could not change until the weave was removed. But still, the meat rotted, and the insects multiplied. It was as though Sidar itself was failing. Thoughts on this? We haven't really talked about the weevils of it all.
It's bubbles of weevil.
Bubbles of weevil. She goes to the Quendiar tent. They have a whole tent for pottery class. The whole tent where they're testing for pottery class. And Lettuce is there.
I just think about Rivik Factory Wedding. The Greeks invented pottery. That was terrible.
We can't talk about movies.
Oh, fuck. We didn't do it.
They go into the pottery class tent, and Shireena's there. Remember her?
No.
Shirena Malloy. Isn't she the one Who is?
Who is she?
Is she the one where in this is the one. Remember in Nynaeve's accepted test, they talk about Sharina Sedai, and then it turns out Sharina Malloy is a real person. She's like a 70-year-old woman who they brought in as a novice, and she's stronger than Nynaeve.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you remember this lady?
What did she do in the accepted test? Was she evil?
She just existed. And Nynaeve was like, ew, hate that there is any level of reality or prognostication in there.
That's a little creepy.
Yeah. So they're working on Quendiar. They're trying to make some Quendiar. They're trying to turn what are these iron cups into Quendiar?
I wonder if the arches are just showing you alternative turns of the wheel.
That's a possibility.
Like the flickers.
How did Egwene figure out how to make Quendiar?
There's a malevolentness to the... Sorry, really quickly.
You're fine, please.
There's a malevolent nature to the arches because it's also trying to convince you to stay.
Yes.
It's a little creepy.
A little bit.
So what would the original purpose of that have been?
I don't know.
Prison?
Maybe. How did Egwene learn to make Quendiar?
Egwene learned to make Quendiar by...
She inferred it from some stuff Maggedion said.
Oh, yeah.
Which is not quite as funny as when she was like, hey, dumbass. Hey, shit fuck. You know how to make gateways? She's like, well, maybe I do. And she goes, is it like this? And then she just makes a gateway, which is still top 5 Egwene Alvear moment of all time.
She totally shook that Forsaken.
Nicola's there. Nicola, how you doing? And Nicola leaves. Nicola's like, I wish I could get stronger faster, like y'all. And I know how to do foretellings. And we're like, you've done one foretelling and it was some shit we already knew. So let's all take a breath.
Let's calm down now.
She's like, let me work harder. And Egwene is like, no, go away. We talk about, sorry to focus on the Quendiar stuff. I just think it's really interesting. They talk about Nicola for 5 pages.
Yeah, and how Nicola threatened Egwene at one point, and then Egwene was like, no, don't do that. That's silly.
Apparently yesterday, Bodwin and Nicola tried to make... Bodwin's a good girl, but she spends more time giggling and playing with the other novices than applying herself if she isn't watched.
It's almost like she's a child.
Yesterday, she and Alfin Conley tried 2 items at once just to see what would happen, and the things fused together in a solid lump.
Okay, that's kind of funny, though.
Useless for sale, of course, unless you find someone who wants a pair of half-iron, half-Quendiar cups joined at angles. And the like knows what might have happened to the girls. Okay,
but they're kids. Yeah. They're going to fuck around. They're kids.
Apparently, you can only really turn... Is it anything? They're experimenting mostly on iron?
I mean, I get it. It's dangerous. They're fucking around with welding tools, essentially.
Yeah, kind of. And they're turning metal into Quendiar, and that's concerning. I mean...
Yeah. I know. Okay. But... Still, she's a child.
Well, the other thing, too, is they've stuck these 2 cups together, and now they cannot be... They were 2 separate items, and now they are linked together and cannot be removed from one another.
Okay, but that's kind of funny.
Yeah, but they've kind of ruined the purpose of the cups. They can't sell them. They can't do it. They can't separate them and drink with them. They're chained together.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny.
Yeah. It just seems kind of dangerous. Anyway,
it definitely is dangerous. No, I'm just saying they're kids. They did a dumb thing.
Sure. But
it's not necessarily it looks like Bode has inherited a smidge of Matt Coffin's troublemaking streak, is what I will say.
Now this is weird.
But I'm like, why would we let unsupervised kids fuck around with welding tools?
Yeah.
Let's supervise them when they're making the Quendiar, perhaps.
Now, this is... Egwene is watching them work on Quendiar, Chiron and Lyanna, and she goes, her attention on Chiron's cup, the line of white, crept upward steadily. When Lyanna did this weave, black iron turned to white Quendiar as if the iron were sinking quickly into milk. For Egwene herself, the change was faster than the blink of an eye, black to white in a flash. It would have to be Chiron and Lyanna. But even Lyanna was barely fast enough. Chiron needed time to improve. Days? Weeks? Whatever was necessary, because anything less meant disaster for the women involved and for the men who would die fighting in the streets of Tar Valon, and maybe for the tower. Suddenly, Egwene was glad she'd approved Bayanin's suggestion. Telling Chiron why she needed to try harder might have spurred her efforts, but this was another secret that had to be kept until the time came to unveil it to the world. What the fuck is this? Why does she need people who can make Quendiar fast?
They need a lot of money.
What does it have to do with
armor?
What does it have to do with the sieging?
Shield?
What does it have to do with men who could die fighting? What is this? What is the relevance here?
Is this something they could do with the chain?
What
if they Quendiar the chain? Then it won't be able to go up and down.
Well, if you Quendiar links together, do they stick?
Yeah, because the cups.
Oh, I suppose that could work.
Right?
Yeah, I guess.
Couldn't you do that?
Maybe. I suppose.
You just like Quendiar the mechanism so that it sticks?
You could, yeah, well, you could. You'd block off the harbor forever.
Or you do it when it's lowered so that then
then anybody can get in.
Then anybody could get in.
Sure. I guess that could be interesting.
And if you can't undo it, it's Quendiar.
That's true. Ooh. Anyway, that's the end of chapter 17. Chapter 18, Allie, a chat with Swan. What's this? Forsaken. Okay, there's two things I want to touch on here. Egwene wants to set up so Aes Sedai can retire into the kin.
Okay.
Thoughts?
No.
What? No. Why no?
I didn't hear what you said, so then I had to figure out what to say.
Egwene wants to formally set it up so that the Aes Sedai, when they are at the end of their careers, instead of just fucking off to a farm, they forswear their oaths and retire into the kin.
For what purpose?
So that they don't just have Aes Sedai dying at 200. Like, this way, if they're getting older, rather than just dying...
so that they don't have to deal with the whole... Well, then what the fuck are the oaths for?
Well, they're no longer Aes Sedai at that point.
Yeah, but the kin are walking around in their magic and no one's going to regulate any of that.
Yeah, just it's a different society, I guess.
I guess it's a way to keep tabs on them.
Yeah.
So we don't just have a bunch of like 600-year-old old women who are out there who can channel. Because they could still do just as bad of stuff.
They could, yeah.
Right? Like, look at it. Van Deen. She's killed people.
Maybe she has.
Oh, come on. Please. Gus, you big liar.
Egwene herself is not totally sure how she feels about this plan, but she's kind of like, this might be a good idea.
Might be a good idea? Yeah, I mean, I guess they'd just kind of be in a little society. Yeah, okay. What age? What age are we going to do this?
When they're ready to retire. Because I said I retire all the time, right? Cadsuane has retired like 6 times.
I don't think that counts as retirement.
Cadsuane is the Tom Brady of the White Tower.
That was a stellar reference.
That is the only thing I can refer to about football is that Tom Brady keeps retiring.
Very funny.
We have a lot of people who follow us and listen to our podcast who are really into sports. This one is for you.
That one was for you.
I probably got the guy's name wrong.
No, you got Tom Brady. Go. Tom Brady was right. All right. Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
It sounds okay. Keep tabs on people. I guess, keep rules in place. But I don't know. You have a 600-year-old woman who could still kill you living next door.
Yeah. That is all that I have to say for this chapter. Chapter 19, Allie, is called Surprises. This is the logo. What's this?
An Aes Sedai tier.
It's the tier. They have a meeting. Oh, Black Aja. Go to the tower. Black Aja. Yes, no, we've talked about this. Anything else you want to talk about here?
No.
Okay. Young sitters. We've talked about that. There's a hole where Shatter Logoth was. Oh, by the way, this is half a week after the cleansing.
Okay. Oh, so now we're going to after the cleansing.
Yes, this is several days later.
Okay. So now we're going through people's... Are we just going to go back through and recheck in with each character and see what their reaction to the cleansing was?
Well, this is them a few days later going, what do we do about this? Mm-hmm. There was a lot of Sidene used there.
Sure.
And then they talk about the Ashaman, and we've already talked about that.
I just feel like Rand needs to bop into each person's area. Just figure out where everyone is. Right? Because Elaine knows where Egwene is.
Well, not now.
Well, Arianda does.
Not anymore. Well, Avienda does, yeah.
Here's what I do if I were Rand. Because we need to communicate. First of all, we do a once weekly meeting just to touch base until Iron Riyadh, see where we all are, right? Get together. Then, so that's one thing I would do instantly, off the bat. Then I would also gateway to everybody post-cleansing and just let them know. Just send them a quick message. Like, hey, that was me, Rand al'Thor. We cleansed the taint. Men are no longer going to go insane when they channel. Do with that information what you think is appropriate, considering Time and Guidance is coming.
Yeah. They agreed to seek an agreement with the Black Tower, and that's the end of Chapter 19. Chapter 20, Allie, in the night. What's this?
It's a ring. It's
dream
a dream ring.
They talk for a long time. They don't determine what to do.
They kind of just do a quick check-in.
Yeah, Chesa chastises Egwene because she hasn't eaten.
Yeah, and that's fair. She does need to eat.
She's got weevils in her rolls.
Take care of yourself so you can take care of others.
Got to pick the weevils. What? Would you talk about the rot for a minute? What's up with everything rotting?
Well, obviously, again, I say it's a bubble of weevil, but it's clearly the dark one fucking around like you did with the weather.
Spin the wheel, throw the dart, weevils. Ghosts and weevils.
They were on the same card. Weevil ghosts.
Weevil ghosts. Oh shit, that would be terrifying.
Weevil ghosts.
Little tiny weevils. You can't even stomp on them. She goes to sleep. We've already talked about this. She meets with Avienda. What do they talk about?
I truly sound like Scooby-Doo when I say
ghosts.
Ghosts?
They talk about the Black Tower and how they should or should not ally with it. And Avienda is like, I don't think the wise ones are going to go in for that. I think that's a shitty fucking idea. But all right. Anyway, have you guys done anything with this whole explodey-doo in the sky? And you're like, yeah, kind of, not really.
That's a little better. I wasn't satisfied with my first route. I was like, hey, this should be deeper.
Avienda does not tell Egwene that she's pretty sure it was Rand at the cleansing.
I feel like she should have told her that.
Probably should have told her that, but
that absolutely, that was a fuck up on Avienda's part in terms of communication. What the fuck? Why didn't you tell her that? Did it slip your mind? Oh my God. These people need like a regional manager or something. I don't know. Some kind of, someone in charge of them to just make it so that they communicate. Oh my God. Just the lack of communication in my fucking Wheel of Time is just absolutely driving me batshit. Anyway. But it's fine. It's not like that information is going to be pertinent.
They leave the meeting. She dreams about Gawain and how he has a nice butt. Matt, bowling, etc. We've talked about this.
For soup.
Bowling for soup. We've talked about all this. Okay. Halima asleep.
Oh my God.
Well, I wouldn't mind a good night's sleep myself. All right, I just had to do a quick sexy baby voice.
You had to.
I had to. It's obligatory.
I said it in the notes.
It's literally the law.
I put it in the notes.
And they're like, oh my God, Anaya's dead. And she's like, ah. And she goes, it was Sidene. She goes, ah. Don't tell anyone. We'll figure it out. And that's the end of chapter 20. All right, Allie, here we are in the tower. Welcome to the tower.
Woo!
Can you share? Welcome to the tower. Everyone's afraid. All right. Do you have notes?
Yep.
For 21.
Some.
A mark.
Yep.
Couple, 2, 3.
Alviarin, interesting. Where have you been? Oh, Elida's getting sassy. Oh, I don't know who to root for. Just hit each other, I suppose.
Yes.
I'm guessing this red rod doesn't do the same thing as Elaine's.
Is there a red?
There's a red rod.
Oh, cool. Might do the same thing as Elaine's.
We finally get a description of what Masana's disguise looks like, and it doesn't rule out Danelle.
Well, yeah, because she has the weird shadow thing, and then that vanishes, and she turns into a very familiar-looking woman with blue eyes.
Gus, what color eyes does Danelle have?
I'm really not sure.
Can you look it up?
I'm not sure if that's going to be documented anywhere.
Look it up. Look it up. You know what? If it is, it's going to be somewhere. Nope. I believe.
I'm really not sure if that's stated in the text.
Oh, come on. Look it up on the wiki.
I'm really not sure.
There's got to be a wiki. And it's got to be like eye color blue.
Well, yeah, but not everybody's going to have an eye color. And even if they do have an eye color, it's not necessarily going to matter.
Is it too much for you to just look it up on the wiki? I can't look it up because it'll say Danelle, a.k.a. Masana.
Okay, yeah. According to the wiki, she does have blue eyes.
I'm sorry, she what?
She has blue eyes.
She what?
Has blue eyes.
I believe that I will win. 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 I just woke up Petey. He's so cute. He's got a face. Okay. That is the glorious love that I have for my baby dog. Hello, my baby dog.
Oh, apparently they mention her eyes in the Fires of Heaven prologue. Okay.
Oh, do they?
Yes. Anyway, continuing.
How interesting. How relevant. Now we're going to need to go through and look up every sitter and their eye color.
No.
Gus?
I won't do that.
Gus,
you can page back through the book if you want.
Gus, we're going to go through each fucking sitter right now.
All right, continuing on. It is hour 7.
Okay.
We have reached hour 7.
Hour 7.
Of recording.
Okay. Wait, what? Shidar Hardon is the dark one?
Kind of seems like that.
It's his like proxy?
Kind of seems like he might just be his meat puppet.
Suits?
Yeah.
Hysterical.
Yes.
Incredible. What?
Yeah, that just kind of might be a thing there.
Okay. He's at the dartboard and he's like, Shidar. No, it reads Dark One Meat Puppet?
Question mark?
I'm you know what? I was into that reveal.
It's fun.
I was into that. I was like, okay. So the Dark One is doing something or other than the weevils. He walks among us. Why not? I love it. Okay. Chapter 22. So Pavara's backstory is heartbreaking.
Dark. Sad.
Jesus.
Yeah, we knew that one.
Oh my God. The Reds are going to take them as warders. Now this I got to say.
I think that's kind of clever, actually.
You know, like hearing about someone's trauma and then like actually experiencing it. Oh, it's so different. Like you're like, oh, I can't imagine. But like I don't know, anyway, never mind. I'm not going to talk about the show. There is no show in Bossing Say. Oh, fuck. That's
animated. It's okay.
Oh, undo it.
Yeah, that's animated.
You get no second harp.
I thought about it because I made a reference to Avatar and then I took it back and I went, it's Nickelodeon, it's animated, it's tagged.
Not struck.
And is the voice acting struck?
I don't think voice actors
No, it's not.
are striking.
No, yeah it's not.
It's not. Yes. Yeah, because I think for some reason voice actors and audiobook narrators are not. Yeah, it's a different contract.
All right, chapter 21. Alviarin comes home and she's like, God damn it, I left the fucking trash in the bin. There was a rotisserie chicken in there. There's flies everywhere, which is essentially what I am comparing to. I was gone for a month and now Elida has fucked around.
Yeah.
And I'm pissed.
Oh, yeah. Don't leave any meat in your trash can. When you leave your house, you will get maggots and flies.
Yeah, don't do that. That's disgusting.
Grody pants.
She's like, maybe I should talk to Masana about the explody-do down the way.
The explody-do?
The thing that's cleansing.
Oh, the cleansing.
So I guess that means you get Elida/Alviarin notice cleansing, even though it kind of happened in the past.
Oh, come on. That counts.
So I'm going to give it to you. It's fine. She goes to the library. There's 12 depositories. There's also a secret 13th.
What?
I would play the spooky sound, but I will never play it again. I hate it. But he's spooky.
What about?
That's much more appropriate. Thank you. I forgot we had that. Wow, I totally forgot about that one. Zamila's in there in the library, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing in here, Alviarin? She's like, I'm chilling. What are you doing?
Yeah. Chilling in that secret 13th suppository. Oh, wait.
No, definitely not a suppository. 13 suppositories. That's too many suppositories.
Sorry.
She almost wanted to tell Zamila what was happening on Tremalking, just to see whether the woman would flinch. What's happening on Tremalking? Zamila's a sea folk.
Oh, wait. Oh, the Shanchan?
what's happening on Tremalking, which is the island where the Amayar live?
Oh, they're all dead.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, they're fucked. They're fucked. Ooh.
Apparently in the Age of Legends, they had elevators. Because she's like, oh my God, that sounds so cool.
That is cool.
It is cool. I love them.
We do love a good elevator.
I love how excited she gets about the concept of lifts.
So, disabled women in the tower just are fucked? What is the... what's the plan?
I don't know. I think Robert Jordan
This is what we should talk about instead of...
Aes Sedai menopause.
Aes Sedai menopause. What do the old and or otherwise disabled people do in the tower when there's billions of stairs?
They figure it out with magic? I don't know. Because you can't make yourself fly, not really. So
is it like... Yeah, these are the questions. We'll talk about this instead of Aes Sedai menstruation.
So she goes into the room, and Elida's there, and she's got, like, a shitload of sitter heads, of Aja heads and sitters with her. Half the sitters. And she's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You're not allowed to have a meeting without me, you shithead.
Well, you were gone for a month.
And
is the president supposed to stop presidenting for a month?
Elida goes, Alviarin, stand over there and be quiet until I have time to deal with you.
Ooh, someone's in trouble.
And she's like, excuse me. And then Elida smacks the table.
It looks like the tables have turned.
And goes, when I tell you to stand in the corner, daughter, I expect you to obey. Or shall I summon the mistress of novices so these sisters can witness your private penance?
How the turntables.
And she's like, oh man, I'm gonna kick the shit out of you later. This is some bullshit.
I don't think you will, actually. I think that Elida's got the upper hand because she is on to your shit.
What are the sitters here to talk to Elida about?
The cleansing thing?
No.
Oh, no. Oh. That Egwene's people want to negotiate.
Yeah, we're gonna do negotiations.
And Elida's like, cool, she can get fucked, basically. But goes, okay, fine, you can negotiate, but my terms are that Egwene is deposed and stilled, right? And all of the people who were rebels will see me for punishment.
And the Blue Aja no longer exists. Which is so extra.
It's too much.
She wants to weld the White Tower into a weapon to use at Tarmangaiden. And so she kicks them out.
That is good. That is something that should be true.
Alviarin is like, hey, shit, fuck, idiot, dumbass, clown. I'm still in charge. You're a little you can't do anything. Demise Wells, I'm going to blackmail the shit out of you. And you're bad at everything. And I am so good. And you... and
Elida's like, I see your Demise Wells and I raise you black fucking Aja.
Is that what she says?
Sort of. Right? Like, she kind of implies, like, I know that you're Black Aja. And then Alviarin freaks out and is like, I need to tell Masana that we, like, basically need to kill her.
She's like, I don't have proof yet, but...
I know you're Black Aja.
That's kind of what she says,
and I'm going to figure it out, and I'm going to let everybody know. I've got a team of people on this.
She doesn't say this explicitly, I believe, but she
implies it enough that Alviarin's like, fuck, she knows.
In the last week, we've heard a good many things about the Black Tower as well. It seems there are even more men than you supposed, but everyone thinks Tovine must have had the sense to learn that before she attacked. There's been a good deal of discussion over it. If she comes dragging back here defeated, she will harvest the blame, so your threats.
Yeah.
And then...
Oh, yeah. She's like... Yeah, none of those things are going to blow back on me, actually.
Yeah,
and
so fuck you.
Also, I'm pretty sure you're Black Aja, and I've got a team looking into that.
She says treason, but, that's kind of the implication
here. Well, Alviarin takes from it like, oh, fuck.
Yes.
She knows. And then Alviarin panics.
She shields her and says she replaced her as keeper. She's no longer the keeper. There's a new keeper.
Because Alviarin
It's Tarna, by the way. Yeah.
It's Tarna.
Yeah.
I don't know if Tarna's any better, but... We'll find out.
She runs to Masana, and Masana pops in. She's like, "What the fuck do you want?"
And Alviarin's like, "We gotta do something about Elida. She knows.
Yeah,
she's on to me." And Masana's like, "Okay, so she's on to you. So like, you get executed for treason.
Kind of your problem.
That's kind of your problem. I've got like 45,000 other people that I can rely on. So probably Tarna. I don't know." given Elida's, propensity for fuck ups, she probably picked the other Black Aja or one of many. Well, because Swan's onto those sitters, right? She's kind of like, it's a little suspicious
kind of weird
that they're so young. So she's like, I don't really care about you, and I kind of never have.
Yeah.
So
she knows I'm Black Aja, great mistress. If she's uncovered me, then she's had someone digging deep. Dozens of us may be at risk, perhaps all of us. And Masana goes, that is ridiculous. Elida cannot even decide from one day to the next whether she even believes the Black Aja exists. You're just trying to save yourself a little pain. Perhaps a little more will instruct you in your error. And then Shaidar Haran comes in.
And it's like, Masana, you're fucking up, actually. My wants.
Yeah, he turns off her disguise, and it's just a blue-eyed woman of flesh and blood, garbed in bronze embroidered green. A tantalizingly familiar woman who looked just short of her middle years.
Say that's brown. Couldn't you?
She's like, I'm not quite sure who you are. I don't recognize you.
I'm not sure who you are. I don't recognize you, okay?
What's Shaidar Haran here for?
To like kind of talk shit to Masana.
Yeah.
He's like, you did not go to the cleansing. You fucked up. You're in big trouble. And she's like, who are you to tell me that I fucked up? I'm a Forsaken. You're just, a Myrddraal.
Yeah.
And he goes, no, I'm the Myrddraal. Actually, I'm the Dark One's flesh puppet.
Hand of the Shadow is just a name. You were summoned, and you did not come. My hand stretches far, Masana.
Ooh.
Do you want to know why one of the chosen must be punished? He says to Alviarin, do you want to watch?
And
she's
like, no,
I really don't, man. I'm totally not into any of this shit. I don't know what's going on right now, and I hate this. I really hate this.
And you know what? Smartest thing Alviarin's ever done.
And he goes, many have fallen from great heights for wanting to know too much. And he walks over, and he, smudges her forehead.
Okay.
And it burns.
Ouch.
He goes, you are marked as mine. Masana will not harm you now, unless I give her permission. You will find who threatens my creatures here, and deliver them to me. Go now, if you wish to live another hour.
Damn.
She's like, I am fully out of here. Fuck you, Masana. Have fun. Whatever's happening here, none of my business. This isn't Crossroads. This isn't Crown of Swords. I'm out of here. And she's like, this is really cool.
So is Semirhage in trouble too? Because Semirhage didn't go.
No, she did not go.
Uh-oh.
She's like, this is awesome. Dark One says I'm big boss. So cool. Gotta figure out how I can get Elida fucked over with this. Any thoughts on any of this? Because I think this is actually pretty cool.
This is pretty cool. No, I was just like, oh, wow. Okay. I mean, now he gets to enact more stuff. I guess, how did he get out when there are seals?
He's not out. So, the way I consider this, one, she could be wrong. Two, he's a flesh puppet, right? He still has to work within the bounds of the pattern.
Okay.
So he can pop in and do some stuff with the true power and kind of control Shaidar Haran, but Shaidar Haran is still a flesh puppet.
Yeah, and
right?
He's probably limited in what he can do.
Yeah, the Dark One is the primal force of chaos and evil.
Literal Satan.
Yeah, pretty much. He's the primal force of chaos and evil. Shaidar Haran is a meat puppet that he can use to do some stuff.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. Got it. So, I still think that, ultimately we're going to have to break the seals, let him out.
That would make sense.
Fight him. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
That's just another thing to deal with. Another fucking thing that poor Rand and the kids. It's just another thing poor Rand and the E5 have to deal with.
Yep.
It's just more rocks thrown at them in the tree.
So that's the end of chapter 21. Chapter 22, Allie. One answer. This is the logo. What's this?
And I said I tear.
I said I tear. Nope.
We get Pavara.
You already read your notes, didn't you?
I already did.
Okay, great. Pavara, any thoughts on this?
Her backstory is so sad.
She gets a sad backstory.
She talks about how like her 12-year-old brother was killed trying to defend his mom.
Yeah.
That sucks to know. Honestly, whoever told her that probably shouldn't have told her that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, oof, I just feel like, I mean, I know she's got a right to know and everything, but like, do you really want to know? Do you really want to know what their last moments were like? Ugh.
So Tarna's here. Tarna's the... Tarna.
Oh, she is. She was a Black Aja.
We don't know that. She might or might not be. We're not sure. We know Guitarra liked her a lot.
Guitarra did.
She's the one who was the embassy to Saladar back in book 6.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. Wasn't she like a Saladar? Oh, yeah. So she was like a Saladar person, like hiding, right?
No. She was sent from the tower to Saladar to be like, hey, what's up, idiots? Remember that? They had all the meetings.
Oh, I hated her.
Yeah.
Oh, right. She was rude to...
She's rude to everybody.
But she was like specifically rude to Egwene. Is that right? Like she came in and was like all mean about...
Yes.
Stuff. And she's Black Aja.
Oh, maybe.
Elida has terrible taste.
We don't know.
No,
if she is or not.
She is. I've decided.
Okay.
She's Black Aja. She sucks.
Well, Alviarin doesn't seem chill about her being selected.
Well, yeah, because then she's in charge and not Alviarin.
Sure.
Well, and also Alviarin only knows like 2 Aes Sedai who are evil.
Alviarin might know more than that because remember, she's in charge of the Black Aja.
Sure, but she doesn't get to know everybody because that's the thing.
Probably
Nobody
not.
gets to know everybody.
Yeah, if you had all that shit collected together in any one place, that would be extraordinarily dangerous.
Right,
So,
that would be stupid.
yeah.
So she doesn't necessarily know whether or not Tarna is. She knows she is, and she would like to be in charge in more ways than one, and so that sucks. Seems like it would be difficult to disperse information, though.
Yeah.
If like you only know like 2 people, you know, how do you know when orders are legit?
Yeah.
And what if you like screw around and you know like stuff gets really real and you accidentally kill a fellow Black Aja?
That would be bad.
That would be bad.
So she has tea with Tarna and is like, good job. And Tarna's like, I don't really want to do this, but you know, whatever.
Oh. Wasn't Tarna like super mean to one of our girls?
She was kind of a jackass in Saladar, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't like her.
Sure.
Regardless of what's happening.
Pavara thinks about how her younger brother...
Is she red? Sorry.
Tarna?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think Pavara probably has terrible taste too.
But in...
Pavara gets very defensive about like Galena being Black Aja and stuff.
Does she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, I like Pavara. I don't necessarily trust her impartiality.
Sure. Pavara thinks about how her younger brother Georg was killed by dark friends when he was 12.
Trying to defend
Very
his
sad.
mom.
Trying to defend.
Really horrible.
Really, really a bummer.
See, I liked Pavara. I'm just saying, I think she's not the most impartial person when it comes to who is Black Aja.
Sure, she's fervent about this, right?
In her Red Aja-ness, you know?
Yeah. She's like, well, Elida trusts her, so that's good, but I don't know, man. She trusted Galena too, so...
Yeah, I'm saying Elida doesn't have great taste, and Pavara, I think, will develop it, but is still not to be trusted externally with who she trusts. You know what I mean?
What did Tarna run into on her way? By the way, Tarna's the one we saw with Gawain, like, getting passage back into the Black Tower in the prologue. She was there with Katarina, I think, who is Black?
Who is Black?
Aja?
Yeah. Wait, she was doing what with Gawain?
They're like, hey, we need to get back into town. We don't give a shit what happens to you, but we need to get back in.
Yeah, Black Aja.
Maybe. She encountered a bunch of Ashaman who were recruiting, and she's like, this is a lot. This is fucking creepy, and this is not so good. There's a lot of dudes, and this is a lot of dudes. It's a lot of fucking
before
dudes.
We know it, they'll be
I'm very concerned about all these dudes.
Yeah, before we know it, there'll be about as many as women who can channel.
She goes, when they can send 6 to one small village and travel. I don't know why I've given her this accent.
And can I say, really quickly, I'm so sorry. They should have been doing this from the beginning. The White Tower should have been doing this all this time. Like, what? Let's get rid of the White Aja because that's useless. Logic can go with Brown, right? Yeah. And create the recruiting Aja.
Yeah,
their only job is to go find more people who can channel.
She says, Red Sisters must take them as warders, Pavara. And Pavara's like, ooh. Really? And she goes, yeah, man, because otherwise they're just running around. That's not great. We're used to dealing with these guys. So, like, this seems like something we should probably do. And we're going to have to bond more than one of them because there's a fucking lot. So, like, to keep them chill and working with us, we're going to have to go and, deal with this and bond them. Now, does this feel like Black Aja shit? Because this is actively encouraging the two towers to work together. So, yeah, Pavara's like, did Elida say this is okay? And she was like, no, but I do think this is a good idea. Now, does this feel like Black Aja shit?
Yeah.
Encouraging the towers to work together?
Oh, no. No, it doesn't.
Because she's really into this. Tarna.
Well, unless Mazrim Taim is bad, and then maybe.
Why would Mazrim Taim being bad?
Well, because then they could unite against the good side. I don't know. Probably not.
Maybe, I don't know.
You're being very doubtful of my thoughts.
I am just interrogating. That's what I do. And then Pavara gets a letter, and she goes, hey, take a look at this. Let me know if that affects your decision. And it's a letter from Toveen, which means it probably is
what?
Yeah,
they're force bonding.
Yes, and she's like, oh, no. We abso-fucking-lutely got to do that now. This is fucked. This changes nothing. And Pavara goes, actually, this changes everything.
You're so happy I reminded you that sound exists.
And that's the end of chapter 22. Any thoughts on any of that?
I'm liking the Black Aja hunting.
I love the Black Aja hunting.
That's a fun subplot.
It's one of my favorites.
I like Pavara. I think Pavara is going to find out that many of her friends are dark friends.
Very possible.
Black Aja, in fact.
Shall we press on?
We shall. All
right, we're going to dip. Allie's going to read some more, and we'll be back with, I don't know, what's the next section? Let me see. The next section is going to be chapter 23 through chapter 27.
Who's the POV?
Can't tell you that.
Why not?
Because you got to read it.
Okay, give me the book.
Well, the next one is Rand.
Okay.
See ya.
See ya.
Welcome back. I say that like you've been anywhere. We are here today to do 5 more chapters of Crossroads of Twilight. This section is going to be spoilers through chapter 27, What Must Be Done. And I feel like we're going to spend most of our time talking about chapter 27, What Must Be Done. Don't you think, Allie?
Yes. We're going to talk about what must be done
whole
time.
What happens in that chapter?
Oh my God, Perrin chops the guy's arm off.
Yes, Perrin does something.
Oh.
And does he ever?
Well, then we're really going to talk about what must be done.
That's pretty much the primary thing I feel like we're going to be talking about over the course of this section. But before we get to where we are... Yes.
Can I say something funny?
I wish you would. You always do.
You're so sweet. No, but funny to me.
Yes.
So I remember at the very beginning of our journey on the Wheel of Time.
Back in the day.
That you showed me.
That's now our time travel.
That you showed me
yes.
some of the covers
of
the books, like the ebooks, the really good covers.
Yes, I did.
I mean, all covers are good.
Love Daryl.
You love Daryl. But there's something about the
less
covers.
Stylized covers, perhaps.
You know what I mean? The ones.
Yes.
But the ones that didn't have any spoilers. And I remember you going, what do you think happens in this book for fun? Like we were doing it for fun before he ever thought that I was going to do this podcast. And before I ever thought we were going to do this podcast, I had read like half of the first book and I had my big rants and I was like, this is how the end of this book is going to go. And I said I'd put Rand in a box and ship him to Tar Valon. And then we played a game for a little while where you were showing me the covers of the books that didn't have any explicit spoilers on them. And I vividly remember the axe in the tree.
It's a great piece of art on the ebook cover.
Vividly remember saying that would be Matt Cawthon going through his emo phase.
Yes, I remember. You were very big on Matt Cawthon's emo phase.
I decided that Matt Cawthon would have an emo phase. And I think I decided Perrin would like go into the wilderness and then like have sex with an ice princess.
He did say that.
And yeah, because I started joking that Perrin was the Ben Wyatt of the series.
You did. That he was going to be have the ice crown.
And that he was going to go into the woods and go like so deep into the woods he discovered a new civilization.
Ice Town, right? Ice Town.
And he would found Ice Town, and then he would get the ice crown of the Ice Town, and then he'd have sex with an ice princess.
And that didn't happen. You did look at the cover. By the way, this is the Winter's Heart ebook cover, which I fucking love.
That's such a good cover.
Isn't that great?
Wait, can I look at it closer?
You look up Winter's Heart ebook cover. It's Rand with the...
Don't do it if you're driving.
Don't do it if you're driving. It's Rand with the Choyd and Call statue.
Oh my God.
And his face is half in shadow. Isn't that great?
Okay, you know what? I remember maybe seeing this cover at some point because like out of context, you have no idea what it is. Going on. And I, like a long time ago, like I think this is one you were like, this is no spoilers because there's no way I would ever figure out what was going on. It was 4 years ago. And so I looked at I remember seeing this and thinking that Rand became a giant.
Yes, I remember this.
Because I thought the statue was a person and somehow Rand had become a giant.
And Moiraine does get
or
big. Fake that she gets big.
And I remember that happening. But yeah, I thought that this was Matt Cawthon going through his emo phase. And now I finally understand the context of why the axe is in the tree. And then obviously Perrin got the axe. And I was like, okay, Perrin goes through an emo phase. And my prediction was that his girlfriend died.
Yes.
You remember this? I was like,
that was also
but this was back when I thought that Matt Cawthon was it.
Kidnapping.
I was like, Matt Cawthon's girlfriend died. So he goes through an emo phase and he goes like, and throws an axe in a tree. Because he's like, I'm done with this.
You're not far
fighting.
off.
I'm going to walk away. That's what I said. I remember. Do you remember this? Can you confirm that this happened 4 years ago? I don't know what. I can't remember fucking yesterday.
Some things just stick with us.
By the way, at the time of this recording, the WGA has gotten their deal and they have released the terms of the deal.
It's a summary and they're real fucking good.
And they're really fucking good, you guys. You all. Sorry, I'm trying not to say guys anymore.
It's real fucking good.
It's unbelievable. They got pretty much everything. Everything that was definitely needed, they got.
It's great. You can look it up. WGA Strike Deal 2023. It's very exciting. We're very happy about it.
And you know what? Really quickly, I just wanted to say, for all of you who donated, supported, sent notes, solidarity, supported on Twitter, informed your family and friends, like all of you, that support and your donations, that's what made this possible. That's what kept the faith going. That's what kept solidarity alive. And for that, I just express my profound thanks.
You are all wonderful and thank you. And sag next. Allie, here's what I got to know though. Where did we leave off? Yes.
Egwene?
Yeah, and Pavara and the tower.
And the Alviard.
And before we get to Perrin chucking stuff, where are we picking up? Who are we with?
Rand?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. All right. Let's talk about it.
All right. Do you have notes first?
Maybe. Varen and Cadsuane are together.
Yeah.
I think people are being unfair about this book.
Excuse me. Sorry. Do you?
Yeah, because Varen and Cadsuane are together.
Yeah. Well, do they talk at all?
I don't know.
I don't remember that they talk like much at all.
I know, but they're together. And,
that's always good.
That makes me happy. When you lose a battle, figure out what you did wrong and then fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rand.
That's called strategy, buddy.
Every now and then, I think Rand sometimes will talk to talk, which I get. I also do that. But, you'll say something and then you go, what a dumb fuck thing to say. I did not need to fill the silence this way, but I'm terrified of silence.
We've all been there. We've all done it.
And what it might mean about me as a person. So here we go. Okay. And that's chapter 23. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yeah, do 24 as well.
Okay. It's one thing to read about men growling at women, but imagine how funny it would be if they did. If a man growled at me.
It's an interesting turn of phrase, that's for sure.
I would chuckle for days.
Yeah, I know.
I would keep doing that thing where you rethink about it and keep chuckling.
Yeah.
I'd be washing the dishes and be like, remember when that guy growled at me? For years, forever, for the rest of my life. I'd be on my deathbed going, do you remember when that guy growled at me?
Pretty funny.
Hilarious. It'd be the last thing I said. Logain is here. Everyone is here.
Yeah, Logain's here.
Diamond Balls.
Diamond Balls Bashir
Diamond
rolled
Balls
up.
Bashir is here. A brief pause in the sounds of pleasure. Eh?
Huh? Is that a thing that was said?
That is a sentence that was not meant to be sexual. And it was.
That's Robert.
Yes. Call him out, Logain. You've been ducking up, kid. Because he goes, you've not been at the Black Tower at all. And so everything Mazrim Taim says, everyone assumes is from you. And he's got his own, I loved this word. And I immediately was like, why don't I use this word more? Coterie.
It's a great word, isn't
Oof. I went, Robert's got words.
Robert's got good words.
You know what? Robert,
Hot
words
take.
good.
The writer
He does
writes
words
well.
good. He has the good words.
Yeah.
But he said coterie of people or whatever.
Yes.
Of there's some word.
Ashaman.
Well, no, he said like a coterie of
Followers?
sycophants or something like that.
Yeah, that would be
something like that. And that he keeps close to him, and then everyone else just kind of assumes everything that comes from that group is
That's a reasonable assumption.
And it's kind of shitty.
Yeah.
And he's like, why haven't you been there? And I'm like, finally, someone says, hey, maybe you should visit the Black Tower now and then.
Yeah.
Dunce.
Yeah.
Okay. But at the same time, he's my sweet angel baby, and he's busy saving the world.
It can be
he's
both.
He's trying to delegate. It's both. A truce with the Shan-Chan. I'm so angry right now. I could spit acid.
We'll talk about it. So,
I could spit acid. We are not, no. The just world that we are working towards, Robert, is not a world in which slavery exists.
Yes.
We are not making peace with slavers right now. I refuse to believe that my redheaded love, Rand al'Thor, is doing this right now. Absolutely, especially after his ex-girlfriend was enslaved. Absolutely, good goddamn not. No, sir, and I goddamn know that a white man from the South is not writing a book in which we are making agreements with slavers. I am not reading that right now, Robert.
May
Robert, I will paddle your ass. Robert.
Is it possible that we're doing a make peace with Stalin to fight Hitler?
I don't give a good god fuck damn.
I just
this
wanted
is a
to say
made
that
up world
because I knew
with
other people
made
would.
up fucking rules. We are not fucking doing this right now, Robert. I absolutely know that you did not, one, name Gareth Bryn's goddamn fucking horse after Robert E. Lee's horse when General Grant was right fucking there as a get out of jail free card, or I don't know, George fucking Washington was sitting right there. Unproblematic-ish as fuck. But better. But better. Well, I mean, Grant is right fucking there. Grant is right fucking there. He's right there in front of you. He's got a horse and everything.
Disclaimer, we're not saying Robert Jordan was like into slavery or anything.
I'm just saying. I'm saying optically. I'm saying using our little brains. We are not Robert Jordan, James Oliver Rigney. I'm using your government name. James Oliver Rigney. We did
Junior.
not. Jim?
James Oliver Rigney Jr.
Junior. Oh, that's even better. James Oliver Rigney Jr. I know that you are not a white man from the South going, we're going to make peace with slavers. I just refuse to believe it. I will paddle your fucking ass. You are absolutely out of your goddamn mind. Your goddamn wide-brimmed hat-wearing mind if you are doing this to me right now. You better hope. I will find your grave. I will paddle your ass.
I love this.
I will spit acid, sir.
With all love to Jimmy. I hear you on all of that.
This is said with love, but also with a I'm not fucking around attitude. It's
no, look.
It's like when you fucked up with your mother. Do you know what I mean?
I also don't like the idea of, hey, let's make peace with the slavers.
We're not going to hot nuance slavery on this podcast.
No, slavery's bad.
We will hot nuance until Gus and I literally can't talk, right? We are not going to hot nuance slavery on this podcast. And if that fucking offends you, then I don't give a goddamn fuck.
The only
Sometimes you have to offend the right fucking people.
The only thing I will say about let's say, a truce with the Seanchan is I do understand the context of we need to fight with you for now. We can sort out our shit later because otherwise the apocalypse.
Fine.
That I do understand.
But James, Oliver Rigney Jr., you look me in my glasses enlarged eyes.
Her eyes look huge with the glasses.
Ginormous right now because I forgot to replace my contacts because of who I am as a person. You look me in my goddamn eyes right now. If you fuck around with this and do not solve slavery by the end and we win and we have our ideal world, whatever, and slavery is in it, I will find your grave. I will paddle your ass.
Well, we do have 4 books left to address this problem.
You have 4 books.
We have a lot of pages
you have 4
to address
books.
This problem.
Use that time wisely, sir.
And, Rand has done pretty massive overhauls on basically every other society he's touched.
All right. But the clock's ticking, Jimbo. You got 4 books left.
And I feel like there's been a lot of groundwork laid, like with the whole Suldam thing. I feel like we've got a lot of pieces in motion for, some progress on that front.
Certainly we do. I'm just saying that if I get to the end of this series and that plotline is not resolved... Freezer. Paddling is a-coming.
That all being said, Allie, Chapter 23, Ornaments...
Oh, shoot. Hold on, I forgot to read the rest of my notes.
Okay. Please continue.
Ooh, intrigue. Elsa's trying to kill someone.
Yes.
It's evil Elsie Grinwell.
What,
Elsa?
Elsa Penfell, yeah.
Frown badly. That's her name.
Well, it has been said that the opposite of the Grinwell cup is the Frown Bad umbrella.
I love that for us.
That is I believe, Mitchell C. original.
Mitchell C. Always coming in clutch. All right. What's up? What's next?
All right, Chapter 23, Ornaments. What's that? The logo.
It's a dragon in a box.
Dragon in the box. It is a Cadsuane chapter. I love Cadsuane. Nothing happens.
Okay, so ask me what happens.
What happens in Chapter 23, Ornaments?
Nothing.
Chapter 24, Allie, is called Narishma got promoted to Ashaman, but then his Aes Sedai said, "Give me that. You can't take anything from anyone but me." All right.
What?
Yeah.
Fuck you.
So, Chapter 24, Allie, truly, y'all, look, this is a sweet chapter with a lot of people thinking about the power dynamics between Ashaman and Aes Sedai. Any thoughts on any of that?
We're 7 hours in.
All right. Yeah, we have nothing to say.
We love you, and we love the character development, but there's not a ton to break down.
We covered most of this in the notes. Rand says, we gotta adapt to do like the Seanchan do. When they lose a battle, they regroup and think about it and incorporate that into their future planning. And Cadsuane goes, that's what all the great generals do.
Yeah, that's what everyone has ever done. When you fuck up, you go, what did I do wrong? Let me fix it. And then you fix it. That's just called being a person, Gus. Rand, sometimes words can waste oxygen.
He's adamant. Well, he's currently adamant that he wants to defeat them eventually, but
Here's what I understand.
Yes.
Here's what I understand. Sometimes you want to say something, especially when you're leading. You're like, there's a lot of pressure on me to say something in this moment, and then you'll say something, and it'll be the most dumb fuck thing you've ever said in your life, and you realize that, and you're like, oh my god, that was the most dumb fuck thing I've ever said in my life. But you have to commit to it because it came out. And you're the leader, so you can't look like a dumb fuck. So you just kind of let it land, and then you move on.
I do like...
And hope no one remembered.
His comment is, I've been talking with Olivia about the Seanchan. They call their army the ever-victorious army for a reason. It's never lost a war. Battles, yes, but never a war. When they lose a battle, they sit down and work out what they did wrong, or what the enemy did right. Then they change what needs changing for them to win. And she goes, yeah.
Yeah.
The great captains all do that.
Olivia's like, do you not do that? I see why we've won all the wars.
He goes, yes, 5 men, all great captains. The Seanchan all do it. And it's like,
Rand? What?
Call me crazy here. I just don't feel, I don't feel like adapt your tactics is a revolutionary
I'm starting to come
strategy.
To a theory as to how the Seanchan keep kicking ass.
Yeah. Maybe the Westlands just suck at war.
Maybe they're just idiots.
That could be. Anyway, then
Rand's
a bunch of...
this is what makes the great generals. And it's like, competent.
Bunch of other people also come up, and it's probably because Rand is bonded, and somebody can. Yeah, okay. That's the end of chapter 23. Chapter 24, Allie, Strengthening Storm. What's this?
It's the Black Aja.
Black Aja logo.
Scary lady.
We start with Rand.
What? Can I ask a question?
Of course.
I've always wondered this about the Black Aja lady. Why she got a helmet on?
That's her hair.
No, it isn't.
It's her hair.
No, I understand that you are telling me that this is her hair. I am telling you, no one's bangs were ever that fucked. Look at that. Look at that.
That's her hair. Yeah, no, that's her hair.
What's the cowlick at the front?
It's her hair.
Look at the little pointy.
Yeah, it's her hair.
That's fucked up hair.
Sure, maybe.
How do you even get it to lie like that?
A shitload of hairspray.
When you don't have a hair dryer.
Very carefully.
This
Magic.
is unrealistic.
Magic.
Helmet hair for real. My goodness. No, the person who made that logo is crying. I'm sorry. I don't mean it. I'm just being an ass.
As a reminder, Rand is chilling out at Lord Algaren's house.
Lord Algaren?
Lord Algaren is this dude. At one point, his brother started channeling, and Cadsuane took his brother to the White Tower and, took care of him. And he lived for 10 years. And really cool thing, by the way, Algaren is now asking to be tested because the source is clean.
Oh.
Which I think is a really great marker. Here's the thing. What I will say about Crossroads of Twilight. In these two chapters, we do actually get a great indication of what is different. Unfortunately, I say this with all the love in my heart, it's only these two chapters, and it's basically while Rand takes a nap.
He had a big day.
Now, it's true. I think he deserves this nap.
Yeah.
But I love that all the Ashaman are like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And even the Aes Sedai are like, I mean, it feels better than it did.
Listen, after the WGA stuff came out, right? The strike ends at midnight tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm exhausted. Like, people are going out drinking and stuff, and I'm like, I'm so fucking tired. Like, emotionally and physically. All these writers are posting pictures on Twitter of themselves before and after the strike. They've walked so much that they've lost noticeable amounts of weight. Like, it's actually wild. And I'm just like so tired. So I get it. I get the need for a nap. I get it.
I fully support Rand taking a nap here.
And it's nice to see some befores and afters.
I just wish there was more about, like, hey, we can channel magic.
Yeah. I mean, maybe we'll get that in Knife of Dreams.
Perhaps. So, chapter Strengthening Storm, we start off with Rand. He's hanging out. He's in his room. Min's in there, pressed tight against his side.
Always.
Vibrant, the bond being vibrant, and he wants to keep women safe and all that. And he's loose there and is like, just don't murder him.
The bar
That's a good
is in
start.
hell.
Let me tell you where I went wrong.
The bar
I murdered
for
them.
Luce Theron is in hell. Don't murder the woman you love. Anyway.
Bashir and a shitload of dudes showed up. Loghain's here. That's exciting.
Loghain is here.
How's he doing? What's his aura? From Min, per Min.
It's complicated.
Great glory.
Oh, well, yeah, we know that about him.
Yeah, it's still true. It's even more so now.
I missed that you said Min. Yeah, so he's going to have great glory to come, probably because he's going to end up being the one that leads the good side of the Black Tower.
What's up with Davy?
Oh, Dav is there to report about the fact that Dira got stabbed.
There's something dark in the images I saw around Lord Davram. If he turns against you or dies, I heard one of the soldiers say Lord Dobrain might die. I'm losing one of them would be a blow.
What?
Lose all three and it might take you a year to recover. And he's like, all right, whatever. It's going to happen or it won't. I don't give a shit. We'll figure it out. I have no emotions. I'm harder than a boner. I mean a boner. A Quendiar.
I like the repeated mistakes. I love it.
Thank you.
That was amazing character work. Thank you for that. You never cease to amaze me with your comedic time. Okay. So that's weird. I kind of missed that on my read.
It's very brief.
Okay. So bad stuff around Davram.
Something dark, but she's not sure if that means he's going to do something bad or something bad is going to happen to him.
I worry for Fail's parents. I really do. But she said either he's turning against you or dying.
No, she didn't say that. She said something bad, ellipsis. And she goes, if he dies, or if he turns against you, or if Dobrain dies, or if all three of these guys die, you're fucked.
But she saw something that maybe Dobrain could die. Did she see that?
Some of the men are discussing the concern about... One of the soldiers said Lord Dobrain might die because he got stabbed.
Oh. Well, I mean, I'm worried about Davram. I think Davram could totally die. I worry sometimes that Rand might accidentally kill him in like a fit.
That's a real concern.
Because that would make things real awkward with Perrin.
Yes.
Yeah, I worry about that.
So Loyal...
So I guess... Sorry.
No, please.
I guess Rand's not going mad anymore, right?
He's not getting madder. But
so he's still got a little of that.
But when he grabs Sidene, he still does the exorcist puking thing.
That is cute.
Yeah, what was fuck?
I guess that it's not, they're not going to retract any madness.
I think that's part of it, yeah. Anything that already affects you is still affecting you.
So then is Logain kind of mad still?
Logain has as much madness as he had accrued.
So they all have as much madness as they had.
It seems as though that is the case.
Okay. So there's no like...
This is not getting worse.
Take backsies.
No.
Okay. Well, I mean, could be worse. All you're doing is laughing to yourself. You hear, your past life screaming death and Ileana in your head, and
Cash.
You're puking.
Because again, right, Rand would no longer be hearing Lews Therin if it undid everything.
Right.
Presumably.
Well, unless he's real.
Whether he's real or not, he is an effect of the channeling, right?
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
He really needs to be useful in some way.
What,
soon.
You mean instead of just gibbering at him?
Like, I'm like, can you be useful at all? All you do is scream.
Don't forget the crying. He also cries. So Loyal busts in. He's like, this dude has big-ass beds. And...
Who are you, me? All you do is scream and cry?
Just
kidding. Just kidding.
And Loyal is pleased this guy has huge beds, and also he's like, he's got a shitload of books, and I'm thrilled, because some of my books got wet.
I want only good things for him. And I have no notes about Loyal, and that's rare for me. Not in terms of character, but in terms of who he is as a person.
Rand's tired, of course.
He had a big day.
Loyal's been with the elders. What's the news?
They're closing the way gates.
The Great Stump is meeting in Shanghai, and that will attract crowds. This is the first time a Great Stump has been called in 1,000 years.
The ants are meeting.
Yes.
The Ant-moot.
Not since you humans fought the War of the 100 Years, and it was Shanghai's turn. They must be considering something very important, but no one would tell me why it was called. They won't tell you about any stump until you have a beard.
It's the Ant-moot. The ants are going to war.
And Rand is like, oh, all right, cool. I mean, maybe go there and get a good eye on that sitch. And what does Loyal say?
We keep sending Loyal away from me.
I know! We keep sending Loyal on fetch quests!
No! Fetch quests we don't even see.
I know, they're cool! I would have loved to watch Loyal and Carlin close the way gates.
I also would have loved to see Loyal
or at least
heading
one.
Toward the steading. Like, time's running out. Well, we gotta get there. I would have loved to see that.
Yeah, because now he's just kind of bopping around. Anyway, Rand's like, why don't you head home for a minute, get a look at that,
And maybe send a POV character with him.
Also, you can take a quick nap, rest up, undo any longing that might be coming. What do you think? And what's Loyal say?
I'm good.
He says, absolutely not. We went to all the other steadings. I don't want to go home, man. Why doesn't he want to go home specifically?
Because he doesn't want to get married.
My mom's going to marry me off, bro.
But Aerith.
I know. He likes Aerith.
Go home to Aerith.
She'll have Aerith in tow, too. She will.
And Min is like,
yeah, but you like her.
You heard Allie. You like her. And also, what's the problem here?
Thank you for backing me up on this.
Well, I do want to, Min. Of course I do. Aerith is beautiful and very perceptive. And did I ever tell you how carefully she listened to me explain about... Of course I did. I tell everyone I meet. I do want to marry her, but not yet.
Everyone knows that women are ring-hungry harpies. And men get dragged down the aisle in sacks.
Well, that is kind of what he says. It isn't like with you humans, Min. You do everything Rand asks. Aerith will expect me to settle down and stay home. Wives never let a husband go anywhere or do anything if it means leaving the steading for more than a few days. I have my book to finish, and how can I do that if I don't see everything Rand does?
I want to fuck bitches and get money, as you humans do.
Aerith just wouldn't understand.
You do everything Rand says.
Min? Min, are you angry with me? And she goes,
what makes you think I'm angry?
Yeah, I don't like this idea that people are like, Rand has the perfect relationship. Min does everything he says. Is that the perfect relationship?
I don't know about that one, boss.
But a wife does everything her husband says? Why are we looking at that as an ideal? I'm just asking a question.
So Rand is like, anyway, fuck all that, do whatever you want. But hey, how else are things? And he's like, oh, quick comment, Rand, about these Aes Sedai. And Rand,
apropos of nothing.
Loose there and is like, kill everybody, kill.
Oh my God. Can you do one useful thing in Rand's head? He has just been a freeloader this whole time.
And then we switch perspective to Cadsuane. She's like, are you telling me these fucking assholes are bonding Aes Sedai? What a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, we should be mad about that, but can we also talk about the fact that, Rand got bonded against his will, and Rand got bonded against his will, and that's also fucked up.
She was pissed about those things.
She was pissed about those things. I just feel like the people who did them got off kind of easy.
They did. But yeah, she's, how does this go over?
Not well.
Bad.
And Rand doesn't like it either.
No, Rand is also pissed.
Rand gets pissed at Logain about it too.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. He's like, this has got to stop. And Logain's like, I understand, but I kind of had no choice because Mazrim Taim totally would have killed them otherwise.
Yeah, Rand's
like, okay, but this has to stop now. We're not doing this anymore.
Rand's talking with Logain. He goes, it has to end. I don't need a war with the White Tower, and you bloody Ashaman bloody well won't give me a war with the White Tower. Do I make myself understood? And Logain is like, I mean, do you want me to let them go? Because they would need to let our guys go.
And that's not going to happen. I think you should just bond each other.
I think that would be a great middle ground.
I do too. Just bond each other. That way you have to agree on stuff.
Now, Logain claims that this was Taim's order, which is weird to me.
Logain claims that this was Taim's order.
Taim ordered them to bond Aes Sedai.
So is that real, or is he punting the blame on somebody who's kind of a dick anyway?
Well, he goes, Taim gave the order. I assumed it came from you. Taim does a great many things people think are at your direction, but he has his own plans.
And Rand, you really have only yourself to blame for that.
Flynn and Narishma and Manfor are on the deserters list, like every Ashaman you've kept with you. And he has a coterie of 20 or 30 he keeps close and trains privately.
A coterie.
Every man who wears the dragon is one of that group except me. And he would have kept the dragon from me if he dared.
Ooh.
No matter what you've done, it's time to turn your eyes to the Black Tower before Taim splits it worse than the White Tower is.
Yes. Thank you.
If he does,
I've been saying that for 2 books
you'll
now.
find the larger part is loyal to him, not you. They know him. Most have never seen you.
Tell it like it is.
Oh, at one point, Luce Theron tries to grab the source, but Rand fights him off, and he's like, this is getting harder.
Oh, that's not good.
Rand is like, all right, good talk, but fuck that. I'm going to punt that and do that later. Okay. I'm not going to think about that one right now.
I disagree with that decision.
We're not going to deal with the Black Tower because I don't make a habit out of giving a fuck about the Black Tower.
Please give a fuck about the Black Tower. They could actively really fuck you up.
By the way, remember in the prologue when Bashir is like, tell the man I will meet with him.
What man?
It was Logain.
Oh.
Yeah, so mystery solved.
Good to know.
Rand is like, what else are we here for? What the fuck is going on? Why the fuck did you fucking fuckers come all the fucking way out here to my party house, my Mojo Dojo Casa nap house, and just impinge upon my bang sesh with Min? What are we doing? What the fuck is going on?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
That's verbatim from the book. No, it's not. And what does Bashir say?
Bashir says...
Bashir's like, yeah, man, so they stabbed the shit out of Dobrain. They tried to stab my wife, and you know what they were looking for, right?
What, Gomez Adams?
The seals.
The seals. Ah, yes. The seals that they do not have. Or they do have.
They did.
They did.
I forget exactly where they are right now because they have some of them, remember?
They did
have several of them, actually.
You're right. Where
I
are
just
they?
don't remember because Rand got one from Taim in book 6. So I think Rand has a few.
But where?
In Kyrian, probably, maybe in And. I don't remember. But like it was very reasonable for them to assume that Taim and or Dobrain had one.
Taim?
Sorry.
You mean
Bashir, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, somebody has them, and I can't remember who. Oh, yeah, because Rand almost broke one.
Yes. He says...
I forgot about that.
Bashir goes, you have 3, and you say 3 are broken. Maybe the Shadow knows where the last is. And then Loyal goes,
that
is serious, Rand.
Logoth.
Maybe. The Shadow Logoth's gone.
No, I meant
Oh, Shao
Ghul?
Ghul?
Yeah.
Oh, that would be
Then we
got to
go to Shao Ghul. Blood on the rocks. But we broke the seal.
So Rand goes, all right. So anyway, the thing about the Black Tower, I don't give a fuck that. That's stressful. I'm not going to think about that. I'm going to pretend that's not happening. That's not exactly what he says. I'm being hyperbolic, but you know. He thinks the seals on the Dark One's prison on one hand, Taim splitting the Ashaman on the other. Was the 7th seal already broken? That's a Bergman movie. Was the Shadow beginning the opening moves of the last battle? You told me something once, Bashir. If your enemy offers you 2 targets, strike at a 3rd, Bashir finished promptly. I can't fight the Shadow and the Shan-Chan at the same time.
No,
I'm sending the 3 of you to arrange a truce with the Shan-Chan. And then Bashir and Loyal both, Bashir and Logain are both like, motherfucker, what? No, dog, that is a horrible idea.
That is a horrible idea.
But instead of
one of your worst,
hearing more, so to be clear, this is not something that anybody is excited about. So I agree with your frustration. I do. I just want to make it clear that it's not something anybody is like, yay, let's do it. I just wanted to state that out loud.
I understand. Listen, I understand that it is not, the Shan-Chan so far have not been portrayed, well, not totally been portrayed sympathetically. However, James Oliver Rigney Jr., you have 4 books to meet my demands. My demands being that asses of the Shan-Chan variety are paddled and slavery is no more.
Yeah.
You have 4 books.
So we switch to Elza. What's up with Elza?
She's trying to kill somebody.
Yeah, she's like, she's going to have to kill some people. And her warder is also a dark friend. And she's like, kill anybody who threatens the Dragon Reborn. And yeah, I'm so cool and evil. And that's the end of chapter 24. Chapter 25, Allie, is called When to Wear Jewels. It's this logo. What's that?
It's a Shan-Chan helmet.
Shan-Chan. Can you give me your Perrin notes?
Of course. Chapter 25. You're right, Perrin. The people who think you're stooping Berelain are stone-brained idiots. And if Perrin's calling you an idiot, you must be a real idiot.
I love this guy.
I love Perrin. Okay. But for joke purposes, we have to be a little roasty, and he's not real, and he can't hear me. You're right, Perrin. I already said that. See, I'm also an idiot. Can we please have an intervention with Aram? My God.
Oh, yeah, he's doing real bad.
My God.
He's doing so bad.
Who the hell is Arganda?
Gerard Arganda.
Yeah, well, now I know.
Yeah, you remember Arganda. He's been around.
But he hasn't.
Yeah, he has. Arganda?
No, he's Daemon Dread who's just shown up.
Arganda?
I'm just kidding.
Arganda's been around since, oh, well.
No, he just showed up.
Yeah, book 9. He's what's her name? He's, oh God, the fucking queen.
Oh, Berelain's.
No, Alejandras.
Oh yeah, this idiot.
He's the guy who's just
so annoying.
Dicks out for Alejandra all day, every day.
He is so annoying.
Well, he wants his queen back.
He's annoying about it. Like, oh yeah, you love your queen and your job more than I love my wife. Like, yeah, we're gonna get her the fuck back.
Sure.
Give me a second. See, I'm on Perrin's side also. I just also think sometimes he's a little slow on the uptake. No, Perrin. Berelain is coming with you because she's a ducking adult. That was a typo.
Huh.
Yeah. Perrin's like, Berlin can't come with me. She's a woman. Fuck off. My God. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Is it because she's a woman?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Fuck off. God.
Go ahead and read the rest of your Perrin notes.
Men's clothing did not suit her. This book is screaming for the freezer. So Perrin's got...
No! God, please, no! No!
Stair starts like prancing a little bit. Like Perrin like reins it back, and Perrin starts like Stair gets nervous and like kind of wants to leave. And I want Stair does not want to stay. Chapter 26.
Oh yes, in Sohabor.
I used the wrong there, so I'm fixing it.
I support that.
I wrote these very fast, and I will not have this grammatical error be published. Okay, chapter 26. Why did they ask if they're alive? Are there White Walkers now?
Ghosts. By the way, I just want to say, before we discuss anything about this chapter is 100% a vibes chapter.
Oh.
As is this book. This book is 100% a vibes book.
This is a vibes book. Vibes book.
It is like a no plots, only vibes.
No plots, just vibes.
No plots, just vibes.
Absolutely true.
Maybe that's the book, the episode title.
No plots, just
no
vibes.
No plots, just vibes.
Oh, I like that. Yeah. Make that the title. Gus, in the future, make it happen.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Ghosts? Wait, I think I did a good Scooby that time. Wait, hold on. Ghosts. No, that was bad. Anyway.
It was a good effort.
But it was something.
I'm proud of you.
It was interesting.
Well handled.
Wait, maybe if I lower the pitch, because I feel like the mouth movement was correct, but the pitch was too high.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Okay, hold on. I'm really trying to nail this. Okay, ready? Ghosts.
I liked it.
It wasn't good, but it was fun.
You know what matters? It was committed.
I committed to that, though.
I'm proud of you.
I committed to being bad, and that's really what matters.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm a hero.
There you go.
This city is weird as hell.
Yes, it is.
Are they eating people or something?
You'd think, but no, it's just gross.
I just really felt like they were eating people.
Yeah, you'd think.
It gave me Terminus in The Walking Dead vibes. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, but no, it's just vibes.
Yeah.
It's literally just the town of bad vibes.
It is the weirdest vibe town of all time.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like if I were in a town and there were ghosts, I would not be as weird of a vibe as this town.
It's fucking weird.
Why are the dogs gone? If they ate the dogs, I'm going to lose it.
There's no confirmation of that.
I'm going to lose it.
No confirmation.
They better not have eaten the dogs. There's absolutely no confirmation. Way they ate the dogs. There's no endings or beginnings to the weevil of time. And then I wrote, is it ghosts again? What's with the ghosts?
Ghosts.
Ghosts.
The answer, Allie, is ghosts.
Know that each time I am trying to do a Scooby impression and failing miserably at it.
I am not trying to do a Scooby impression at all.
But I just think that will add an added layer of joy to the ghosts.
I agree with that.
Is that I am failing so abominably each time.
No plots, only vibes.
Chapter 27. This is upsetting. I don't remember what.
Well, could be any number of things.
We'll find out. I'll know what it is when we get there. Day 1547 of me begging Perrin to have an intervention with Aram.
You would think.
I've been begging for like 3 years now. Am I wrong?
You've been begging since book 6? Since book 6. So about a year and a half.
Well, let's see. Okay.
Because he's okay in book 4.
When did Aram pick up the sword?
Book
Christmas 2021?
Christmas of 2020.
So for
actually
3 years now.
I think.
For 3 years now, I have been begging, almost 3 years. I've been begging you to have an intervention with Aram. 3 years of my life, Perrin. Please. What the fuck? Perrin cut off the dude's fucking hand.
Yes, he did.
Look at this. Try and pronounce what I typed. Because I was so
I'm gonna try to read
animated suddenly.
Fuckskinfin. Fuckskinfin.
Okay. Perrin cut off this dude's fuckskinfin hand.
He did.
I didn't think he had it in him. Guess I have to hand it to him. I can't think of any more jokes.
Oh, God damn it.
Guess you could say I'm stumped. Okay.
You know what's funny is we're really not even using that correctly because now we're just using it for jokes.
Now we're just using it for cringy jokes.
Yeah.
Okay, but leaving the axe in the tree is so aesthetically dramatic of him.
It's a great... this scene... Look, here's the thing. Nothing happens in CROSSROADS. Yeah. This part... Like President Snow from the Hunger Games would have been proud of the theatricality of this. The man would have fallen over dead. He would have been so excited.
The man loves theatrics. Yeah, I said, okay, but leaving the axe in the tree is so aesthetically dramatic of him, and I mean that as a compliment. Please, I'm a theater kid. Oh my God, this was the funniest ending of the chapter possible. Perrin just sits down and goes, so tell me about these Sean
It's
Chan.
so fucking funny.
I keep thinking maybe we're being too hard on Perrin and his inability to get with the program, but this made me laugh out loud. Holy shit.
Hey, that's that
was perfection.
Big time bingo square for Perrin belatedly understands something.
Yeah, I definitely got at least one bingo.
You definitely did.
I'm sure I did. I've gotten so many. Yeah.
Well, because
you're telling me that there's Sean Chan? How big is this Sean Chan? Stop me when I get there. 6 feet, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". He can't be 6'6".
This is fucking funny. All right. Chapter 25.
When do I have to fight this man named Sean Chan?
Chapter 25, when to wear jewels. Sean Chan's helmet, is it not?
Yes. Because Perrin asks at the very end, so tell me about these Sean Chan.
Truly nothing.
Which I can't remember why, because aren't we still looking for your wife? Why is this pertinent to your plot
Perrin
at this
knows
time?
about the Sean Chan. I mean, he knows who they are.
Oh,
he understands the
does
basic...
he?
Yeah, because he knows that Massima was dealing with Suroth. So he understands who the Sean Chan are.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's not that he doesn't know what the Sean Chan... He was okay, at Tolman Head in book 2.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. But in my head, this is the first time he's actually registered that there's a group called the Sean Chan.
I don't think that's what it is.
It's my headcanon, Gus. Who are you to correct my headcanon? He's
saying sit down and about these Sean Chan, these specific group of Sean Chan. But it is, pretty funny.
But I think of it like your well-intentioned grandfather asking you a vaguely it's well-intentioned but vaguely problematic question.
Well, Ellie,
it's like,
I'm surprised
so
you're not.
Tell me about these queers.
I'm surprised.
What's going?
I'm surprised.
You know what I mean?
I'm surprised you're not more upset about this, because what happens at the end of these chapters is that Talonvor comes back. And he goes, I'm just going to skip to the end. We'll come back then where he goes, 15,000 Sean Chan, near enough. Most are Terraboners, actually, but they ride under Sean Chan banners, and they have at least a dozen Damani. I know it's like taking help from the Dark One, but they're hunting the Shido, too. And I'd take the Dark One's help to free Maegdin. And Perrin is like, maybe we can make a deal with these Sean Chan, is what he's saying.
Why are we all lining up to make deals with the Sean Chan?
It's the green button.
No! God, please, no! No!
Are we going to play it all the way through? We're going to play it all the way... Yeah.
No!
Let it reach its conclusion.
So chapter... Yeah, I know.
Describe my face.
Very pouty, scrunched, very pursed lips, furrowed brow, arms crossed. Yes, arms crossed.
And you'll note, it's across the breast.
It is across the breasts. Yes, that is true.
Yes, which is where... they are usually crossed.
That's the most comfortable place to cross them. Yeah, I know.
I am displeased by this
I understand,
development.
And I sympathize.
So the one plot we're going to develop is this plot.
Well, look at how all three of our boys now have some degree of connection with the Sean Chan.
I hate it.
All of them do.
I hate it.
So anyway, Perrin, chapter 20, fucking...
Fix it.
When to wear jewels. Literally nothing happens. They're running out of food and Perrin gets a haircut.
Could you imagine if Rafe is listening right now and he just writes down all of the things that I am mad about?
Make Allie mad. Piss
he's
Allie
off. The only person I'm trying to make happy is Allie.
That's hilarious.
Actually. And so I'm writing out all the things Allie hates. 1, slavers. And I stand by it.
That's not a hot take.
It shouldn't be.
Aram's doing bad. They're going to go to Sohabor and get food. There's truly nothing. Is there anything to discuss in this chapter? It's vibes. It's nice vibes. It's character stuff. It's good character stuff. It's fun character stuff.
In the food.
Not until next chapter. This whole chapter, they go, we should go to a town and get food. And that's the end of chapter 25. Oh, and there are Shanshan coming. And that's the end of chapter 25. Chapter 26, Allie, is called In Sohabor. This is the logo. What's this?
Birds.
Birds. What? Give me the rundown.
Of this chapter?
Yes.
Okay. So...
Because here's the thing. I think it's kind of like maybe a little bit of a cool, kind of a spooky chapter, but does anything happen?
Does anything happen in this spooky chapter? No. They go to the town, okay? Everybody is like weirdly hissing at them and asks, are you alive? And I'm like... I've never been asked that before by a person. And so, and if I walked into a town and they asked me that, I would assume it was some kind of Children of the Corn situation, which is a movie, but I would assume it was something like that, like some kind of, there would be off vibes from the get. And I go, you know what? We can get weevil infested food in another town. And I would leave and go somewhere else. Because this would freak me out. Also, the lack of dogs. Why are there no dogs?
So they get to the town. We've heard of the troubles plaguing this land, but we're merely passing through, and we come for trade, not trouble. To buy grain and other needful things, not to fight.
This gave me Terminus from The Walking Dead, which is a show me.
I have the honor to announce Berelaine Sapendrag Perron, first of Mayen, blessed of the...
and she's going to create a new Argentina.
And...
Because her last name is Perrin.
And then this guy goes, how do we know you're alive? And it all goes from there. But yeah, the parents like, I hate this. We should leave immediately. This place sucks.
Yeah. For once, let's listen to Perrin.
And they go
Bad Vibe City.
They're looking for a place to buy food. Honora goes up to someone's like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is everyone acting so fucking weird?
It's once again a bubble of weevil.
And they start bargaining for grain, and Perrin is like, let me see the grain in the warehouses. And they look in the warehouses, and so he says this, and then Berelaine goes, I was about to suggest a visit to a warehouse. I would never buy grain without seeing the warehouse. Okay. And they look in
again, sometimes I think the people in this book are just talking to fill the silence.
And they look in the warehouse, and they basically, like, they get to the sack, and the sack, like, collapses into weevils.
Gross.
And
Perrin's like, y'all gotta sift these out.
Huh.
The weevils are in every food.
There's like a million weevils. Tell me about the weevils, Allie. How do you feel about the weevils as, like, a premise?
I feel about the same as the fucky weather. You know,
it is exactly the same thing. Yes, we replaced the fucky, kind of, not exactly, but it's very similar.
It's like, at one book we were too hot, and in this book we were too cold, and in this book, weevils.
And ghosts.
And ghosts. Anyway. That was the closest I've ever been.
Perrin asks for extra beans. Good. And then this guy is like, hey man, I just saw a ghost.
Gross.
And
gross.
And then the people are like, well, time to come clean. We got a million fucking ghosts. And people keep on having heart attacks because of the ghosts. And some people are killing their loved ones because they think they're ghosts. And I'm like, what? Why?
That doesn't make sense. Well, I guess if they were surprised by their loved one, like it was like, honey, I'm you know what I mean?
People strike out at shadows and surprises with whatever's to hand, and sometimes they found a husband, wife, or neighbor dead at their feet. But I'm like, what are the ghosts doing? Because it seems like they just show up. Notably, as Jason Denzel pointed out, I found this online at intersections, so crossroads.
Oh,
and then of Twilight.
Twilight, that's the title.
And I think mostly at evening. And then they just kind of like walk away.
At evening,
Twilight.
Robert.
And then they just kind of like walk away. And Perrin is like, well,
you had one chance to think it.
That sucks. And this other dude is like, hey, we got to...
Are the ghosts violent ghosts? Are they vengeful
Apparently
spirits?
not. I think they just show up and then walk away.
Then who cares?
Well, spooky. Spooky.
Yeah, but
Ellie is spooky.
But okay. But here's the thing. If a ghost shows up, but was just kind of a vibe.
Spooky.
Am I right? If a ghost showed up and was kind of a vibe,
I'd be
like,
spooked.
"Hey, Great Aunt Bertha," like, but also
depends,
like,
but, you know?
after a while, it'd be kind of like, okay, they're here.
So yeah, one of the Aes
Please
Sedai...
don't come in while I'm showering.
Sayanid, notably. Sayanid, who I once said has shown up once, and I was immediately told how wrong I was. Sayanid is here, and she's like, you got to leave one of us behind so we can figure out what's up with the ghost.
And Perrin's
Perrin is like, no, we have to find my wife.
Okay, here's the thing.
Also, the last battle.
Do you think? Wait,
Yes?
this is kind of funny. Do you think that any of the loved ones that they accidentally stab come back as ghosts?
That would be
like,
wild.
What the fuck?
What the fuck, Mark?
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Mark. Stabby Mark over here got too stabby.
And Perrin is like, damn, this sucks. All right.
Oh, well, not going to do anything to help, though.
Well, he's like, I wish I could, but I can't. And then that's the end of chapter 26. Chapter 27, Ellie, what must be done is the chapter. They winnow grain.
They winnow grain?
To get the weevils out.
Sure.
There's I'm skipping a lot of weevil talk. There's a lot of weevil talk.
There's page after page of weevil. I didn't know before this book what weevils were. I thought that Robert Jordan legitimately made these fucks up.
Yeah, no, they're real.
Do we have them in California?
Probably.
Are there Californian weevils? I've never heard of a weevil.
You've never heard of a weevil?
Never in my life ever have I heard of weevils.
It's the whole thing.
I would remember because weevil is a funny name. No, I've heard of cockroaches. I've heard
weevils
of...
are specifically like grain pests, I think.
Like, is that the little bugs you sometimes can get in rice if you leave the rice
No, they're bigger than that.
So that's not weevils.
I don't think so.
Okay. Then I don't know what the fuck a weevil is.
They're beetles. They're little beetle guys.
Maybe I just don't leave...
Well, they're about a 1/4 inch long, so maybe.
Maybe I just don't...
No, the rice things are microscopic practically. They're teeny tiny.
They're really little and they're kind of clear.
They're
you see them crawling.
Yeah, well, it could be, but probably not the ones that are going to show up in a very old bag of rice.
Because I've seen those.
Yeah. Okay, I'm reading about weevils. I have to stop doing this right now. I'm going down a dark path.
Well, that was what Robert Jordan apparently did before he wrote Crossroads of Twilight, because we are...
Okay, there are fungus weevils, leaf-rolling weevils, primitive weevils, straight snout weevils, true weevils, pine flower
one true
weevils.
weevil.
There's a lot of families of weevils. There's this New Zealand giraffe weevil. Oh my God.
So
I know enough about weevils now to fill a lifetime. Not half as much as Robert did. And I'm proud of him.
Me too.
Sayanid and Missouri are like, we should stay. Or Sayanid wants to stay. And Perrin is like, I'd have to send Adara back to get you. And that doesn't seem like a good idea. And how about we don't do any of that?
Yeah. Okay.
So Perrin heads back to camp. And the Two Rivers guys are like, hey, man, whore. And, okay, that's just a thing that's continuing.
Yeah, I hate that.
And Dana Lewin comes up and goes, the maidens brought in 5 Shido, Lord Perrin. Arganda took them over to the Geldanan tents to put them to the question. Massima's with them. And he's like, I don't fuck him, whatever, Massima, whatever. Why is Arganda questioning? Is Arganda doing some bullshit?
Yeah, kind of always.
And Idara goes, even Shido know how to embrace pain, Perrin Ibarra. It will take days to bring any of them to talk, and there seemed no reason to wait. And Sulin goes, my spear sisters and I could have done it fast. My spear sister, and the bug just flies into her mouth. She starts spitting.
It's a weevil.
My spear sisters and I could have done it faster ourselves, a little. But Daniel Lewin said you wanted no blows struck. Gerard Arganda is an impatient man, and he mistrusts us. You may not learn much. In any case, they are stone dogs. They will yield slowly and as little as possible. In this, it is always necessary to put together a little from one with a little from another to make a picture. My accent is shifting, and I need to bring it back.
That's all right.
So Perrin goes to these Shido.
You're still on strike, so.
Hey, it's true. Perrin goes to these Shido.
Your accent went on strike.
Tell me about
No, actually, it was really good. I'm just joking.
It turned like Italian or something.
I don't think it did. I think you're too mean to yourself.
Tell me about these Shido guys.
They suck.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
Well, I mean, they are being tortured, which is not awesome.
Yeah.
It's a war crime.
It's not good.
It's not a good war crime.
Yeah, this is bad, actually, because they've got...
If there is a good war crime, it's not this one.
They've got, I think the best war crime, and the only one that's kind of okay, is when you put the Red Cross logo in your video game by mistake.
Yeah, that I think is acceptable.
Yeah. Perrin, they've got this one dude, he's spread-eagled, naked, and they've put hot coals on his stomach. And I'm like, this is not it. This is horrible.
That's inventive in a creepy way. Who suggested that? Like, if somebody was like, hey, let's get them naked and spread them and then put hot coals on their stomach, I would look at them and be like,
no.
Bob, are you okay?
So Perrin comes up and he kicks the coals off the guy's chest and he's like, what the fuck? And Massima is the worst and goes, the savage makes a sham, my boy. I know them. Yeah. They pretend to feel no pain, but they do not the way other men do. You must be willing and able to hurt a stone to make one of them talk.
Okay.
And
that's too much.
Arganda's like,
too much.
I'm not happy that Massima did this either, but man, you don't get it. I want to get Oleandra back. And Aram is like, I am so close right now. Can you please put the coals back on? I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
That's just my read on the guy.
Oh, it's so accurate.
Actually, what he says is,
oh my God.
It has to be done, Aram said, half pleading, half demanding. He was on Massima's other side, clutching the edges of his green cloak.
Somehow what you said was less weird.
As if to keep his hands from the sword on his back. On his back. His eyes were almost as hot as Massima's. You taught me that a man does what he must. And Perrin is like, okay,
Perrin's like, I actually haven't taught you anything. Actively, I've avoided you against Allie's express orders.
He goes, all right, fucking fine. You got to do what you got to do. All right, fine, we'll do what we got to do. And he unties the rag from the guy's mouth, and the guy immediately starts singing Wash the Spears.
Okay.
Good throwback. Massima's laughter rose in the middle of the singing. Perrin's hackles rose, too. He'd never heard Massima laugh before. It was not a pleasant sound. He did not want to lose a finger, so he pulled his axe out of its belt loop and carefully used the top of the axe head against the man's chin to push his mouth shut. Eyes the color of the sky looked up at him out of a sun-dark face, unafraid. The man smiled. I don't ask you to betray your people, Perrin said. His throat hurt with the effort of keeping his voice steady. You Shido captured some women. All I want to know is how to get them back. One is named Fail. She's as tall as one of your women, with dark, tilted eyes, a strong nose, and a bold mouth. A beautiful woman. You'd remember her if you had seen her. Have you? And the Shido stares at him and then stares directly into Perrin's eyes and starts singing what sounds kind of like a drinking sound, sort of. He just starts singing a goofy song and starts laughing.
You know, I don't think Perrin's request was really that unreasonable.
And Aram goes, if you can't do this, Aram said desperately, then go away. I'll help see to it. And Perrin is like,
what is wrong with you?
Man. What had to be done? Perrin looked at the faces around him. Arganda scowling with hatred at him as much as the Shido now. Massima, stinking of madness and filled with a scornful hate. You must be willing and able to hurt a stone. Idara, her face as unreadable as the Aes Sedai's, arms folded calmly beneath her breasts.
Oh, good, I hope so.
Even Shido know how to embrace pain. It'll take days. Sulin, the scar across her cheek still pale on her leathery skin, her gaze level and her scent implacable. They will yield slowly and as little as possible. Berylane, smelling of judgment. A ruler who had sentenced men to death and never lost a night's sleep. What had to be done? Willing and able to hurt a stone. Embrace pain. Oh, light. Fail. The axe was as light as a feather rising in his hand, and came down like a hammer on the anvil.
Jesus Christ.
The heavy blade shearing through the Shido's left wrist. Heal him, Perrin said to the Aes Sedai, stepping back. He did not try to wipe his face. The blood was seeping into his beard.
Ew!
He felt hollow. He could not have lifted the axe again if he had to for his life. So, wanted to read through all that. How do you feel about this?
Okay, on the one hand, ew,
yes.
And on the other hand, if someone kidnapped you from me, I would suggest you not try it. Do you know what I mean? So,
Let me read this next part. So she heals his stump, and it cauterizes over. Perrin goes, I've been told you can hold out for days and still say next to nothing. His voice sounded too loud in his ears. I don't have time for you to show how tough you are, or how brave. I know you're brave and tough, but my wife's been a prisoner too long. And the reader goes, yeah!
I mean, the word, definitely.
You'll be separated and asked about some women, whether you've seen them, and where. That's all I want to know. There'll be no hot coals or anything else, just questions, but if anybody refuses to answer, or if your answers are too different, then everybody loses something.
Oh, it's the prisoner's dilemma, sort of.
Kind of, but they're all incentivized to tell the truth.
Right.
Yeah. He was surprised to find that he could lift the axe after all. The blade was smeared with red.
Ew.
2 hands and 2 feet, he said coldly. Light, he sounded like ice. He felt like ice to his bones. That means you get 4 chances to answer the same. And if you all hold out, I still won't kill you. I'll find a village to leave you in. Some place that'll let you beg. Somewhere the boys will toss a coin to the fierce Aielman with no hands or feet. You think on it and decide whether it's worth keeping my wife from me. And Massima's like, dog, are you okay? This is fucked up.
This is fucked up, even for me. No, everyone's like, Bob who suggested the spread equal coal thing, he seems tame in comparison.
I know. Well, it was Massima suggested that.
Well, I'm sure it was Massima.
And then he walks away.
Which is a weird thing to suggest.
So
it's very specific.
Let's discuss this moment in Perrin's evolution with violence and how he responds to it. Specifically, I think how he responds to it is more important.
You know how in some TV adaptation that we won't talk about, how it seems like a running theme is like what we do to each other, whether it's good or evil, if it's in the name of good or if it's in the name of evil, or if it's like we're doing the hard thing but it's good, you know?
Yeah.
Woo! We're asking that question right now.
A little bit.
Like if I were just meeting Perrin for the first time and I hadn't been with him on the journey, I might not think he's such a good guy.
I would think he was a pretty shitty dude for this one.
On the other hand,
no pun intended. Yay.
I think about how not nice of a person I would be in this situation. And I sit here and I go, ooh, I don't like what that says about me either, though. But I'm also like, And then I go, is this a if I were a worm, would you love me situation where we turn to each other and we go, would you cut someone's arm off for me? But I'm like, no.
Yeah, I don't think that's what this is. You know, I think this is much more.
And I don't feel like I'm being very eloquent right now.
No, I understand. It's late.
Do you know what I mean? There's a lot to unpack here.
I think the other thing here is this is a situation where Perrin realistically could have waited. He did this to get information faster. And I understand. I think his justification here, and I really like how this is presented, because his rationale to me is I can let them put hot coals on these guys and torture the fuck out of them for a week, or I can do something really heinous to one of them. And I'm not saying that justifies or excuses what he does, because what he does is really fucked up.
Yeah, it's really fucked up. It's monstrously fucked up. On the other hand, I mean, he will get... it goes into that thing of like, do the ends justify the means?
Yes, it does.
You know what? Here's my thing about it. I hope I'm never in a situation like this where I have to make a decision like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what I would do.
I think
it's not a fun choice.
I think the important thing to take away from this, though, he walks away. He walks for a long fucking time. The blood was thick on his face, in his beard, beginning to dry.
Ugh.
How many times had he said he would do anything to get Fael back? A man did what he had to for Fael, anything. Abruptly, he raised the axe behind his head in both hands and hurled it as hard as he could. It spun end over end and slammed into the thick trunk of an oak with a solid chunk. The chunk. Okay. I like that. Letting out a breath that seemed locked in his lungs, he sank down on a rough stone outcrop that stuck up as high and broad as a bench and put his elbows on his knees. You can show yourself now, Elias, he said wearily. I can smell you there.
Would it help if I said something racist about your wife in this trying time?
Elias asks him, I told you once to keep that until you got to like using it too much. You start liking it back there? Perrin goes, No, not that, but what, boy? I think you almost have Massima scared. Only you smell scared, too. The axe. I didn't notice it the first time, only looking back. That was the night I met Gaul, and the White Cloaks tried to kill us. Later, fighting Trollocs in the Two Rivers, I wasn't sure, but then at Demise Wells, I was. I'm afraid in a battle, Elias. Afraid and sad, because maybe I'll never see Fael again.
Oh.
Only, I've heard Grady and Neild talk about how it is, holding the one power. They say they feel more alive. I'm too frightened to spit in a battle, but I feel more alive than any time except when I'm holding Fael. I don't think I could stand it if I came to feel that way about what I just did back there. I don't think Fael would have me back if I came to that. So they have this lovely conversation. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Elias essentially says, it's not going to happen to you, dude. They sit there for quite a while. Let's think about this. I mean, because it's really
tough.
This is a very
Here's the thing,
from the heart thing. I think
when I'm threatening
to
paddle Robert Jordan, which you know what he probably would have liked.
Yeah, probably.
Just when I'm at my finger waggiest, he pulls this kind of thing.
Yeah,
and I go, "Damn, though, do you understand your thesis?"
Yes, sir.
Whew. What if we all just decided to stop being mean to each other?
Yeah, well, that would be nice. That's the Tinkers.
I know, and that's stupid in a different way. Well, no, it's not stupid. It's wonderful, but things are complicated. You know what would be nice? I want one, I haven't had an uncomplicated year since I turned 22.
Sure.
16, actually. I would like an uncomplicated year again.
Yeah.
You know? Where there's nothing going on. We all just decide to be bored for a year.
That would be interesting.
Do you want to all be bored for a year? Can we just be bored for a year?
All that to say, I think he's doing a really phenomenal job of giving us really the pinnacle of Perrin's struggle with doing violence. I mean, this is the most Perrin's talked in a while, you know? He's laying out how he feels alive in a battle, but there's a difference between battle and butchery, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's why it was so important to have Perrin at Demise Wells, too, because he doesn't do anything there. He's just there.
Right.
But he sees it. And I think Perrin in battle, to me, is the most human in battle. They're all three of the boys, I think, encapsulate different philosophies of warfare, right?
Right.
Matt's all hectic all the time, just, turn, you go. Rand.
And it's kind of I don't know.
Rand detaches himself, and Perrin,
king of dissociation.
Perrin observes and participates and goes fucking apeshit, but
But he's not happy about it.
He's not.
Rand's
even if
I gotta be hard, I gotta like it. I gotta do
not even like it. I have to have no feelings about it.
Yeah. Perrin's I'm gonna feel bad about it the whole time.
Matt is just I'm just gonna stay alive. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I just fuck it. Yeah. It's tough. Being a person is tough. Being sentient is really tough.
It is. And this is a beautiful passage, and I just wanted to make sure we gave it enough time. So
it's
appropriately,
it's beautifully done.
To complement this thesis, Aram shows up.
Oh, great.
He goes, they talked, and they all gave the same answers. I I think the threat of leaving them to beg frightened them more than your axe. But they say they've never seen Payable or any of the others. We could try the Coles again. They might remember then. And then we have this kid.
Well, you fucking
I've had enough of this dude.
This kid comes in with the other side of this argument.
Which is
not even an argument, but the other side of this examination. Yeah, which is like, he would be totally down for this.
Here's the thing. Perrin needed to give him the, like, when you like it too much, put it down speech. Like,
did he?
When he picked up the sword. No, he needed to.
Yeah, he needed to, yeah.
Elias did that for him, and he failed to do Aram that solid.
I would agree with that. He says, Aram goes, well, then we have to kill them. Sulin and the maidens made sure to take them when they had no weapons so they could be questioned. They won't just settle down to be Guyshine. And Perrin is like, oh, for God's sake, just guard them, okay? This is, not only did I chop this motherfucker's hand off, I did it for nothing.
Like, why didn't they just say we don't know anything?
That's not how they do.
No, whatever. I mean, probably they wouldn't have been believed anyway, but...
Yeah. It's still, I mean, it's... Ugh.
Hey, if we're looking at a plus side, and this is really not a plus side at all, at least we didn't spend weeks for nothing.
Elias points at the axe and goes, what about that, boy? And Perrin goes, leave it for whoever finds it. Maybe some fool gleeman will make a story out of it. He strode away toward the camp, never looking back. With its empty loop, the thick belt around his waist was too light, all to no purpose. And then they get the grain back, because this was actually, we were just waiting for the grain.
This was just a holdover for the grain.
Yes, it was. They were winnowing the grain, and then Perrin decided to chop a guy's hand off. So that's the other thing. They weren't going anywhere until the grain came. So they could have questioned these guys for 3 days.
Well, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like Perrin.
No, that's tough.
It's tough.
It's tough because what if they had seen something?
And then we already discussed this at the end, where Talonbor is like, "Hey, man, there's Seanchan out there, and they're looking for the Shido too. You want to buddy up? Let's buddy up with them.
No.
I think we should buddy up with them because I will do anything for Megden." And Perrin is like, "Careful what you say, boss. Now sit down and tell me about these Seanchan." And that's the end of chapter 27. And that's where we're going to leave it for right now. We'll see you in 5 minutes with the rest of the book. She's done it.
Wow.
She finished it.
Holy
She read it. The book is
shit.
completed. It has happened. This part of the podcast contains spoilers through the end of the book.
Here's what I'm going to tell you.
Yes.
The emotional whiplash of the WGA getting a deal and then reading what happened to my girl Egwene.
At the very last second there.
The very last second there was an emotional whiplash unlike any other.
Truly the last second.
Honestly, we should call this episode COSSROADS of TWILIGHT.
We were sick for a lot of it.
We've been sick for like all of it.
Allie, how you doing? It is the day after the last time we recorded.
And in 2 days, we are going to release this monster episode.
I have a lot of editing to do between now and then.
To plan. And I think it will. Gus, are you feeling confident?
I do feel pretty confident. I think I can get this done between now and then, even though I have 6 free hours and probably will be about 10.5 hours to edit. I feel weirdly confident in my ability to get this done.
I'm weirdly confident in you as well.
Thank you. You're very, very kind.
But, on this podcast, Delulu is the Salulu.
That is true. Delusion is all of what we're about.
Mm-hmm.
Of grandeur, of grandeur, what have you. That kind of delusion. Allie, This is what I have to know before we start.
Mm-hmm.
Where did we leave off?
Oh, jeez. What the fuck? Perrin. Weevils.
Yes, and the most dramatic thing that has happened in this book so far.
He chopped off a hand.
He chopped off a hand and had
Which is going to happen to Matt, too, probably.
Matt's going to lose a hand? I thought you said somebody else was going to lose a hand.
Oh, no. Rand loses the hand. Rand in the hand, and Matt in the eyeball.
You think Matt, right, okay.
Oh, come on. It's been so foreshadowed.
Well, we'll have to read and find out, I suppose. But we've got 3 chapters and the world's shortest epilogue to discuss today. I think the epilogue might be as short as or shorter than Mockingjay's epilogue. But before we get into it, Allie, do you have any notes for the Matt chapters?
I do. Hold on. Puffed Up Popinjay is my new band name.
It's true.
Matt really needs to chew the Shan-Chan out for repeatedly threatening to put a leash on the Aes Sedai.
That would be good.
And he's not being a good ally right now.
He's not.
No. Casual Matt-sogyny all over the place. Matt actually thinks about putting collars on the Aes Sedai, and I'm losing my mind right now.
Yeah, well.
James Oliver Rigney Jr., do not make me come over there. Maybe she had been a panarch of Terabon, but Matt was beginning to doubt it. He had heard some of the contortionists joking about how the Terraboner serving girl was wearing the thief catcher out till he could hardly walk. The essay I could write about this sentence alone.
I mean, is good for them?
He's doubting that she was panarch.
Oh, that part I've already memory hold that part. Oh,
of the fact that she and
she's great at fucking.
are obviously hooking up.
Oh, that's a shame. I just tuned out the first part.
The essay that I could write.
Or is the interpretation that she's a nag? I assume it's not. I assume it's meant to be that they're just fucking all the time, which good
wearing
for them.
The thief catcher out till he could hardly walk.
Oh yeah, no, that's good for them. I'm happy for them.
We should all be happy for them.
Yes.
Life gives you like 10 things that are fun. Okay?
There's a lot of fun things in life. What is this dour attitude? Is this just CROSSROADS
love,
speaking?
Sex, eating, sleeping, friends.
There's a hell of a lot more. Oh, come now.
Reading, extracurriculars, nature.
The sunlight. Oh, okay, that broad. Entertainment. Fun. Happiness. Those are it. Okay, fine.
Family.
So many things. So many things bring joy. What are you on about?
Other.
That's a big other.
Hammock.
That's a wide-ranging other.
Hammock gets
a whole thing.
Hammock.
God.
Dog.
Dog.
Wait, no, okay. I can do it in 10. I can sum up all of human existence as 10 good things. Ready?
Yes.
Cute butts.
Yeah.
Love. Sex. Eating. Sleeping. Nature. Diversions.
The fuck? Okay, again, you're always going to have a category in here which is everything else that's great.
Interests.
Sure.
Animals.
Sure.
Oh, no, you know what? Animals goes under nature.
Okay. Allie, are
Wait,
you... Okay.
I've got 2 left. Toys/games.
Oh, sure. All right.
Comfort.
Great. Comfort?
That's 10.
Okay.
Wait, no. Okay, so in the place of cute butts, put friends/family. Great, that's 10. That's all of human existence.
There's more, but okay. Allie.
Oh, name one more. Name one more that doesn't fit the categories. Name one more. Name one more.
Exertion.
That goes under interests.
Okay, fine.
Or extracurricular.
Can you continue your notes?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Snakes and foxes again. Huh?
Yeah, they come up a lot.
Nah, I totally nailed what happens. They go to the Tower of Genji. They find the door. They use the Shandarai to carve a door into the Tower of Genji. Okay? Get in there. Okay. The snakes/foxes are like, we eat people. And they're like, well, that's cool. Except we brought iron to bind, music, and all the things. We brought everything we need.
Music to deafen, fire to blind. No,
that's Moraine.
Wait, it's not fire to blind.
Courage to strengthen.
Iron to bind, music to dazzle, fire to blind.
Clear as crystal. Okay, so courage to strengthen, that's got to be Jane Farstrider.
Okay.
All right. Iron to bind, that's Matt.
Okay.
Obviously,
Jane Farstrider, who according to you is Noel.
Oh, he's according to me. According to everybody. It's so obvious.
That is according to you. That is what you have said.
As crystal.
Okay.
Okay. His last name is Tureen.
It is. Maybe he's his cousin.
He's old as fuck.
Maybe he's his cousin. There can only be one old man. There's many old women.
No, there can only be one old man.
I see.
Okay. Oh, I have more notes.
Hour 9, everybody.
Prophecy
Hour 8,
time.
Actually.
It's prophecy time.
Yes.
It's prophecy time.
Well,
Yay. I got dreams and prophecies in this.
It's song time, isn't it?
Well, Well, it's all about Matt. It's clear it's all about Matt.
Very clearly about Matt.
Fortune rides like the sun on high. This is clearly about Matt, but I'm not quite sure what this one means. Fortune's obviously Matt because of the luck thing.
Sure.
But the sun on high is not quite clear to me. Maybe that's Tuon, he rides. Anyway.
Oh, my God.
With the fox that makes the ravens fly.
That's
I'm
pretty.
thinking this likely has something to do with the fan and Matt.
Sure.
Or the Sean-chan. Or that's Matt. Wait, with the fox head medallion.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, and the Sean-chan.
Yeah.
Well, because they can't do anything to him.
Yeah, and also if he gets involved with and changes anything about the future empress, he's kind of making
and the whole culture.
Fly.
God, I fucking hope. Oh, James, you have $4. Luck his soul, the lightning his eye. Okay, Matt's losing an eye for sure. I mean, come on. He snatches the moon from out of the sky.
Well, that's clear.
Oh my God, I put land fear, ? Who am I? An idiot? It's obviously Tuon. Oh my God, it's all just about Matt and Tuon. Blah. Relationships. Eck. I'm just kidding.
You shipped everybody for 6 straight books.
Yeah, but I don't ship them.
I don't ship them either.
This ship has shumped.
It shumped. The ship has shumped.
Tuon is asking for Matt's body count. A whole graveyard. But also, let's not slut shame him, please.
Good for him if they were into it.
You each say someone's your wife/husband 3 times and then you're married?
Yeah.
So they're half married at this point?
Yeah, you remember how Seleucia was specifically like, you can't say that.
And he was like, I'm going to say it thrice, actually.
Yeah.
And hopefully nothing bad happens from that.
Yeah.
Can someone please sit Matt down and explain the Sean-Jan?
By the way,
it's almost like you should explain your culture when people are interacting with you. Like, hey, that's a cultural thing, actually.
As I recall,
I'll explain it to you because you're new to it.
You did twig a little bit on it's weird that he said that way. Didn't you?
It's weird they said, what? She
is my wife.
It was weird. It was a weird thing to say. It was a weird way to say it. Do you want me to read chapter 29 as well?
Yes, please. All the Matt notes.
They're shopping.
Yes, but also...
Eludra's here.
Well, before that, Allie.
What?
Ghost.
That might have been the best attempt yet.
That was top tier.
That might have been the best attempt yet. I'm determined by the end of this podcast, I'll have done an accurate Scooby-Doo impression.
I believe in you.
Eludra's here. Will that mean drama? Egwene's hurt. Why? Oh, fuck. Rena stabbed her. Yes. Kill the jerk for what she did to Egwene. Get her.
Yes.
Oh, the secret's out. Time to fundamentally change the whole society, Tuon. Get Tuon on it. Oh, get Tuon on it. Get it? Because get to it and get on it both work.
Oh, I like it. Okay. Get two on it.
Get two on it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I like that. That's clever.
And then I was like, I'll shut up now. Let's ride. Heh. Yes. 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 Everybody dance now.
Is this when she gets shot?
Everybody dance now.
Is this how you felt when she got shot? Is this what this is?
Yeah.
Okay.
/ like also voguing, which I can't do. But if I could, I would have been voguing.
I support that.
I guess we're pouring one out for Rena. Am I right? Go fuck yourself.
Oh, yeah. Fuck Rena. Rena sucks. Oh, no. She's dead. What a shame.
Everybody dance now.
Now, Matt, do you remember how Matt responds to this?
I'm not done with my notes.
All right. Sorry. Please continue.
Oh, do I remember how Matt responds to this? Oh, no. I killed a woman. I killed a slaver with a vagina. Oh, no. Your response should have been, everybody dance now.
I'm really enjoying your enthusiasm. And is this like a picture? admittedly, I just have to say it. Admittedly, I think he's more upset that he shot down a fleeing prisoner. But he does specify that it's a woman.
Do you like that? Like half the time I'm like, here's a very nuanced
and
take.
the other time
I'm like, shoot her again.
Get her. What a shame. Oh no.
I'm like, I am not a violent person, except in this instance.
I'm liking all of this. Do you have any more notes? Also, fuck Renna.
Fuck Renna.
Ghosts?
Ghosts. Robert, don't make me agree with Tuon.
I know.
She's like, don't give a fuck. It's Renna. She sucks, fundamentally.
Yeah, but she said she sucks because she's a traitor. But like, yeah.
I mean, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Ugh. I can't. I hate the Sean Chan.
Oh, me too. They're terrible.
They suck the worst.
They're awful.
Fix it, Ray. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it.
Hey, you got 4 books left. Okay. Let's see where this goes. I agree. They're the worst.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Is someone in the Wheel of Time community not allowing something to go to its natural conclusions? Reports are coming to conclusions? Am I alone? I'm at sea alone on a raft all by myself doing that. All by myself.
Nobody else has ever done this with any media property related to the Wheel of Time.
I'm just leaping to conclusions by myself. And I'm not letting it come to its natural conclusions. I'm just deciding how it's going to end and that it's going to be a disaster. Just me? All by myself?
Never happened before. Never happened
Never
again.
heard of such a thing.
All right. Chapter 28.
I am losing it.
You finished Crossroads and we're doing it all in a week. Well, we didn't record it all in a week. We recorded this in like 3.5 weeks because we got sick in the middle of it. More like 4 weeks, actually. Whatever. Anyway, Allie, chapter 28. A cluster of rosebuds. You for sure, by the way, get Matt 2 on enemies to lovers moment in here. Because he starts making rosebud things out of paper for Seleucia, and then 2 on wears them.
Wait, no. You're wrong. Maybe. Because I thought he bought 2 on a gift.
He bought her a dress. He bought her fabric for a dress.
Right. And then she gave it to Seleucia.
Is that what happened?
Yep, that happened for... No. Okay. He didn't buy her fabric for a dress. He bought her a necklace. Oh. And then she gave it to Seleucia, like, ew, a necklace. And then Seleucia was like, ew, a necklace. And they made Egwene wear it. And we're like, next time I see you, you better have a veil on. Because I guess, I don't know. If I were Egwene, I'd be like, go fuck yourself with a chainsaw. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, okay. He gives her a necklace and she gives it to Seleucia. Throws it at Egwene, insulting her and liking her to a Shay dancer. Oh, and then I forgot this happens. 2 on renames her. So.
Did she?
She calls her Lielwyn Shipless.
A chainsaw's too good for you.
Yeah,
I don't like Matt's new wife.
I don't like her at all.
I feel like if I met Tuon, first of all, I don't think I'd hang out with Matt. Even though I am Matt to some extent because of all the Mattsogyny. Like either I would need to educate him and we get into a bunch of fights at parties to the point where everyone's like, they're not fun to hang out with together. Or something. I don't know. He'd have to change. But if we were to hang out and Matt brought 2 onto the barbecue and was like, I married her really quickly in Vegas. Here's my new wife. I feel like you and I, after she left, would both just do the thing where we're like, so 2 on seems, and then we just wait for the other to go
to finish the sentence.
I don't like her at all, and then you're like, oh my god, it's the best when you and your spouse don't like the same person.
She has 4 books. She has 4 whole books to undergo character development. We just got to know her. I'm just saying, give it a little, let's I agree with you right now.
Am I jumping to conclusions?
I agree with you that right now she's a colossal pain in the ass. And she sucks.
And she's mean.
And she's the 1% slaving queen heir. But you're right. Fuck her. She's awful. But give her time. Give her time.
Should I let her cook?
Maybe. I can't tell you where it goes, obviously.
Joss,
what?
Should I let her cook?
Yeah.
Is this a let her cook situation?
Maybe.
Or can I hate her this whole time?
You can do whatever you want. It's not my place to influence how you feel about a character going down the line.
Great. Then I hate her.
Okay. Chapter 28, a cluster of rosebuds. That's the logo. What's that?
Dice.
Matt from the day they left Abu Dhar, traveling with
what? I think Matt's luck's run out because his wife sucks.
And Luca's grand traveling show and magnificent display of marvels and wonders was every bit as bad as Mark. Who the fuck is Mark? As Matt's
is a guy
darkest,
named Mark?
I tried to read Matt and darkest, and I said Mark.
Marcus?
As Matt's darkest thoughts had made
That's the most Markest thought, am I right?
Yeah. So Luca stops at every town to play, do a show, and everyone's like, good God, this is taking forever. What a slog. And then half the community shows up and is like, no, it's not. Fuck you. And Luca's like, hey, we're gonna make a bunch of fucking money. I love money. It's so good. Money.
It's all about the money. Capitalism is a hellscape.
So this first chapter, frankly, not a ton happens. Matt is like worried that they're being looked for because Sean-Chan are out and about looking for people. And the women are channeling sometimes and not always.
Yes.
The Aes Sedai are like going out and about and visiting towns and doing stuff. And Matt is like, can you please fucking stay in the goddamn wagon, you guys? Like, you remember you're kind of fugitives and like stop doing that. And Bethaman and Seta are like, hey, you know what? They stayed hidden. So, kind of let them do what they want to do. And Rena goes, if my lord wishes to keep them contained, we can always use the Idam. They really shouldn't be trusted loose. Don't worry, she dies.
You dead.
She dies very soon.
I want you dead faster.
And Matt is like,
so that you could not say that sentence.
Let's not do that. And in fact, let's never do that. And maybe I should just throw out those Idam. What do you say? But then he
thinks also, oh, well, I'd be lying if I hadn't thought about collaring the women myself. That is the angriest harp sound ever.
Do you want the yellow button?
No!
Oh, that. But you want to do that one?
No,
I thought you were going to do the yellow button.
No!
Not the green button.
No!
Because I've had enough of this.
That's what I was expecting. Okay, stop hitting buttons with your toes. Stop it. People are trying to sleep.
Wake up, bitches.
I think it's really sweet that people sleep. Okay, all right.
Wake up, bitches.
Sean-Chan are on their way to Ilion. Oh, fuck, that's not so good. Surath, I don't know. What the fuck? What happens in this chapter? I mean, I'm looking through here, and it's not a great deal right out the gate. They collect a lot of rumors.
Matt tries to give Tuon a sock so Tuon can be free.
Oh, God.
Hashtag trans lives matter. Speaking of another series that never resolved its slavery plotline.
Oh, it really didn't.
It really did not.
It really did not.
This podcast is brought to you by Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Rub stuff on your chest.
Okay.
But it's not sexy.
Nope. So he wants to go talk to Egwene, but he's like, all right, I'm not talking to her alone. I'm bringing he wants to go talk to Tuon, but he's like, I'm not doing it alone. I'm taking Egwene with me because fuck that. I need you to smooth things over. You're a Sean-Chan noble, and you can keep me from putting my boot in my mouth. Why do you need me to smooth things over? Why do you need to see her? Haven't you done enough? And Matt is like, she's like 4'5", and why are you afraid of her? She's a little itty bitty child looking thing. I'm gonna keep saying that to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you? And Domon goes, Egwene, do not be afraid of anything, boy. If she does not want to go, then you trot off to court the girl by yourself. Stay the night if you choose.
I do-be doing her.
What?
I do-be doing her.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Should I just start talking like him?
Always,
but I make
yes.
it so mush mouth you can't understand anything I'm saying. Oh, the breakfast and the eggs.
I saw a video the other day.
I couldn't improvise it. I couldn't improvise it. I lost it.
You spent years studying at Second City.
Well, I got a really expensive t-shirt and a certificate and fuck all else, apparently.
I saw a video of the caption said, imagine being an English as a second language speaker and hearing this. And it was the guy about going, you can call me whatever you want, but don't call me that.
Okay, it's so wild though that A, that was really accurate, and B, I understood every single word of that.
Yeah, what he said, by the way, if you are English as a second language and you're like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, is you can call me anything you want, but don't call me that. So, yeah, it's a great video. It's quite something. Anyway, so Matt goes in to... Which wagon is this? He brings Egwene with him. He goes to visit Tuon. Egwene's there. She's playing Snakes and Foxes with Oliver.
Cute.
And Oliver goes, Noel has been telling us about Cadanson, Matt. That's another name for Shara. Did you know the Ayat tattoo their faces? That's what they call women who can channel in Shara. And Matt is like, is he just making up dumb fucking bullshit again?
No, he's Jane fucking Farstrader, and you'd know that if you'd read the fucking book.
Suddenly Noel slapped his thigh
if you
and
read
sat up straight.
Any book ever.
I remember now, he said, and then the fool began to recite. Fortune rides like the sun on high, with the fox that makes the ravens fly. Luck his soul, the lightning his eye. He snatches the moons from out of the sky. I've been trying to remember that. It's from the Prophecies of the Dragon. And Matt is like, that's okay. I don't give a shit. All right, I don't fucking care.
This guy is so obviously talking to a celebrity. It's so obvious.
I'm realizing that
it's like, I don't give it a good God fuck what you are.
My flustered Matt is just becoming how do I do this without referencing? You know the actor Glenn Howerton?
No.
Yes, you do.
Do I?
Yes.
Hold on.
He plays a twin in a show set in Philadelphia.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
No. But anyway.
Oh, yeah.
That's what my flustered Matt is becoming more and more. Apropos of nothing. All right, so I got to stop doing stupid shit like that. All right.
I mentioned two, so we have to do it.
I mentioned what?
I mentioned one.
Oh, okay. You did, didn't you? Not that actually really... Anyway. Tuon keeps calling him Toy. Toy doesn't mean to be rude. He just has never been trained in manners. But it is late, Master Charon. Time for Oliver to be in bed. Perhaps you'll escort him to his tent. We'll play again another time, Oliver. Would you like me to teach you to play stones? And he's like, hell yes, board games. I'm a huge nerd. This is awesome. I love this, which is how I feel about that as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we get another of those moments where Matt's like, he's being kind of weirdly flirty. If I figure out which one of the guys taught him that, I'll smack the shit out of him.
It's you. Slap yourself in the face. There are so many young boys that need some fuck to talk to them about the fact that they're being problematic. And neither of the boys that are most equipped to do that discussion will sack up and fucking do it.
I will say, Matt is a much better caretaker to Oliver than Perrin is to Aram.
Oh, no question.
Not close.
But you know what? Perrin's just above call CPS.
That's true. And before Matt gives Tuon this gift, we're actually going to take our first proscribed ad break of like this entire fucking thing. Welcome back.
What? We haven't taken an ad break?
Well, we've been doing chapters in about 8 minutes. So they've just been added in.
I want an ad break every 8 minutes. That makes for good content.
That's what people,
money,
what people want.
Money. That's what I want.
So Matt comes in with this necklace.
That sounds like me.
And he's like, I got you this. It's a nice ass necklace. It's a Shan Chan necklace. Maybe you'll be less mean to me now. Hey, excuse me. Here's this necklace. You want the necklace? And she takes the necklace and gives it to Seleucia.
Ugh.
And Seleucia takes the necklace between thumb and forefinger as if holding a dead rat by the tail.
Okay, so I bet they have something about jewelry. There's certain kinds can only be worn by certain people.
A piece for a Shea dancer to wear with her veil. With a twist of her wrist, she hurled the necklace at Egwene.
Okay, that's rude.
Put it on. She catches it, and Matt is like...
when someone gives you a gift, even if it's not a good gift, you just explain, like, we don't do that.
Matt goes, oh, man, she's going to yell a lot. She's going to yell so much. But Egwene immediately fumbled open the clasp and pushed her heavy wig back to fasten it behind her neck. Her face might have been molded from snow for all the expression on it. Turn, Seleucia commanded, and it was a command. Let me see. And she turns around, and Nat is like, I have no goddamn idea what's going on. Like, this doesn't make any sense. I am so oblivious to what's happening right now.
Some cultural something.
Well, I think it's basically like, Matt basically got her nipple tassels, I think.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. Like, certain jewelry means certain things. Nipple tassels, that's good.
That's like I'm assuming that's what's happening here. He got her nipple tassels.
I think that's probably what happened. I think that's probably the best way to explain what just happened of all time. Yeah, and so I'm assuming that necklaces are for like sexy dancers.
For this one anyway, yeah.
Or this kind or whatever. And earrings are for servants or something.
Tuon goes, she came for a new name. What does she call herself? And Seleucia goes, Leowyn, a fitting name for a Shay dancer. Leowyn Shipless, perhaps. Tuon nodded. Leowyn Shipless. And Egwene is like having the worst day of her life. And she goes, may I withdraw? And Matt's like, yeah, why are you asking the prisoners?
I am so tired of this mean girl bullshit. This is trash.
And then she like,
oh, Petey, it's okay.
Hi, Petey. I'm yelling as a joke. You're a very good boy. The dog looked up like, what's wrong? Oh, his ears wiggled when I said good boy.
Oh, he's a good boy.
And she falls to her knees and goes, please, ma, withdraw. And then she starts kissing the floor. You know, the Seanchan seem like great people. Definitely a cool culture with fun folks in it.
I hate them so much.
High value culture. She goes, please, I beg leave to withdraw. And Seleucia boots her out. You will go, Leowyn, and you will not let me see your face again unless it is covered by a Shay dancer's veil. The dog is now trying to insert himself onto our laps in the microphones. Okay, we're good.
Wobbles.
Okay, so anyway, tell me about this, because I've just been reading for a while, and I need to
hate
stop.
them so much. I want only bad things for them, and I am not happy about the fact that we are on all three sides working with the Seanchan.
Yes, I know. There's a lot of that.
These colonizing slaver motherfuckers. And I'm going to be real. I think that they're the worst, and I hate them, and they're not even hot like the Forsaken.
I don't know
not because of their funny hairstyles.
Yeah, okay.
Let me be clear. They're not hot because they have no, like, they just don't have it. They just don't have it. There's just something about them. It's the bug helmet of it all.
So Matt is like, anyway, that was bullshit. And Seleucia kicks him out, and he goes, she calls him Toy, and he's like, can you please call me by my fucking name? I hate you so much. They're not goth
girls. They're not, they have the audacity to be this mean and have this much mean energy, but they're not goth girl hot.
I know, man.
And
Seleucia's like, look, if you're sticking around hoping to get a glance of a titty, you're going to be disappointed. And that's not really an exaggeration. That's exactly what she says.
Who says that? Seleucia?
Actually, wait. Oh my God. It's Settle Anon. Settle Anon kicks him. Why are you friends with them?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Why the fuck are you hanging out with them? Oh yeah. Settle Anon's like got a soft spot for Tuon.
Okay.
I could see why. She's so endearing.
So what just happened to Egwene, by the way?
If in 4 books, I'm like, I love Tuon. Moo on forever.
Moo on.
If I'm like that, play this clip back.
Maybe I will. What just happened to Egwene?
I get my first and only tattoo. Not as a judgment, just because I'm afraid of needles.
Yeah.
And it's moo on.
I don't know. Maybe you will. What just happened to Egwene, by the way?
She got renamed. She got demoted.
Yeah, she lost like all of her societal progress.
Which, you know what? That's bullshit.
Yes, it is.
Because you know what? Right now, I don't think we're in Seanlandia. So
Shondar, technically.
Shondar.
Ew,
city. We're renaming
the nation is Seanchan. The Seanchan are from Seanchan.
Seanlandia.
Seanland.
The land of the Seans.
Yes.
And only Seans. So, I mean, how can they rename her? They're all named Sean.
So
riddle me this.
Matt and Tuon start playing Go, and he gets his ass kicked, and then he starts getting better.
You need to start getting better at snakes and foxes because imminently that is going to be a problem for you.
And then they start having fun, kind of like because he's trying to make her be less mean. And so this totally counts as an enemies to lovers moment too, I think. So we'll talk about how many multiple
every moment
bingos
with
you get
them
later.
counts because unfortunately that's my wife.
And he starts bringing her like silk rosebuds and shit.
And the muon stands are screaming. How about you go, hey, now that we're half married, why don't you stop being a slaver?
And Tulon is like, hey man, I've been putting up with all your shit for a while. Can I go let's make a deal. Let's do a thing.
Tuon says, I've been putting up with your shit for a while?
Yeah, because she hasn't tried to escape or betray him. And she's like, I wish to take walks. After dark will do. You may accompany me to make sure I won't run away. So they walk, which is important. And they talk about
how about
stuff.
You stop being on our walks. Let's talk about how you're going to stop being a slaver.
He's
how about
like,
that?
Yeah.
Urgh!
They talk about their parents.
Why?
Because they're getting to know each other, I guess.
How about we get to
and
know you
like,
not being a slaver?
What are your hobbies? Says Matt. And she goes, I train horses and Damani. And Matt is like, you fucking what? Never mind. We're not going to dwell on that.
No, I would dwell on it. That would make me swipe left on Tinder, for sure.
Egwene is like, man, you and I are supposed to be the lovers, dude. Like, why are you spending so much time flirting with Tuon? He's like, I am not flirting with Tuon. And she's like, you really think she's going to go through with it? And he's like, go through with, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. And she goes, you named your wife 3 times that night in Abu Dar. You really don't know? A woman says 3 times that a man is her husband, and he says 3 times she's his wife, and they're married. There are blessings involved, usually, but it's saying it in front of witnesses that makes it a marriage. You really didn't know? And Matt is like, I hate my life so much. This is the worst. But she didn't say anything. So whatever I said, it doesn't mean anything. With the blood, it's a little different. Sometimes a noble from one end of the empire marries a noble from the other. An arranged marriage. The imperial family never has any other kind. They may not want to wait until they can be together, so one acknowledges the marriage where she is and the other where he is. As long as they both speak in front of witnesses inside a year and a day, the marriage is legal. You truly didn't know?
Well, I'm not from there, so of course I wouldn't know. Can somebody have any kind of awareness that your culture is not indicative of the culture of the entire world? I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall at this point.
And Matt keeps on looking at Tuon and, stuff.
I hate it.
Yes. And the dice roll and then a few days later they get to the salt town of Jurador, and he accedes to a request that Tuon makes, which we learn later is, can I buy some fabric? And the dice in his head stopped dead. She smiled at him, and the dice in his head stopped dead. He would always remember that. She smiled, and then the dice stopped. A man could weep. And that's the end of chapter 28.
I'm weeping.
Yes, me too. Chapter 29, Allie, is called Something Flickers. That's the logo. What is it?
I don't know.
That's the sea folk, isn't it?
I thought the sea folk were the birds.
You are right. It is the sword and anchor, and the only other time we've seen it, according to this, was in the Egwene chapter.
Okay, so it's like an Egwene symbol.
I guess it's an Egwene symbol. So this is the one where they go shopping.
Okay.
Thoughts on this?
They go shopping.
First, ghosts. They walk towards this town. Egwene keeps going like, dude, you're flirting with her so hard. You really think she's going to marry you? And he's like, I am not. I don't. Matt goes, question is, did she mean to marry me? The strangest people marry sometimes. Because he knows that they are going to end up
No.
So they go towards the town, and like Matt keeps having to dodge out of the way of people who are walking directly into him, and then when they look back, it's ghosts. They weren't there. Allie, thoughts on
What?
ghosts? You know what my thoughts are on ghosts?
I mean, I feel like, why?
You know why? Well, it's because the apocalypse is coming.
So we get ghosts?
Apparently
but
we
the
get
ghosts don't do anything. They're just
there. Yes.
For the rest of it? Like, are
Maybe?
we constantly just like, oh, Aunt Bertha's walking by?
Maybe. Or until he throws a dart at the board again and hits something other than ghosts and weevils.
And weevils. That's what he hit that time. What's he going to hit next time? What's on the board?
I don't know. We made a joke about this earlier this episode.
Of course we did.
What do you want on the
Jazzercise?
Gravity is weird. Although I would actually kind of want to read that one.
Front wedgies. Everyone has them.
Oh, fuck. We've had weapons come to life twice. So that's a big wedge. Time travel.
Buttholes start talking.
Tattoos attack.
So stupid.
Everything is glass.
Books aren't real.
Hair is snakes.
Cavities. Spelling?
Spelling? What?
He didn't know how to spell it.
Cavities?
I don't.
What? What do cavities have to do with anything?
Everyone's got cavities, but you didn't know how to spell it. Cavities.
Spelling.
Is like the parentheticals with the SP with the question mark.
Stupid.
So stupid.
Katniss shows up.
He doesn't know who Katniss is.
This is my
water potato.
Water potatoes for all. Bugs, parentheses, water.
Water bugs?
Yes. What else could we got? We got bugs, parentheses, grain. We can do bugs, parentheses, water. Bugs, parentheses, trees. Bugs, parentheses,
nostril.
People. Bugs, parentheses, nostril.
Yeah, what if there were bugs in your nostril?
Coming out of a guy's nostril?
Either way, it's horrific.
I don't want bugs coming out of people or into people.
In the nostril or out the nostril?
Bugs as relates to the inside of people is the worst thing.
That's
no,
the worst
thank you.
kind of bug.
No, I do not want this.
So I feel like that kicks the bubble of weevil's ass. No offense to the weevil.
Bug, not...
Nose bug.
Listen, if you puked up a bunch of like beetles, would that be considered a GI bug?
What?
Okay, moving on. So there's ghosts. I can't take the ghosts seriously. The sections are cool, but I just every time there's ghosts, she's just like
the fact that they
there were ghosts.
They're there, but they don't do anything. So after a while, you're just like,
hey, 4 books.
Okay, but after
maybe
a while,
there's a ghost battle.
Oh, well, there's already been a ghost battle because they got the Here's the Horn. Isn't that just kind of like
never mind. We did already have a ghost
when
battle.
Aragorn goes into the cave and gets the dead people?
It is basically very similar to the Army of the Dead, yes.
Is it not just kind of like the same thing?
Kind of is the Army of the Dead in a lot of ways. So anyway, they go shopping and they're going to get like
Except these
cloth.
are heroes as opposed to like disgraced.
Yeah, sad guys.
Sad dudes.
Green dudes.
Yeah.
They need salt too. Good. I like salt. Salt's important actually, so you know.
Yeah. Salt is important.
People don't have their titties out. No titty shirts in this town. There were no deep necklines exposing cleavage here. No skirts sewn up to display colored petticoats.
That's a bubble of evil right there.
Robert Jordan is sobbing as he writes this passage. There's some real tear jerkers at CROSSROADS. Oh, they don't have their boobs out. That's horrible.
I think the tears are over no jerking. Am I right?
Took me a second.
Tears, dear no
tear
jerker.
Jerkless.
Tear jerkless.
God damn it. So anyway, that he sees the Ludra's in there.
Hey.
Tuon's there. I mean, we knew a Ludra was there.
Keep her away from Tuon.
The people are like glaring at Matt.
Why?
I don't know. Tom walks around. He's very sleepy. Why is Tom sleepy?
Maybe they're glaring at Matt because Matt's leering.
It's very possible. Why is Tom sleepy?
I don't know.
Because he's up. What is this? He remaining awake till all hours, burning a lamp so he could read and reread his precious letter.
Oh, the Moraine
letter. What could be
letter.
so fascinating in a letter from a dead woman?
How to get her back. Instructions. Would he care to share the letter with the glass so we can know what's so interesting about it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe if Matt fucking asked him, he might, but apparently he doesn't want to impose.
Impose.
Communication? Please. In my wheel of time?
Can anybody share the gossip, the tea?
You know, if you communicate, you get your dick cut off.
Is that why?
That's why they don't talk.
Oh. No wonder they're so upset when women die. It's their only chance for communication.
Matt loses sight of everybody, and he's like, "Oh my god, I looked away, and then what if they ran off? They ran off." And then he spins in a circle at random and points and goes in a random direction and crashes into like a knifeman. And
sure, why not?
And then happens to bump into Tuon and Seleucia, and they're still there and didn't run away because they are actually obeying their stuff. And
the indoctrination these children must go through must be unbelievable.
Julian runs up and he's like, "Hey man, Egwene got fucking stabbed."
Yeah. Oh no, that's bad.
And they run back, and Luca goes, "This could be a disaster. You may have brought me to disaster." And I have too much fun doing his voice, I tell you that much.
I'm sure you do.
And Tuon and Seleucia run back, and Matt is like, "What the fuck is going on? Did you heal her? Let's heal her. I don't want Egwene to die. She's cool." And Domon goes, "Rena! I did see her stab Egwene in the back and run. If I could have reached her, I would have broken her neck, but my hand be all that holdens Egwene's blood in. Where be that bloody Aes Sedai?" And Teslin goes, "I be right here, Pale Domon," because she's also an Illianer, which is kind of funny, even though it's very dramatic. And so, you know, they heal her, and that's great. This is deeply ominous. What's going on with Rena?
So Rena randomly just goes, "All right, now I'm going to escape. But before I escape, I'm going to stab Egwene because she's the only other person." Was Rena the one that was being like accosted by the questioner? Was that Rena?
That was Egwene, wasn't it?
No, Egwene's friend.
Oh, Bethamin.
Is Bethamin with them too?
Yes, Bethamin's with them too.
So that was not the stabber. So Rena was like, "I'm going to make my escape. No one's going to know that I am also magic. And I'm going to stab Egwene in the back on my way out so that the only other person that knows this information other than Egwene, Elaine, and Nynaeve dies."
Probably that, yeah. So they're looking for... The Matt's like, "All right, who's looking for Rena? It's very dramatic. It's very exciting." And Luca goes, "Disaster!"
Oh my God.
And Matt is like, "What the fuck? This is bullshit, man. Rena was like a total brown-noser suck-up until now. This is ridiculous."
Well, it's almost like you shouldn't trust people who would enslave other people because it might be fundamentally indicative of the rest of their personality.
Huh. And as you say, Egwene goes, "I'm the only one who knew her secret. The only one who might give it away, at least. She may have thought it'd be safe to go home with me dead." And Matt goes, "The fuck are you talking about?" And she's like, okay. Rena was leashed once. So with Bethamin and Seta, they can channel, or maybe learn to, I don't know. But the Idom worked on those three. Maybe it works on any Suldom. And Matt is like, "Oh man, that's gonna fuck up the whole society. Shit. Oh, that's fucked. That's a big deal, man. The Shanshan are gonna have to really, really think about that one."
Please do.
And
you have 4 books to do it. And
Seleucia gets ready to do something to bail Domon, and Tuon is like, no. And then Matt is like, "Wait a minute. Oh, God damn it. Is my wife a potential channeler? That's the worst thing I can think of about her." Doesn't actually think that.
What?
He does like, on top of everything else.
I would be more upset.
Well, I'm being facetious.
Okay.
He goes, on top of everything else, he was going to marry a woman who could channel?
I have bad news for you about your sister. And I would like to be the one to personally tell you.
So they pursue... Tuan doesn't really have a ton of response to this right now, by the way.
Deconstruction takes time.
Yeah.
I hope.
It's possible she also thinks, oh, well, it's just those three.
No, she does not. No. A healthy dose of reality check for you, ma'am.
So they pursue, and Val and Luca, Matt is like, Luca, you gotta fucking get out of here as soon as possible.
Why do you think you look fucking 12?
And Luca goes, are you crazy? If I try to chase those people out, I will have a riot, and they'll want their coin back. And Matt is like, I hate you, man. You're gonna get fucking stabbed all over the place by the Shan-Chan, bro. You gotta get out.
I have a question. Why has no one noticed that the Suldam have unnaturally long lives?
They don't channel. They can learn how. So without learning...
But they definitely, like, link with their Damani.
Yeah, but they are not channeling. The Damani are channeling, and they're leading the flows through a Terangriel.
Yeah, but that's still... Is that not channeling?
Apparently, it doesn't count enough to do anything to your lifespan.
That is convenient, Robert.
It is.
Fine.
So they ride after
then
Rena.
If I were a Suldam, I'd be like, wait, I could have been like living for way longer.
Yeah. But per the Shan-Chan, you would be chattel. So.
Oh, yeah.
So they ride after, and they finally, after several pages, they see a lathered bay was laboring its way up the slope on the other side of the river, a woman frantically kicking its flanks, urging it to climb. Rena had been too anxious to reach the Shan-Chan to stick with the road. She was maybe 200 paces from them, and she might as well have been miles. Her mount was on the point of collapsing, but she could get down and run within sight of the garrisons before they could reach her. All she had to do was reach the crest, another 50 feet. My lord, Arnon said. He had an arrow knocked and his bow half raised. Matt felt something flicker and die inside
Take her down.
him. He did not know what. Something. The dice rolled like thunder.
Do it.
Shoot, he said.
Yeah.
He wanted to close his eyes. The crossbow snapped. The bolt made a black streak through the air. Rena slammed forward when it hit her back. She had almost managed to push herself erect against the bay's neck when Harnon's arrow took her. Slowly, she toppled from the horse, sliding down the slope, rolling, bouncing off saplings, tumbling faster and faster until she splashed into the stream.
For
a moment, she floated face down against the bank, and then the current caught her and pulled her away, skirts billowing up on the water. Slowly, she drifted toward the Elbar. Maybe eventually she would reach the sea, and that made 3.
And another one's gone, another one bites the dust.
Now, what I think this is really funny, because I think this is supposed to be like a deeply upsetting, moving moment for Matt, and you're over here like, fuck her, ding dong, the witch is dead.
Yeah, I'm pleased as punch. I'm grinning like the cat that got the canary.
So what do we think the intention was?
Women are innocent all the time. Man, kill woman, no.
I think there is an element of that, yes.
And she was fleeing. Okay, she stabbed somebody in the back who didn't expect it, so that's also bad.
I will say, I really don't think this would have been the same if it were a guy. Although...
Yeah, it wouldn't have been.
Although, some might argue that the Shido arm chop is meant to be a parallel here. I consider these to be incredibly different situations.
Maybe I'm kind of a dick. I'm like, they both kind of deserved it.
I think the other thing about
I don't know.
is...
With the Shido, it's like, some of them just might be like, I don't know, I'm following orders. I don't really know what's going on. I'm just trying to like figure my shit out during the apocalypse like the rest of you. Whereas this woman directly stabbed someone in the back. Like these guys did turn out to be just randoms. Whereas this woman actually stabbed one of our allies in the back.
Don't forget how she also tortured Egwene.
And
and never really had any remorse for that?
Yeah, I just, it rubs me the wrong way. After all we've seen of the whole Rena situation that we're like, but let's pour one out for Rena.
Rip vag.
And I really didn't mean to say the pour one out.
Oh boy, yeah.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unfortunately accurate verbiage.
I do think there's an element of rip vag here. R.I.P.
Yeah, no, it's giving rip vag,
and
which
like,
is my least favorite thing.
Look, hot take, fuck Rena. I'm glad she's dead.
Me too. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Matt, I'm sorry you had to shoot a fleeing prisoner, but in this case, justified.
Turnabout's fair play.
And it's fine.
You know, here's my thing. Fuck Rena. Fuck Rena. I cannot believe that I'm advocating for violence against women, but I'm advocating for violence against some women who are fictional.
Yes.
But I'm like, listen, I don't think that the tragedy of them dying is that they were women. To me, that innocent civilian women, sure, that's upsetting and awful. And like, I get it. But also innocent civilian men is upsetting and awful. And I just think it's really weird that we're like, these civilians are more important than these civilians. Like, they're all civilians who have like no involvement in your bullshit, so we should just leave them all alone. But like, they're just the day-to-day people who are being buffeted about by the winds of like, you know, wealthy, powerful people who are like playing with toys in their minds when really it's like whole ass people's lives. So I just, that's one thing. But when a woman like stabs someone in the back and leaves her for dead and enslaves people, and like we have basically seen her on camera oppressing my girl Egwene, fuck her, let her fucking toast.
Yeah. And in an unfortunate twist of events here, the worst person you know just made a great point, because Matt is like being sad,
the worst.
And Tuan goes, I forbid it, Toy. I forbid you to mourn a traitor. She earned death by betraying the Empire, and she would have betrayed you as easily. She was trying to betray you. What you did was justice, and I name it so.
This is devastating, because I agree with Tuan.
It's the worst day of my life.
It is actively bad.
So, and Luca goes, the lady, the High Lady, forgive me, High Lady. She talked to Marilyn and Santar, and, well, you see how it was. A very persuasive woman. He's no longer Zap Brannigan now. He's just like every showman ever. Let me see if I can get Zap Brannigan back. A very persuasive woman, the lady, the High Lady. Coffin, about my gold. You said they would hand it over, but Marilyn said he'd slit my throat first. And Sandar threatened to crack my head, and look what the lady gave me. A warrant, not sealed, of course, but signed. Val and Luca's grand traveling show and magnificent display of marvels and wonders is now under the personal protection of the High Lady, Tuan Atham Karapandrag. Everyone will know who that is, of course. I could go to Shanchan.
So
I could go to Shanchan. I could put on my show for the Empress. May she live forever. And Matt is like, oh my God. So like I didn't even...
I take the Tuan.
Tuan.
Your Zap Brannigan impression is freakishly good, by the way.
And
it remains freakishly good.
Thank you. Matt, what is Matt's response here?
I just killed a person. Can I have a minute?
It's not even that it's, I killed her for nothing.
Oh, it is kind of a parallel to the Perrin thing, huh?
I think it's meant to be.
Yeah.
But I really don't think they're remotely similar.
No.
Like, I understand the juxtaposition. I think it's an interesting juxtaposition. I do feel like the two things are markedly unsimilar in almost every other way.
Listen, I know this has to do with Robert Jordan's particular trauma.
Yeah, and I totally get that.
Space
and I 100% feel that.
But on the other hand, it's just like also vaguely insulting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
He was going through it.
And I'm holding space for that.
Yeah.
Both things can be true.
And Tuan is like, don't bust that bad boy out unless you really got him, my dude. And then Tuan goes, I did make specific mention of who is not under my protection. Toy, can you guess whose name heads that list?
Mine.
And she's wearing the rosebuds, and Matt starts laughing, and he throws his hat on the floor. With everything, all his efforts, he did not know this woman at all. Not a bit. He laughed until his ribs hurt. And that's the end of chapter 29.
Okay, but she's into him in her gross twanny way.
I think so, because
every time she pisses me off from now on, I'm going to call her Twan.
Okay, I like that.
Shut
because
up, Twan.
Look, consider the Seanchan as a people. Do you think that their courtship is like love letters and kindnesses?
No.
What do you think it is? I
don't know, but I can only fucking guess.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's like, let me slice off like the tip of your pinky. Like, I'm sure it's going to be just awesome. And I'm not even going to explain to you what's happening. I'm just going to slice it off and then be like, this means I love you.
Oh, boy. Chapter 30, Allie, is called What the Oath Rod Can Do. That's the logo. What is it?
It's tier.
It's the tier. Do you have notes for this fine Egwene chap?
I fucking do. All right, ready? Oh, shoot. That lady is dead. Definitely Halima again. What's up with the rude novice? Nicola ran away? She doesn't seem the type. That felt weird.
Well, yeah, probably.
She's probably the betrayer, isn't she? Nicola! No way.
I mean, she has been blackmailing people all series. It kind of makes sense.
You fucking suck.
What's her whole deal? What's her whole thing?
She's a lesbian?
Well, that probably is also true. But, like, what's her whole bag other than that?
She sucks.
Can you fuckers teach me stuff more quickly? I would like to learn more things, and I hate that I have to wait.
That's kind of valid. But that doesn't mean that we betray people.
She's comparing herself specifically to Egwene, who was forced by the Seanchan. And she's like, she got strong fast. Why can't I be like her? And, you know.
That's not great. The fuck kind of name is Liu?
Liu.
Like, you try to pronounce that fucking name. Liu.
LLYW.
What the fuck? How do you pronounce that?
Liu.
Liu. Liu?
Liu.
Liu. That's a name. That Ghosts. Can we not talk about Marilla's Myrell's, sorry.
Oh,
Myrell's warders, please. I knew it. Yes.
Oh yeah, you were right about that.
And then I went, no.
There are eyes in that no, aren't there?
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
And then this was, I sometimes I just leave the typos in because it's funny. Fuck, viv.
Correct. Fuck.
Look, you try to do it. It's all caps.
Fuck, guck, fivkiv, fuck. Guck is my favorite. Guck.
Yeah, so they've captured my girl, my woman,
Allie, how you
my
feel
friend
about this?
Egwene.
Tell me about it.
I am bereft. I am devastated. This is the worst timeline possible. How did I not see this coming? But how could I have seen this coming? This is horrible. This is the worst day of my life. This is worse than anything that's ever happened. I am bereft. I am bereaved. I am beshaken. I am besmirched. I hate it. No.
What do you? What's on your
Gawain's
mind?
gonna murder her because he's stupid.
It's not out of the question.
She's gonna die because Gawain is stupid, and I can't stand it. If that happens, I will lose my fucking mind. There will be no more Allie. There will only be there will be no more Allie. There will only be
Liu, by the way, was Chiron's warder.
Liu, that's a dumb name.
And for the record, Liu comes up because Lelaine comes into this meeting and is like, Myrell, why don't you snap up Liu real quick?
Such a stupid name.
And Myrell is like, nah, man, I'm chock full of warders. I got 3 of them. I mean 2. I'm out.
Listen, in fairness to Robert Jordan, when you have 8,000 characters, their names can't all be bangers.
No.
At a certain point, you are making alphabet soup.
I bet Lil Yu is one of the handful that is a real name, and we're just shitting all over
my God, can we just
right
triple check right now that it's not someone's fucking name? I've done this before, and I won't do it again. Name. Just Llewellyn.
Okay, not Lil Yu?
So I guess it'd be like short for Llewellyn?
Maybe.
So is it Lou?
Is it just... I don't care. I'm saying it Lil Yu?
All right. Why don't just say Lou?
Because it's more fun to say
No.
Yu.
Robert keeps doing this shit. He's like, all right, I'm going to take this normal last name, but I'm going to make it fantasy. And I won't have it.
Yeah. Well.
All right.
All right, Allie. Chapter 30. It's really long, which is kind of odd. Egwene chap. We're going to get to the exciting conclusion fairly quickly. Chiron died. Bummer. Probably Halima, right?
Probably.
Almost definitely, because it was Sidene. So Halima is doing dick to Egwene. But...
Oh?
No. No. But she is...
that was concerning.
Running around killing sisters.
Yes. She is not... So, because she's like, well, they can't find out about Cabriana Macondi's.
By the way,
which can't be traced back to her really anyway. Like the route at which it's like, okay, Cabriana, wait, like, okay, they shoot up in the middle of the night, like,
by the
Kronk
way,
from Emperor's New Groove.
For the record, we do learn in New Spring that Chiron is a close friend of Cabriana Macondi's.
Okay, here's the thing. All right, so Anaya shoots up from a dream like she's Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. It's animation.
Oh, okay.
So like she's Kronk from Emperor's New Groove, and she's like, wait a minute, Cabriana Macondi's. And then I don't even know how we get to Halima. How do we even get there?
Cabriana Macondi's never mentioned.
Say it fast.
Halima at the meeting. She did button her shirt. Halima said she knew Cabriana Macondi's. Cabriana Macondi's always said she knew a lot of maid girls, but she said that all the maid girls she knew had little boobs, no big titty maid girls. Here, she didn't like big titty maid girls. She only knew little boob maid girls. She was really, really specific about that. That means Halima can't know Cabriana Macondi's. That means Cabriana Macondi's she must be knowing all these things about Cabriana Macondi's from another source. I haven't seen Cabriana Macondi's. She was tortured to death by the Forsaken. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
I just don't know how they would figure out that she was not a friend of Cabriana Macondi's.
I know, it's very elaborate.
Like, this is all very stupid. No offense, but like Halima.
By the way, this is for sure Forsaken OTT murder because they killed her with Sidene by like
crushing
spinning her
neck.
Head 360 degrees.
Yeah, that's an OTT murder.
Which means, by the way, you have 2 bingos this book. 2, possibly 3. Let me see here. And what's appalling, and both bingo, the original bingo and the full bingo will be down the bottom there. You have 5 different rows that are one thing away from having a bingo.
It's such fucking shit.
5 in a row. You were so close. You got all but 9 tiles. So the bingos that I have here are Millie Skane crime boss moment for like, yeah, what do you mean what happened to my 9 o'clock? My 9 o'clock's not here no more. Fuck is it to you? Sean Chan pursue Tuan. Perrin is obtuse about suffering. Brigitte party girl mention and Egwene notices cleansing. And then Millie Skane crime boss moment. Elaine notices cleansing. Problematic gender dynamics. Perrin belatedly understands something. And Forsaken commit over the top murder. Only 2 X notices cleansings. And if Gawain thinks he's the main character, which I don't think he does in this book.
I remember him being in the prologue.
He's in the prologue very briefly.
Does he think of himself as the main character? For me to answer that definitively, I have to go back and read it, which I
You are not going to be doing
do.
that. Yeah. Well, I'm glimpsing here.
Take a gander.
You know what? There is enough pretentiousness here for me to consider this Gawain considers himself the main character. So you take it. You get 3 bingos. All right. Anyway, Chiron's dead. Congratulations on your bingos. We're all very happy for you. she's going to have meetings. Swan lists off random Amerlin names. Again, we do that thing where she goes, Mother, by now even Lelaine and Ramonda know you're the Amerlin seat in truth, whether or not they'll admit it. That pair wouldn't have fallen in line with Dana Ahriman. I think they're beginning to see you as another Edarna Noragovna, which means nothing to me, but I'm sure it means something to Egwene. Actually, sorry, she immediately explains, Deanne is the White Tower's savior, and Edarna is the most politically skilled woman ever to hold the staff in Stole. So it's a compliment. And she goes, but as you've reminded me, I have to make sure I don't end up like Sheehan. It's Sheehan. Her name is Sheehan. Like the clothing store.
Oh my God, her name is Sheehan, like the clothing store.
Chunla. Sheehan had begun as a strong Amerlin, firmly in charge of the tower and the hall, and ended as a puppet, doing exactly what she was told. And she's like, all right.
God forbid a woman retire.
Now I got to smack the shit out of Phelan and Theodrin, and then I'll gut the shit out of them.
You know what? Looking back on Rena, God forbid a woman stab someone. I mean, jeez.
And Sheriam just busts in, and they're like, hey, never mind. And Egwene's folding chair falls over. And, oh
yeah, the folding chair makes a reappearance.
She gives her a letter that says that Nicola Treehill ran away.
Nicola Traitor?
Yes, probably.
I got a crossbow waiting for her.
Her cousins covered for her, apparently.
I got crossbows for them as well.
Nicola's cousins covered for her mother. Not from love, apparently. They were glad to see the child go.
Oh, this was actually really funny.
I'm afraid she'd be brought back. She was quite overbearing about her talent at foretelling. I'm afraid Tiana's very upset with them.
She just sucked so bad. Everyone's just like, don't tell
Now,
us
I may be misremembering this. These are not her actual cousins. They've organized the novices.
Yes. They've organized the novices into families, which, red flag in a workplace, but...
None will be sitting comfortably in their classes today, or for days to come, I fear. Tiana says,
but it was funny.
Tiana says she intends to give them each a dose of the strap instead of breakfast every day till Nicola is found. I don't think she might relent, though. With Nicola gone so long before her flight was discovered, it may be some time before she's located. And Egwene is like, I remember getting the shit spanked out of me. I'm glad we're done with that. And,
Are we? Oh, no. I should have seen the spanking foreshadowing, the spanking.
And she's like, hey, what does everybody think about my dream? About how the Seanchan are going to attack us?
No one will listen to her about her dream. And I'm like, normally this would be understandable, but this one actually seems important. Though now that she's captured by the White Tower, I'm like, go ahead. Let the Seanchan go for it.
The attitude among the sisters, Mother, is still that the Seanchan are 1,000 miles away. They don't know how to travel, and if they start marching on Tarvalin, we'll learn of it before they're within 200 leagues.
Who are they now?
And I just want to remind everybody that they have flying machines.
They're just so dumb. Why are they dumb? Okay. This is why I can't work in an office, because I would say those kinds of things out loud.
So then Sheriam just leaves, and Egwene is like, did you just come here to tell me that what the fuck are you here for? You did nothing.
Well, I told you that Nicola Treehill is gone.
Yeah.
And at one point she's like, Mother, one of the girls who's a cousin or whatever is from the Two Rivers. And Egwene's like, okay, but if I show favoritism, that would look shitty.
So do you think...
So spank her, I suppose.
Do you think Egwene is being alarmist about the Seanchan?
No. How can you be alarmist about slavers?
But Allie, everybody's making tenuous
I feel like
pieces
I'm being
with
gaslit.
them, right?
I'm being gaslit by these books. I'm being fucking gaslit right now. You've got to be absolutely shitting me.
What?
I felt like my eye just popped out of my head. Have you ever felt like that feeling of like your eye just fucking popping out of your head?
Yes.
That's how I felt for a second. I was like, oh my God, my eye just spilled its ass out of my head. That's what this is doing. I feel like I'm the crazy one who's like, slavery's bad. And everyone's like, there's nuance. And I'm like, there isn't. And I would be the one to find the nuance if there were any to be had.
Oh my God. So they named Megan the new blue advisor, which is cool because Anaya fucking died because Olima Bulbous just has nothing better to do than kill everybody who ever spoke to Cabriana McCondy.
But we will.
Are you okay?
Oh God.
I have the hiccups. Shit.
We will make this woman's head spin around 640 degrees, whatever. Spin it like a cartoon top. But we won't. But the worst we'll do to Egwene is fucking headaches.
I don't know what that word was. Is what?
Headaches.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. I thought you said eggs.
Like an egg.
No, listen. This is what's happening. Remember Perrin and the porridge?
Is that a euphemism?
No, Perrin and the guy didn't come with his porridge, and I made the joke that was like, he brings my porridge every morning, he's 30 seconds late, hang him!
Hang him.
Although I actually read that again, and he thinks like, oh, hell yeah, I can get my own oatmeal today. Maybe I can put walnuts and raisins in it. But I think it's funnier if he's thinking, hang him! Listen, this is the parallel. The Halima has been slightly undercooking Egwene's eggs.
And she's also giving her headaches.
No, well, you said headaches sounded like eggs. I was making an eggs joke. Also, I know you're extremely picky about how you eat your eggs.
Extremely.
Like, really, really picky about
it's
how you
really
eat.
weird.
It's quite entertaining.
There's a wetness factor that cannot be had.
I understand.
And every place ever makes them too wet.
Have you ever seen Japanese omurice?
No.
It's where they take this well-sauced rice, not drunk rice, but like rice with a bunch of sauce on it, and they cook scrambled eggs, but they kind of fold it in such a way that the center is basically liquid, like totally runny still.
Ugh.
It's like an omelet, but the center is basically runny.
No.
And then they put it on top. It's very cute. And
I can't.
And it looks really delicious.
I'm sure it is.
You would hate it because it's got runny eggs.
It's a sensory nightmare.
They put
much like me.
They put the omelet egg on top of the rice, and then they slice it, and it
I've seen this, and they give it like a little face.
It like pillows open, and all the gooey egg runs out, and then they sauce it, and sometimes they put a little face on it. It's really cute.
Oh yeah, super cute.
Yeah,
I would not eat it because I would die.
Sure,
and that's not dramatic at all.
Not from an immunodeficiency standpoint. You would just not be able to handle that it's runny egg.
There's a consistency. There's a texture. It is a neurodivergent nightmare. I need my eggs to be chalk.
You remember back when you were in middle school and people would do those like weird games and things where like they would recite stuff and do stuff, and one of them was always like crack an egg on your head and let the yolk run down.
And I'm like, absolutely not. Did that just make you
flee the scene?
Yeah, actually, I didn't like
those
that.
Games? I truly, looking back, I don't understand what the point was of any of that except for like touch each other.
I don't know either. Well, I know that we would, and I don't know how yours ended. How did yours end?
I don't remember,
because we would be walking up a cliff. And you like run the fingers up the back.
And then they like push you and go,
then they go,
what
close
color
your eyes,
did you see or something?
And then they tell you how you died based on the color.
Yeah, which is very cute.
Is it?
No, but it's,
it's a little scary.
Adolescents often have a fascination with death.
Going on a treasure hunt. I remember it. Why do I remember it? Going on a treasure hunt. X marks the spot.
Yeah.
Spiders crawling up your back. They bite you. They bite you.
Oh my God.
Spiders crawling up your back. They bite you. They bite you. Blood rushing down. Blood rushing down.
Go on.
And then it's crack an egg on your head. Let the yolk drip down. Crack an egg on your head. Let the yolk drip down. And then it would be it would end one of two ways. One would be cool breeze and you blow in the back of their neck.
Yeah.
And then you do tight squeeze and you squeeze their shoulders and you go, now you have the chills.
Mm-hmm.
Or you do the other one, which is you're walking up a cliff. Someone's about to push you off. Close your eyes. And then they close their eyes and you push them really hard. And then you go, what color did you see?
When's the last time you did this?
5th grade.
Okay, so you remember this. How does every Wheel of Time book open?
The Wheel of Time.
That's correct. Good job. All right. By the way, I'm not suggesting there's any actual comparison there. So I'm being a little fast and loose with ad breaks.
No, if you put something in a song, I'll remember it for the rest of my life.
That's a real fucking thing. I'm being a little fast and loose with ad breaks because I'm concerned that I didn't take enough earlier and that editing me is looking at the number on Spreaker and screaming right now. So we're going to take a quick ad break. Welcome back. Swan and Egwene are here.
You know what's so great about this podcast?
What?
I never thought in my life that I would recite that entire song.
Right?
Anyway, that's what Halima was up to, essentially.
Yes, she's just been doing that.
She's been like, close your eyes. What color did you see?
What color did you see?
No.
I'm sorry, you mentioned Halima. I have to do the stupid-ass sexy baby voice.
No.
How are the talks going, Allie?
The talks between SAG and the AMPTP?
No, not those. Those have not started.
Well, apparently they're not going to meet at the Sherman Oaks Galleria.
Really?
Yeah.
They're not going to meet at the Hellmouth?
Variety just released an article saying that they will not be meeting at the AMPTP offices.
For context here, the Sherman Oaks Gallery, we're an hour 10 and a half. The 8 people who are still listening are like middle of the Sahara Desert.
We are 10 hours in. Fuck it, what we're at.
They are like pleading for us to finish. We are pages from the end.
Are you dying to get back to the Weevil content?
And we're over here talking about the Sherman Oaks Galleria, which is a mall in Sherman Oaks, which is a neighborhood of the Los Angeles County.
Where the AMPTP offices are located.
Yeah, and famously it's anchored by a cheesecake factory.
And a P.F. Chang's.
And a P.F. Chang's. So the running joke was always that they would meet to talk at P.F. Chang's, which was probably
they'd meet to talk shit about the writers at the P.F. Chang's. And then it was like the writers who are inevitably working at that P.F. Chang's right now have the opportunity to do some of the funniest shit of all time.
Oh, their food is 80% spit.
Oh, I mean,
if Bob Iger eats there, man,
and that's not a threat. That's not a threat.
No, I don't work there.
I'm just like,
hey, rough.
Hey, you live in Los Angeles, and you've pissed off all the actors, which is 160,000 people.
Well, that's that's nationwide, but yeah,
whatever.
And SAG.
I mean,
don't
how
forget
many
all
of
the
them though are
pre-equity,
here?
Of which there are tons of us.
And 11,000 writers. Right. So, yeah, I mean, I think that most of those people do sometimes customer service jobs, especially in Los Angeles.
This is why the AMPTP went back to the table. They realized that if they couldn't get the writers back in writers' rooms, they'd never have another spit-free meal in their life.
I mean, that is the concern.
Because right now, we're all at the restaurants, right? So I'm being facetious. Anyway.
Anyway.
There's a bunch of fucking meetings with people. Do you want to talk about the meetings? Because they just kind of like reiterate everything.
No, I want to talk about what they've done to my girl.
Okay, so they cover a shitload of stuff about meetings.
Did I not say last time we were together that they would be using this Gwendiar shit to
you
make
did. You nailed it. I was very proud of you.
Frozen. I was really proud of me.
And there's poor you to deal with.
You?
Perhaps Myrelle will take him. 2 of her 3 belong to someone else
okay,
first.
It's definitely Lou.
No one else has ever saved 2 warders whose Aes Sedai died.
I hate Morel.
Yeah, she's fun.
I hate Alana. I hate Morel. I hate Tuon. I hate Selucia. And everyone's like, whoa, at the Selucia thing. Whoa, that's too far. Wheel Takes is canceled.
For Selucia?
Yeah. I mean, people really like her.
Look, she is a cream cheese woman. Have you ever had a bagel without cream cheese? That's
true.
The Wheel of Time without Selucia. She is the dairy glue that holds this rounded cylinder torus together.
You know what I'm thinking about?
What?
You know what's wild?
Bagels?
I won't eat runny eggs, but when I was eating gluten, my bagel order was the cheese bagel, right? The one with the cheese on top, the Asiago bagel with garlic and herb schmear.
Oh, that shit was, oh my God, I like that shit. That shit's great.
I know. It was
and
like
it's
cheesy.
So runny.
It was like garlic bread.
Yeah.
It was like cheesy garlic bread. It was good as fuck. Anyway.
And if the bagel's hot, it melts.
Yes.
Yeah. You won't eat runny eggs.
But I
actually totally understand that. They're very different things.
But for a minute, I thought, wow, that sounds really gross, actually. And then I said it out loud again, and I was like, no, actually, that fucking smacked.
So, I was going to skip most of this. And
speaking of people that like their ass smacked, Robert Jordan's
what a guy.
Characters. I was like, I said on Robert Jordan, and then I was like, he's dead. Have some respect.
They
and I do have respect.
Egwene is like, how do you guys feel about retiring into the kin? And Ramonda dies. And
Ramonda answers by just fucking
keels
dying.
Over.
What a shame.
Anyway, they talk about that. She doesn't actually die, of course.
You know what? You know why Egwene's suddenly pro-oath again?
Why?
She's like, you mean if we undo the oaths, I'm going to have to deal with these bees for like 300 more years? Fuck no.
Egwene is also like, hey, what are we going to do about the Black Tower? Thoughts on the Black Tower? What do we think about the Black Tower? Let's make some plans about the Black Tower, because Chiron's death might throw some wrenches in there. And
probably true.
And who's talking to here? Lelaine is like, well, you know, we should bond the shit out of him. And Egwene is like, I don't think all of them are going to go for that. And Megan goes, the warder bond could be modified slightly. As it is, you can make the man do as you wish with a little tweaking, but the need to tweak could be removed quite easily. And Egwene is like, that is compulsion.
Wow. That's fucked up.
That is compulsion.
Megan, that's a fucked up thing to say, Megan.
And she goes, compulsion was used on sisters in Kyrian. That seems certain now. But I was talking about the bond. A different thing. Entirely.
Megan, it's not different. Stop trying to justify mind control.
So they talk about this for quite a while. Lelaine proposes that they just turn it into compulsion.
I think I should be Amerlin, because these people are morally fucked.
Egwene is like, absolutely not. I'll spank the shit out of anybody who proposes that.
Word,
because apparently that's
Egwene.
my thing now.
Okay, so you become Amerlin and suddenly you're like, you
Spanking.
know what's good? And definitely not damaging.
Spanking.
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 Don't do it unless it's fun and consensual. All right. So then Egwene is like, all right, it's time. Is everybody in position? Because the Hall knows about her plan, which has been kept secret until now. And what is her plan, Allie?
Turn
the chains into Quendiar. That's right. Lyanna and Bode have already left.
Right. Like I said, and I'm so proud of me.
Lyanna had to deliver Bode, then ride downriver. Where's Lyanna heading? Well, if Egwene is turning the North Harbor chain into Quendiar, Lyanna might be doing what?
Oh, with the other side.
The South Harbor.
Of course.
Probably.
South Harbor, huh?
So, she gets on the horse.
What they say about Lyanna and South Harbor.
What is South Harbor in this metaphor?
She makes it rock hard.
What is the what? What
You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand any of what you're saying.
I'm saying Lyanna likes to party on the South Harbor.
She likes butt stuff?
No.
What are you talking about?
The below the waist stuff.
North Harbor is a clitoris.
Oh.
That's always the metaphor.
No, going down south.
Oh, I see. Okay. I was very confused. Everybody I've seen online is North Harbor. Men can't find it.
Well, everyone in the world's like south. You know what I mean? South.
It really?
I don't know. I don't participate.
Then Robert Jordan goes, I'm from the south. Is that what he would be saying?
Okay.
Yes,
Robert
he probably
Jordan would
actually love him.
That.
Oh, thank God for that old pervert.
Thank God for that old pervert.
As Harriet apparently once said, he was a dirty old man. Anyway, so Swan's coming on Bella, and Egwene is on a different horse.
That's what you would say about me.
What, you're a dirty old man?
Well, not a dirty old man. Dirty old lady.
Oh, probably, yeah. And then Egwene hops on Bella, and she, rides off, and then the stillness, and then a muffled curse. And these guys are, dragging something.
What is it?
I don't actually know. Oh, it's the soldiers that are escorting her.
Is it like Black Tower soldiers or regular?
It's Gareth's men.
Okay.
Yeah. And they take her to Bodwin, and Bodwin's there, and she's like, holy fucking shit, it's Bella. Oh my god. Fucking Bella? Really? Holy fuck. And Egwene goes, watch your language. And she goes, you're staying ashore. You can go back with me when it's done. Bodwin goes, why? I can do this. Lyanna Sedai explained to me, and I can do it. I know you can, but not as well as I can. Not yet. I am the Amerlin seat, Bode. Some decisions only I can make, and some things I shouldn't ask a novice to do when I can do them better.
Well, that saves Bode's ass.
Yeah. So Bode does not go with because she listens to orders, and they get in the boat, and they slowly...
And she's kind of right about the fact that she shouldn't be asking a novice to do this.
And she's nervous because Nicola and Lorene have vanished, and she worries about what that might mean.
Well, we're about to find out.
And she paddles across to the thing, and she sees something. She's like, oh my god, was it a drat car? And she was like, no, it was just a bat. But she's nervous.
Well,
and apparently,
that's
somebody
fair.
asked Robert Jordan at a signing. He said, it was a bat. So I like that.
It was a bat.
She gets to North Harbor. The oarsmen have a lot of trouble locating it at first, but with a little guidance,
a little communication in my wheel of time.
Just gotta listen. And the oars made only a small gurgling noise as they swept back, though, and the boat stopped where she could have touched the massive iron chain across the harbor. There was no need for touching, though, no need for waiting either. Embracing Sidar, she was barely aware of the thrill of life filling her before she had the weaves in place. Earth, fire, and air surrounding the chain, earth and fire touching it. I know.
Something to remember.
The black iron flashed to white across the whole width of the harbor mouth. She had just time to realize that someone had embraced the source not far away, above her, on the wall. Then something struck the boat.
No!
Struck her, and she was aware of cold water enveloping her, filling her nose, her mouth.
No!
Darkness.
Gawain's gonna kill her because he's stupid.
And then she wakes up and she hears, do you know who this is? Well, we certainly got better than we bargained for tonight. And they pour fork root down her throat.
No.
And she sees that it's an Aes Sedai that is pouring fork root in her
No.
throat. She goes, that's it, girl. Drink it all down.
No.
A strong dose for now. Egwene tried to push the cup away, tried to embrace Sidar, but she could feel herself sliding back down into darkness.
No.
They had been waiting for her. She had been betrayed. But by whom?
Fuck you, Nicola.
All right, Allie, tell me, what are you thinking? I know you already yelled about this a little bit earlier. You think you close this one? She's gonna die.
She's gonna die because Gawain's gonna kill her.
What did Gawain have to do with this?
Because he's stupid.
Well, yes.
He's not gonna know that the propped up Amerlin is Egwene, and then he's gonna execute her or some stupid thing. He's gonna be like, I want mommy Elida to love me, and so then he fucking murders Egwene. Or somehow he saves her. But I feel like that's giving him too much credit.
It's a lot of credit.
Gawain, Reginald, Trickhand. You look me in the fucking eyes right now. You look into my bulbous peepers.
Okay. That sounds like the way Robert Jordan would describe an eye.
Bulbous peepers.
Her bulbous peepers. She furrowed her brow over her bulbous peepers.
You heard it here first. I'm as good as Robert Jordan. Okay. So, look me in my bulbous papers. If you save my girl Egwene, I will get over the tower coup. I'll get over it. All right? What's a little misunderstanding? What's a little accidental coup? What's a little slaughtering of a mentor amongst friends?
Cash.
All right? If you save my girl Egwene, it's forgiven. I will get over it. And we will be friends again. Okay? You have 4 books.
Allie, we're gonna...
If Egwene dies, the books shall live in the freezer.
That seems
Our
fair.
children's children's children will go into the freezer, the deep freezer in the garage, and they will go, why are there books in here? And they'll go, nay, child, leave them be. Leave them be. That is where we keep the books that have wronged us. That is where we keep the sinner's books.
So that
in the deep, dark freezer
is the end of chapter 30.
As a message to the other books. To fly straight, or to the freezer they shall go.
Allie, the epilogue is here. It's called
where they lie twixt the peas and and the fish.
Yeah.
And we have the kind of fish where we've had it in the freezer for so long, we Google, how long does salmon keep in freezer?
Pretty long.
Pretty long, as it turns out. This is not based on a true story.
The epilogue is called an answer. This is the logo. What is it?
A wheel.
A wheel. It's
my mind is spinning like a wheel.
It's less than a page long.
Now this is the other rant that I shall go on, Jim.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
I am bereft, bereaved, besmirched, because now Rand is going into what is an obvious trap.
Well, yeah.
Because Surat's like, can I introduce you to my friend Tuon? And I'm like, hold on. Tuon's not with you. So that's gotta be Sembarog.
What if it's One-On? Oh, wait. One-On got, made Dakoval, didn't she?
Did she?
I don't remember, probably.
I don't know. Well, the Empress had two favorite daughters, One-On and Tuon.
The second daughter, who was the favored daughter, I think.
Well, it could be One-On, but I think it's Sembarog dressed up as Tuon.
Oh, okay. That sounds ominous.
Yes.
How's he going to get out of that one?
Fuck if I know.
Well, I guess you better keep
if you
reading.
say Raffo, I would swear.
Raffo.
No, don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Oh, you did it. Okay.
Rand stared out of the window at the steady rain falling out of a gray sky.
Oh, this is how I feel. Unfortunately, the weather in Los Angeles is perfect.
Sometimes pain is all that lets you know you're alive.
That's
Theron whispered.
The thesis for reading Robert Jordan's books lately. Oh my God.
In a good way?
In a good way.
Yes.
But I am suffering because they have captured my girl and will likely capture my boy.
So Bashir busts in. Well, the Shanshan are amenable. Crazy as loons, but amenable. I require a meeting with you in person, though. The Marshal General of Saldia isn't the Dragon Reborn.
No.
With this Lady Suroth?
No.
Bashir shook his head. Apparently a member of their royal family has arrived. Suroth wants you to meet with someone called the Daughter of the Nine Moons. Thunder rolled again for distant lightning.
Nature is trying to tell you not to go. All right.
Will you do the honors, please?
Here we go. Ready? Ugh. We rode on the winds of the rising storm. We ran to the sounds of the thunder. We danced among the lightning bolts and tore the wind asunder. Anonymous fragment of a poem believed written near the end of the previous age, known by some as the Third Age, sometimes attributed to the Dragon Reborn. The end of the 10th book of the Wheel of Time. We did it.
I can't believe we fucking did that. And I had predicted this would be 10 hours long. As of raw recording, which includes a lot of coughing and things that we have to cut out because we
the dog
say words
making
wrong.
Noises.
People once asked me, could we get an uncut version? You don't want it.
You don't want that.
Right now we're at 10:36. So I think realistically this is going to be, I'm going to shoot my shot and say 9 hours and 52 minutes. Hey everyone, it's Editing Gus here, and I just got to toot my own horn for a second. Before music was added and after all the cuts, I made that prediction at 9 hours, 51 minutes, and 55 seconds, and I cannot fucking believe that. Obviously, it's different now with music and ads, but have fun with the end.
You'll have to put in a little extra music so it can be an even 10.
20 fucking minutes.
Yeah, 20 fucking minutes of music.
Allie, Crossroads of Twilight, done.
and we gaslit all of you.
3 bingos. I cannot believe that we fucking did this.
All these people that were like in our Discord going, you're going to do like one huge chunk episode of the whole books just to surprise us. And we were like, that would be like 10 hours long. Gaslit.
We were, yes.
Turnabout is fair play, motherfuckers. How does it feel to be on the other side of the coin? Do you feel like your coin has been flipped?
Yes.
The wheels is the wheels, motherfuckers.
So, Allie, you have finished the most notorious Wheel of Time book.
Yes.
How you feeling?
I am devastated fundamentally because my girl is once again captured.
Yes.
How many times is that? What is Egwene's captivity counter?
It's up there with Elaine's concussion counter.
And Elaine really said in this most recent episode, the concussion is concussing back. The concusses. Bah!
Yeah. Does it live up to its reputation of being the book where nothing happens?
One thing happened. Three things happened.
3 things. Oh, Rena died.
4 things happened.
4 things happened.
Perrin cuts off a hand.
Yes.
Rena's death.
Yes.
Positive. Elaine's bath. I'm just kidding. And Egwene gets captured. That's 3. 3 things happen.
Yeah. But your expectations, the product itself compared to your expectations.
It had 3 more things happen than I assumed happened.
Sure.
So that's exciting. That was exciting to me.
But give us your unvarnished, I just finished Crossroads of Twilight verdict. Is it the most boring Wheel of Time book?
So far, yes.
Yes. Not necessarily that's like, it sucks. That's not what we're saying.
No, but so far, without question, like the least amount of plot things have happened.
About it, so.
Objectively.
Yes.
The least amount of plot things have happened. Right up until that banger last chap.
Well, banger last page.
Truly, banger last page.
Yeah.
But
with all due respect, most of that chapter is meetings.
True. But yeah, and it was funny because you were like, you can read up until the last chapter. The last time we recorded, you were like,
yes,
you can
spoilers, actually, Allie finished the book like 2 recording sessions ago, right after we read all the Egwene stuff.
Yeah, because I needed to get some stuff done.
At the point where she had been about to, before we recorded the Egwene stuff, she read everything except the last chapter because I went, nothing that happens in these sections impacts the next section.
Yeah, so he was like, you can read everything but the last chapter. And I was flipping through that last chapter like, why could I not read this chapter?
Yeah,
and then the like literal last second, I was like, no. And
the Quendiar chain.
Well, that too.
Yeah. But here's the other question, though. Is it the vibesiest book?
It vibes.
It's got a lot of
vibes.
Yes.
There are vibes that are caught. I am so, can I just say, I'm out of the slog.
By almost all definitions, you are out of the slog.
I accidentally played them at the same time, but it felt appropriate.
It was good.
I think I'll need 7 to 10 business days to process that I am out of the slog when a mere 4 years ago, I was starting these books.
So we discussed this about 5 hours of podcast time ago, but having now finished what most consider the slog, you are firmly in camp by my interpretation and the way that I look for things in books. There is 100% a slog.
100%.
I must say that I agree with you.
Yeah.
When I read the books,
because we're married and we combined brains.
When I read the books
at the altar,
the first time, I felt the slowdown. And then I, after the fact, sort of talked myself out of it, I think.
Really?
Because
you gaslit yourself.
A little bit, because what happens is when you look back on them a lot of the time, you forget how much time happens between stuff, and you forget that the shit that does happen in these books, in these middle books, happens at totally random fucking times.
I'm just so excited to be done with the slog.
Oh,
I am just like...
Which, by the way,
woohoo!
That is not to say you've had a miserable last year and a half.
I've had a miserable last year. I'm kidding. No, I've had a good time. these have not been my favorite books of the Wheel of Time, but they have had some banger moments.
Yes.
And I think that is an acceptable sentence.
Yes. And I think that we can put a Crown of Swords in the freezer.
A Crown of Swords.
I'm actually surprised it isn't there now.
Should live there.
It should live in the freezer.
And our children's children will go, Mummy, Daddy, why is there a book in the freezer? And they'll go, we don't speak of this book in this family. This book is banished to the icy tundras of the icebox. Nary shall it exit.
So you are very excited to start Knife of Dreams. Let me tell you this. I'm not going to tell you much. I will tell you.
Yeah.
Of all the Wheel of Time books, 2 of my favorites you have not read yet.
Really?
2 of my favorites. Top 4.
Well, I hope the best is yet to come.
I will tell you, if you like things happening, plot related events.
I do.
If you like closure,
I do.
If you like answers to questions,
I do.
You are going to be having a good time in the coming books.
I'm so excited. Okay, so we've talked about this. We've talked about our schedule.
Yes.
This is the last thing I will say.
Yes.
Until my actual last thing.
Yes.
As is tradition.
Yes.
So we are right now in late September 2023.
Yes, we started the podcast December 10th, 2019.
Wow. I am finished as of today with the slog.
Yes.
Yes. By this time next year, will I be done with the Wheel of Time, do you think?
No. This time next year?
Yeah.
No way.
You don't think so? There's 4 books left.
No, look at them.
They're chunky
They're
boys.
Huge.
Okay. Absolute units.
Well, let's think of it this way. A year ago at this time, so September of 2022.
Yeah, lay it on me. What book was I on?
A year ago today, you were at the end of Crown of Swords.
What?
Actually, not even. You were kind of in the middle of Crown of Swords.
What?
Yes.
Which book is not up
7.
there?
So since then, you have read 2.5 books plus the 1 book you read all at once. And those books are books where we sped up.
What? Okay, so like 2 years from now.
2 years from now, you'll be done.
I'll be done. I will know everything. Oh, when I know everything, we'll have to do something. I don't know what we'll have to do.
Yes, we will do something.
Like a party.
Yes. Al?
Yes.
11 books down, 4 to go.
Oof.
Good times.
Oh my God, I'm on the last Robert Jordan book.
You are, and that is a really melancholy
That's really sad.
That is a really sad thing.
Oh my goodness. This is really sad.
Yeah. And I mean, look.
And the one person that's listening to this still is sad with us.
I know. Here's the thing. Prepping you, I guess, for the Sanderson Jordan books. Nobody really, except Sanderson and, the team, really knows exactly who wrote what. Brandon has come out and said certain scenes were almost entirely Jordan, certain scenes were very vague outlines. So it is not as though you are going to start Gathering Storm and all of it will be whole cloth Brandon Sanderson writing.
Sure.
It is very much still... Jordan's name is on there for a reason.
Okay.
But
fanboys being the way that they are.
Yeah.
I'm sure that some people were not maybe the most kind to Brandon Sanderson when he first took on the project.
Many people are not kind to and about Brandon Sanderson's work on the project now. There is a lot of criticism.
Sure.
Everybody is entitled to their opinions as long as they're expressed respectfully.
Here's the thing.
There are definitely differences, and there are places where I think he excels, and there are places where I think he falls short.
I just think it would be really funny if one of those people who we know tends to be like one of those unreasonable, disrespectful people who's like, this one sentence or this one section was absolute ass. And it's like, Robert Jordan actually wrote that sentence.
I've seen that happen before.
Really?
I've seen that happen on Reddit.
That's fucking funny.
Where somebody has gone like, this section is trash. It's clearly just Sanderson fan fiction insert. It sucks and I hate it. And then somebody will respond, actually, there are interviews where Brandon Sanderson has pointed out that is something that is whole cloth a scene that Jordan wrote.
This pleases me.
It's kind of funny.
This pleases me.
Now I'm not here to suggest, and we're getting way out of ourselves. We got Knife of Dreams to read still. We have all of that yet to discuss. in no way am I suggesting that Sanderson does a perfect job. In no way am I suggesting that anything along those lines. It's complicated. And
no, I know. I have a little like schadenfreude of people who say something's objectively bad, and then people just go, "What?"
Sure.
You know. I just have a little.
I get it.
It pleases me.
But before we get all of that, we have Knife of Dreams, a book that I will say has an enormous amount of banger chaps.
I'm very excited about
many
this.
banger chaps.
I'm very excited to be at Jordan Con this year and go, I have finished the slog.
Yes.
This is very exciting. Could not say that this year.
Anything else on Crossroads looking back before we wrap it up?
It's so crazy that it's so wild that my first Jordan Con, I hadn't read Do My Wells yet.
No, you were early book 6. Your second Jordan Con, you were early book, where were you? Book 9.
Book 9.
God, that book took us a long time.
Yeah.
And now here you are. book 11.
Yeah.
Of the main 12. Now it's, I want to tell you this. If we had read in publication order, we would be doing New Spring now.
No.
Yeah.
I'm glad we did it when we did it.
That's how I read it, and I didn't mind it.
I'm glad we did it when we did it.
But I also read New Spring in a week.
Yeah, that took us months. I'm glad we did it when we did it. This was the right order for me.
Yeah. More than that, and I looked this up, the release, I think another thing that's important to consider when we think about, we're fucking 10 and a half hours in here. I'm revising my estimate up, but let's not worry about that too much. Another thing
by the way, really quickly, as you're pulling this up, if you got to the end of this, tell us, because that will be funny as fuck. Tag us at Wheel Takes Pod on Twitter.
The release here, Winter's Heart came out in November of 2000. Crossroads came out in January of 23. So it was 2 years. And then a full year later, New Spring came out. And then a year and a half later, Knife of Dreams came out. It was a bit of a wait. And then, of course, it was 4 years once Sanderson picked it up. Now, it's funny to think about 4 years for a book being an exceptionally long wait, in my opinion.
When we think about
many other series that are in progress right now. Anyway, we've been talking for quite a long time, and I have to edit all of this before
Let's
Friday,
finish,
or
please.
on Friday. Thanks for listening, everybody. We have social media if you want to know what we've got going on. It's linked down below. We also have a Patreon if you want to support us that way. It's patreon.com/wheeltakes. You can also leave us a rating and or a review, which really helps a lot. And other than that, anything else, Allie? Oh, we're going to take next week off. I know we just took some time off, but this is a 10-hour episode.
You can handle it. It's a 10-hour episode.
Yeah. Anything else, Allie?
I'm done with the slog.
Thanks for listening, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
I cannot believe we fucking did that.
I can't believe we fucking did that.
Thank you again for listening. This was Wheel Takes with Allie and Gus. Music by Alexander Nakarada.